The story begins in the capital of the Howard Empire, which was invaded by a powerful dragon named Elixir. Heroes bravely faced him, and the leader of these heroes warned Elixir to prepare himself, since this hero had an intention to end an attack on the Howard Empire just to kill Elixir and save their people. Elixir was mad because his son was killed by humans, which he will never accept. He addressed these heroes as insects, and he told them that they never tire of crawling out. He was furiously staring at the heroes while stating that half of the empire was too low of compensation for his dead child named Luci. His powerful aura emerges the moment he screams that he will tear the people limb from limb and crush the other half of the empire. He then cast an attack on the heroes, and at the same time, the heartbeat of our main protagonist continued to beat as he felt intense while reading this webtoon, Chronicles of the Dragon. He was currently in episode 7, but he cannot continue it since there are still no new chapters as of the moment. He was staring at the last page of the webtoon while currently lying in a hospital bed. He was diagnosed with an illness called amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It causes the motor nerve to gradually die, causing paralysis of muscles throughout the body and eventually death. And when he was diagnosed with it at age 25, it was his death sentence. At a young age with no family, the money he had been saving and a young body that still had so much to offer were all destroyed by a single disease. 4 years after being diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, he's already at the age of 29, and all he had left was a skinny body and this amateur webtoon he was reading. He already accepted the fact that these two were all he had left. While recalling his past, his heartbeat suddenly becomes crucial. The last thing he saw was his doctor, who was rushing to him. But then he concluded that his life finally ended without finishing the webtoon he was reading. While accepting his death, a silhouette appeared. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a long-haired man who was staring at him with excitement. This man lifts him up and he sees himself in the mirror, but shockingly, in the body of a little dragon. At first, he was so confused about what was going on. He then screamed upon his realization that he really became a dragon living in a huge castle. Lucky for him, he managed to calm himself. At first, he thought he was going to faint. He went through reality denial, and after going through that, he tried to figure out what was going on. But once he accepted reality, he realized that he reincarnated as a dragon. In all the novels and webtoons he has read, there was never a weak dragon, which is why he never complains about being reincarnated as a dragon, especially since he believes it's the strongest being in the world. And most importantly, between cats, humans, dwarfs, elves, and fairies, dragons have a huge average lifespan, which is up to 10,000 years. In his previous life, he had to work from a young age, then got sick and died in his prime years. But in this new life, he believes it's different. Being reincarnated as a dragon with a long and healthy life is the ultimate gift for him. He was so grateful for this body, and he was more excited thinking that he could overcome any obstacles in his way. He was dancing in happiness, and his father in this world suddenly carried him, calling him by the name Louis and asking him why he was very excited. His father invited him to eat and brought him to the dining area. Louis sat down, wearing a yellow cutie bib that had a rabbit imprinted on it. Louis felt nervous while staring at the food his father served to him. The food looked messy and uninviting for him. His father was staring at him and noticed that he didn't like the food. His father then said that this meal is best when it's fresh, so he must eat it. Louis never gets used to this, but knowing that people follow Roman law if they were in Rome, so he must also follow the dragon laws since he is now a dragon. He grabbed a little of the food and tasted it, hoping that it would taste better than what he expected. To his surprise, its taste is similar to a strawberry, and he didn't deny the fact that it really tastes good. Since the taste wasn't bad, he ate more and more until he felt full. "Do you like it? There's more, eat up," his father said. With his eyes that are shimmering, Louis can say that his father's eyes are very expressive. "I don't want any more, father," he answered. But his father feels like he was pierced in the chest upon hearing the word father, as he wants Louis to address him as dad. His father taught him the word dad and even spelled it out. Louis was just staring at his father and realized that he didn't even know the name of this man. "Hey, what's my dad's name?" he asked. But then, his father was confused as to why Louis asked it, despite the fact that it's already been a month since he was born. His father then said that his name was Elixir, but then Louis paused upon hearing the name. He feels nervous as he realizes that Elixir is the dragon who went mad after his son was killed. Louis was so shocked and suddenly got off the chair while Elixir asked him why. Louis stayed away from Elixir and was trembling while staring at his father's face. He then ran away, hoping that everything was not true. Elixir called his name, but he didn't dare to look back. He ran as fast as he could until he reached the library. He entered and searched for some useful books. He was checking each book until he finally found reliable information. He found the map of the Howard Empire and clearly remembers that the Howard Empire is the name of an empire in an amateur webtoon he used to read before he died. He was confused and realized that he didn't reincarnate as a dragon, but instead possessed by the webtoon he was reading. He was so puzzled, and his father Elixir came and asked him if he was hurt. Elixir bought some fruits for him to eat, and with how he cares for Louis can say that he's such a gentle and caring father. Still, he cannot forget that Elixir will go berserk and kill numerous people. He can't also forget how Elixir said that he can't ever live peacefully again because of the arrogance of humans, and he even vows to dye the entire continent with blood. Louis smiled as he remembered that Elixir went insane after a human killed its hatchling. He thinks for a moment once again and asks Elixir if he has an older brother. But as per Elixir, Louis is their one and only son. Louis panicked upon hearing it, and he asked another question to Elixir if he had plans to have other kids. Elixir instantly answered no and said that he promised his wife, the mother of Louis, that they'd have one and raise it well. In short, there were none before and there won't be any after Louis, which means that the hatchling that dies is none other than him, which paranoid him. In the webtoon, he remembers that Elixir loses his kid and goes insane in the Empire. Louis slipped knowing that he would still die in this world. Lucky for him, Elixir caught him, but he was still puzzled, thinking that he was just a trigger for the story to begin. The child of a villainous dragon who will vaporize and disappear before the story ever begins. He was emotional knowing that he had become a dragon, one scheduled to die, or a terminally ill dragon. The next day, Louis went to their treasury alone by himself, lying on the gold coins, panting in disappointment, saying that he was terminally ill just like in his previous life. He was upset that he couldn't even spend all this money since he would die again. In short, he possessed the body of a dragon just for nothing. He was so mad and told himself that he couldn't just die easily in this second life. He went back to his room and searched for more books to read and got information. He started reading and told himself that he must remember when Elixir went berserk. If he can find out when Elixir went berserk, he believes he can also find out when he is scheduled to die. Luckily, he remembered it. It would be in the year 3589 AC. He immediately takes note of this information, and since the year in this present time is 3090 AC, he concludes it'll be between the ages of 498 and 499. It would be 1 year before he achieved adulthood. He's going to die as a child, but this time, he won't allow it to happen. He smiled and told himself that he must survive for the next 499 years. He also doesn't have any plans to back out and continue this life. Meanwhile, he went to their dining area and ate lots of their food. Elixir was shocked to see him eat so much. After eating several servings, he asked for another bowl. Of course, Elixir loved him so much, so he gave his son another bowl. "Here, there's plenty of it, so eat as much as you want," he said while giving back the bowl to Louis. While they were eating, there was a bug flying above them. The bug went down to the food of Louis without Louis noticing it. He was about to swallow the food where the insect landed, but lucky for him that Elixir saw it and immediately stopped him. Elixir then flicked away the spoon, causing the bug to also fly away. Louis doesn't know the reason why his father did it, so he got mad at him and drew a tantrum. But then, Elixir ignored him as he picked up the bug and showed it to Louis, telling him that he almost got himself into trouble. According to him, this bug is an artificial creature his father is researching, but it's not dangerous to dragons like them. He just rattled since he's afraid, knowing that this bug is poisonous, which might be dangerous to Louis at a young age. Louis was shocked upon knowing that it was poisonous. His father then calms him down by saying that it'll be fine since he didn't eat it. Elixir was staring at the bug, wondering if this bug successfully escaped the lab. At the same time, Louis is still nervous since he was almost poisoned. Because of it, he told himself to be more cautious and start paying attention to everything. After eating, he headed somewhere while carrying a book. He was walking in the aisle that had several standing knight statues, but unfortunately, one of the statues sighted him and thought he was an enemy, so the statue moved and Louis noticed it in an instant. The statue swung its sword, and seeing it made Louis scream in fear. For the second time, his father saved his life by pushing him away and blocking the statue's weapon. He activates his magic power and his powerful aura emerges. Without any hesitation, he destroyed the standing knight statue that almost killed his son. He then asks Louis if he's fine, but Louis can't utter any words. Elixir feels weird since he's pretty sure he had these statues set up so that it wouldn't harm his son. Louis was still nervous. He was sweating heavily knowing that he almost died twice just now. A few days later, there were no more suspicions. Instead, he was convinced. Elixir and Louis went outside their castle to get some fresh air. Louis was so happy. He was impressed upon seeing a gigantic monster. His father then informed him that this mountain is the left fang of the earth, one of the two gigantic on the end of the continent, and is famous for being home to many mysterious races. Louis' eyes were shimmering while staring at the mountain, believing that this mountain was bigger than the Mount Everest and was definitely different from what he saw in books. While staring at the mountain, there was a butterfly flying near him. It caught his attention and he was following it while singing. After a minute of following it, the sky becomes dark. Lightning then happened and electrocuted Louis. He screamed in pain and he was too weak after it. He gained wounds all over his body and he was confused about what was happening. On the other hand, Elixir ran as fast as he could and he rattled knowing that his son was in pain. But then, before he could reach Louis was hit by the lightning for the second time. Louis was already trembling in pain. He was electrocuted once again, and he concludes the webtoon's script really wants him to die. After he got hit by the lightning thrice, Elixir was able to grab him. Elixir was crying seeing his son in pain. He immediately brings back Louis to their castle, but luckily, Louis is able to make it alive. Still, he was afraid that he almost died. He got hit by 3 lightning strikes in the same spot, and he cannot believe that it really happened in such a short period of time. He was crying thinking that the script really wanted him to die. But he was annoyed since it was too early and the year isn't 3589 AC yet. His death is still 498 years away, and he's supposed to die at the hands of humans. Now, he concludes that this kind of incident might happen since he's very determined not to die. He stomps his feet on his bed and deduces that the original story might only start once he dies. But then, he asked himself how the webtoon's baby dragon survived for 500 years. The confusion only makes his head hurt since his case is very complicated. He was thinking for a moment but then got off his bed after a minute, telling himself that he had no time to think and he must do something to survive. He believes he needs something to save him from this death mark. He went to his father's room and angrily entered without asking permission. His father was so excited hearing his voice, especially when Louis finally called him daddy. Elixir patted Louis' head and asked him what was the matter. Louis then asked him if they had any equipment that could protect him. Elixir said yes, but then it was very early for Louis to use those equipment. According to him, to use that equipment, Louis needs something called attribute power, and it takes a lot of training to wield it. You're still young. You can learn it when you're older, in a few hundred years, Elixir said. But then, Louis refused as he wanted to learn it now. Elixir was shocked and wondered why his son was in a hurry. Still, he was hesitant to let Louis since he was still young. Can't I learn cause I'm little? Louis asked with a cute face. His father then said that he usually should learn after he has passed the stage of infancy. Louis intentionally sparkles his eyes hoping that his father would agree seeing his cuteness. In the end, Elixir agrees to teach Louis. Louis was so happy and asked his father to teach him right away. But as per Elixir, before they start, there's a place that they need to visit first. Louis asks where it is and Elixir replies that Louis must seek the elders as the child of the dragon race to discover his own attributes for the first time. Louis was confused since he didn't know anything yet. After discussing, they went outside their castle, which excited Louis the most. Seeing his excitement satisfied Elixir. Louis then asks him how they could get to the elder's place, and Elixir then activates his magic power while telling his son that they must fly to get to the elders. As he was activating his magic, Louis felt a strong blow of wind which made him cover himself with his 2 arms. After a few seconds, a dragon transformation appeared in front of him and he instantly recognized it. This time, his father transformed into a dragon from his human form. Elixir's skin was dark and he was so tall. Louis was staring at him and was very happy to see a real dragon in person. Elixir then allows Louis to come and climb to him. Louis then hopped to his father's hand and his father immediately flew while telling him to hold on tight. While flying so high, Louis got scared. His father continued to go higher while Louis closed his eyes and held tightly while asking his father how high they were going. His father laughed at him and said that they were still a long way off. Elixir passed through the clouds, and at this moment, Louis bravely opened his eyes and asked his father if they were going to soar through the atmosphere and into space. Elixir then informed him that they were almost in the elder's place. It becomes so dark and Louis sees something white above them, which seems to be a castle. Louis was jaw-dropping while saying it was a goddess. Elixir was glad to know that Louis was surprised, and he said that it is the sacred land of use, the dragons. It is called Silver Flow Castle. They finally landed outside the castle and Louis was amazed to see that it was bigger now that they were close to it. Elixir then immediately transformed to his human form and told his son that he must get in. Upon entering, they walked through the aisle and in front of them were several dragons, different in size and shape. In the middle is Sandra, the leader of the 13 dragon elders. Elixir then greeted all the elders and introduced his name and added that he was the son of Popiseu. Louis was stuttering while also saying hello to their elders. Bardis, one of the 13 elders, then said that Elixir's son looks very smart and gentle for the grandson of Popiseu. The dragon named Popiseu was right beside him. Elixir then also greeted his father, saying that it's been a long time since they saw each other. Popiseu agreed and said that it's been 623 years in total. He also recalled that the last time Elixir visited this castle was when he introduced his wife Valentina. By the way, you should have shown my grandson as soon as he was born. Why do I have to meet him for the first time along with the other old folks? He asked. Louis was born just a month ago. You want to force him to come here? Elixir answered, which annoyed his father. Popiseu stares at Louis and Louis does the same thing. Popiseu moved his head closer to Louis and he then uttered, Glampa, which was supposed to be grandpa. Because of his cuteness, he was able to make his grandfather fall in love with him. Popiseu was thrilled and proudly said that he was really the grandpa of Luci. He also acknowledged Luci as a fine-looking child. Because of his happiness, the other dragons can see how he absolutely adores his first grandchild, and they know that Popiseu has been longing for a grandchild for so long. At this moment, Elixir then told Sandra what they needed. Sandra even said that it was too early for Luci. Elixir agreed with her and told her that it was just that Luci expressed his wish to learn. Popiseu laughed and said that his grandson is so passionate just like him. Since he was disturbing the discussion, Sandra ordered him to be quiet, but Popiseu couldn't stop himself because of his excitement. Sandra decided to continue the discussion and ordered Luci to step into the center. Before Luci could follow her command, he first looked at his father and Elixir then told him not to worry as he only needed to stay still in the center. Luci trusts his father knowing that his father loved him so much. He then went to the center of the elders and he forced himself to be calm. Sandra then told all the elders that they should begin. All the dragons activate their powers to create attributes for Luci. A straight light emerges in different colors and Luci is amazed upon seeing it. Sandra ordered him to close his eyes and chant, "My lifelong companion, come." After Luci followed her instructions, the attributes then started appearing. Luci was possessed by a golden light and he still closed his eyes since Sandra didn't give him permission yet. Sandra had an hourglass above his hand which surprised Elixir knowing that it's an abstract attribute, time. Because of the first attribute Luci got, Elixir believes that his son is a genius, especially since abstract attributes are usually stronger than natural attributes. The next attribute they checked is the one from the hand of Popiseu. Popiseu guffaws as he declares that the second attribute his grandson obtained is a strength attribute. He thought that Luci had a dual attribute, but then there's another attribute from the hand of bandits. As per Sandra, this attribute is a space attribute. She was shocked by the fact that Luci got a total of 3 attributes. According to her, the first dragon King Kitus and the worst dragon ever swallowed by the evil, Rotbriar, were the only 2 dragons who had triple attributes in the long history of the dragon tribe. Because of the triple attributes, she said that Luci is destined to write a new history. Luci at the same time heard their words and he was very happy to see the attributes he got. Surprisingly, another attribute appeared which is a mental attribute. These attributes flew toward Luci which created a blinding light that even Elixir covered his eyes with his arm. Upon seeing these 4 attributes, Luci became more excited and grabbed it all together. His excitement was cut off the moment he looked at the elders who were staring at him closely. Luci got afraid of how they looked at them and also his father got nervous and screamed. After what happened in the castle of elders, they then went back to their castle. Time, space, strength, and mental, a total of 4 attributes. A talent that even made the dragons unable to speak. Potential so vast, enough that it could disrupt the balance of the original plot. With this level of ability, Luci wondered if he could possibly handle all the events that would be happening in this story alone. Perhaps, the flow of the story has been altered because of this. He concludes that humans might be frustrated because they cannot kill him. But then, he sighed thinking that there's no use of having the greatest talent if there's still a chance he might die before he even matures. He crossed his arms while thinking then suddenly became very determined not to die, believing that he still had hopes. While his talent has brought about crises, he concludes this is also an opportunity. If he hones this talent well, he knows his chance of survival will also greatly increase. Most importantly, he will not be the Luci from the original story. He has memories of his previous life, so he's aware of the impending crisis. He will utilize these to the best of his ability and ensure his survival. Magic skills that manipulate attributes, and a martial art that handles attributes in the body simultaneously. Between these 2, he wonders which should he master first for the sake of survival. Or perhaps, he should put aside the dilemma and learn both at the same time. This body he possessed was a dragon, blessed with abundant mana, and born with 4 attributes, so he was positive that he could survive with just a bit more effort. He opened his books to get some knowledge and started to train himself. But then, he heard footsteps behind him and it turned out that his father came with a meal since it was already time for him to eat. The meal looks appetizing which causes Luci to droll. As the saying goes, even a journey to Kumgang Mountain starts with a meal, so he also decided to snack first. His meal consists of lamis, a water attribute potion like blue ice crystals. There is also a stem of hydrogen, a wood attribute potion, and is kind of chewy. Another one is a sky jellyfish. It's a wind attribute potion and is as fluffy as cotton candy. The last one is the heart of Thunderbird. It's a thunder attribute potion that gives a fizzy sensation. Although these potions contain energy that could cause ordinary beings to explode if consumed carelessly. But since dragons have a permanent orphan called the dragon heart, they can convert the mana from nature into their own attributes. That's why such a feast is possible. Luci then started eating and he intended to eat a lot to grow rapidly. But then, after a minute of eating, he suddenly fell asleep, so Elixir concludes that his son must be very tired. He sent Luci to his room and let him sleep peacefully. Luci was snoring while he was sleeping beside his toy named Toto. While sleeping, there's a dark object floating inside his room. This thing was spinning and suddenly became a fork. This fork still had the purple object below it, and this fork dropped on the floor. The purple thing then comes out from the room of Louis without Louis noticing it. The next day, Louis woke up early in the morning. He was shocked to see himself in his bed since he couldn't remember when he fell asleep. He then heard his father calling him for breakfast, so he immediately got up and was about to get off from his bed, but he suddenly slipped and ended up falling and sunk on the floor. Louis was startled the moment he saw the fork right in front of him. He sat and held the fork and realized that he almost died from a fork stuck in the floor. He was wondering how he slipped, then saw that his toy Toto was tied to his tail. He was shocked to see Toto torn since Toto was the only one he could vent to. He grabbed Toto and decided to ask his father to fix it for him. When he got to the dining area, he immediately ate while his father stitched the toy as he saw how sad Louis was. "Don't worry, your papa will fix it up nicely, okay?" Elixir said. But all of a sudden, Louis panicked as he woke up and gasped. He was so confused since he clearly remembered that he was at the dining area with his father. He then heard his father's voice once again, calling him for breakfast. As he got off from his bed, he saw Toto, but Toto was fine, so he wondered when this got fixed. He then went to the dining area and told his father something seemed off. Elixir panicked and asked him what was wrong. He even thought that his son was hurt. Since Louis can't determine if he's in pain, he just tells his father that his memory is spotty and he keeps falling asleep. But then, Elixir was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he then told his son that it was about time. Louis asked what he meant to say, and he then answered that Louis was not in pain, it's just that his sleeping phase is approaching. According to him, their dragons have 2 sleeping phases for growth. He believes that his son Louis is feeling sleepy often because his first sleeping phase is nearing. Louis asked how long he would sleep, and as per Elixir, there was no exact time, but it would be roughly 100 years. As expected, Louis was shocked to know it. He recalled that he had this absurd death flag just a few days ago and now finds out that he has to sleep for 100 years. He was so upset, thinking that the webtoon was really asking him to be killed. He suddenly ran away screaming that this couldn't be happening. His father called him, but he didn't look back. He went to his room, put a scarf on his head, and wrote a plan to stay awake as much as possible. Firstly, he plans to avoid eating since he believes a full belly makes one sleepy. Secondly, skip a shower since this may tend to relax him. Thirdly, maximize movement as it leads to exhaustion. Fourthly, he plans not to go near the bed since seeing a bed makes him want to lie down. He was very determined to stay awake as much as possible. But then, after a few hours, Louis already felt sleepy. While walking, his father suddenly approached with food and asked him to eat. Louis avoided it and ran away from his father as fast as he could. He directly went to his room and breathed deeply as he felt relieved that he managed to escape from his father. He opened some books while telling himself that he could not afford to let his guard down until he found a way to resist sleep. Lucky for him, he found information from the book he was holding on how to stay awake. It includes standing, pinching the thighs, eating something spicy, splashing his face with cold water, and lastly avoiding reading books. The fifth one seemed to be true since Louis almost fell asleep. He slapped himself, but the same thing happened. He forced himself not to sleep, but his vision slowly disappeared. In the end, he fell asleep and heard his father waking him up. He screamed as he woke up, and his father then asked if he slept well. Louis then said that he didn't sleep and only dozed off for a bit. His father suddenly congratulated him, which confused him why. Elixir then said that they are now celebrating the 100th birthday of Louis, and upon hearing what his father just said, Louis was shocked as expected. 100 years ago, Elixir was searching for Louis and found him in his room sleeping peacefully. Elixir brought some snacks for his son, but then he believes his son fell asleep while reading the book. He carried Louis and laid him down on the bed. He wished that his son would eat first before sleeping, but he guessed he could not do anything now that Louis was already sleeping. Now, he just hopes that his son will wake up safely. "Good night, my son. I'll see you tomorrow," he uttered while patting Louis' head. The next day, Elixir was inside his room and was writing something. But then, he was disturbed as he was startled upon hearing a loud noise. He immediately went to his son's room and he panicked the moment he saw Louis already lying on the ground below the broken bed. Elixir immediately removed the bed and asked Louis if he was fine. Fortunately, Louis was still alive and he even sleep-talked. Elixir checked the surroundings, but he never saw a sign of a breach. He then concludes that the legs of the bed made out of noble paratin wood simply broke out of nowhere. In the decades that followed, several mysterious incidents continued happening. Just like someone was trying to kill Louis. Louis gets close to dying lots of times and his father doesn't even know why these things keep happening. So, as a safety measure, Elixir created safeguards in every way he could. His lifespan has been shortened a bit, but that doesn't matter to him as long as he can keep Louis safe. For the past 60 years, he hasn't had even one good night's sleep, and the total of incidents that treated Louis' life is 4,120 times. Because of it, Elixir won't believe that it was only a coincidence. What he believes is that there was someone who was trying to kill his son. It's just that he cannot think of anyone who would dare to do it. The world has forgotten the dragons, and only a few xenomorphs are aware of their existence. So he cannot think how any being could harm Louis without him realizing it. Only dragons would have that kind of power. But everyone who lives nearby protects their clan's hatchlings like their lives. So a part of him sometimes believes that all that happens is really a coincidence. One night, a sudden explosion happened outside Louis' room. It was because of Elixir who attacked the standing knight statues who dared to attack his son. Elixir was so mad at these creatures, and these creatures also dared to attack him for blocking them. They still tried to charge to Louis' room, but of course, Elixir won't let it happen. He used his power to these statues, and his power makes them unable to see him or any way to enter the room of his son. The statues didn't move at all since they only saw darkness. They were instantly stabbed all of a sudden until none of them left. While staring at the broken pieces of statues, Elixir recalled what his father said, that these happenings can't be helped since geniuses will always need to overcome lots of obstacles. Not only this, but many other trials and tribulations will befall Louis in the future. Upon hearing it, Elixir was worried for the sake of his son. His father then said that the same thing happened to the first king dragon. In short, Louis' talent is so overpowered, which is why there's someone who is trying to permanently remove him. Elixir clenched his fist and told himself that it couldn't be happening. God, fate, or whatever it is, he vows to protect his son Louis from anything. Going back to the present time, Louis was staring at himself in the mirror, wondering if he had grown up a bit. But then, he got annoyed by the fact that he only grew a little despite that it's already 100 years past. He suddenly pauses as he realizes that he's still alive even after 100 years. He clearly recalled that he almost died every day. He was so confused and concluded that it may be because he was safe while sleeping. He decided to forget about it and focus on the good news that he was still alive. This time, his father passed through his room and told him to go downstairs since their dinner was almost ready. Louis answered yes, but at the same time, he noticed that his father seemed to be getting old. He then guessed that he really was a tragedy. Good, I'll be a good hatchling and listen to you from now on, he uttered while clenching his fists. He then chased his father and asked him to wait. He then said that he was already hungry. He also asked him why he was getting old and told him to get more sleep before working. After another more years, a little boy with white hair was in front of the mountain under a tree while practicing a sword technique. Upon swinging his sword made of wood, he creates a strong blow of force. He was panting after doing it, and at the same time, someone called him from behind, addressing him as master. He then turned around, and it turned out that this little boy was none other than Louis in his human form. He was called by his personal maid to hand him a towel. Louis held the towel and removed it from his maid's head. It turned out that his maid was a tiny little fairy named Finn. I see you've already gotten used to being in human form. You are indeed a descendant of the holy and great dragon clan, master, Finn stated. But then, Louis seemed to be annoyed. It's already been a damn 100 years, can you stop calling me your master, Finn? He said, but Finn insisted on calling him master since he's truly her master. She also said that it's a great pleasure for them, fairies, to honor the superior dragons. Louis just smiled upon hearing the word honor as he didn't think of it. Perhaps sometime after the end of his first hibernation, he was reading a book but he heard a noise coming from behind. He then saw a huge gift and went near it. He observed it first, but he really heard a sound coming from the box. At that time, Finn comes out while screaming in happiness that she finally got oxygen. Because of coming out without a hint, Louis got startled and immediately turned around without knowing that he accidentally hit Finn with his tail. Finn bumped into the wall while Louis was covering both of his ears and closed his eyes because of his fear. He turned around slowly, but then he saw Finn slowly slide down on the wall with her body upside down. What is that giant fly? He asked. Finn felt dizzy because of the impact after she got hit. Louis tried to move her body using a brush pen. He lifted up Finn using the pen while wondering what this creature was. Finn looked at him and was surprised. She tries to fly, but then she cannot free herself with the pen on her clothes. She greeted Louis politely and introduced herself, stating that she was from the royalty of the Starlight Fairies. She also said that she's honored to be the one who will bring Louis pleasure in the future. But then, Louis was puzzled. Finn then asked him to put her down and Louis agreed without any word. He then sat on the floor and crossed his arms, then asked Finn what she meant to say by pleasure. Finn then removes the cloth covered with the present she had for Louis. She even makes a sound while removing the white cloth and says, "For the holy and great baby dragon, we, the Starlight Fairies, have painstakingly prepared Starlight Fairy Disguise Playset version 23. According to Finn, it utilizes the genderless nature of the fairy family, including clothes for both men and women, demons, and celestial clothes to suit the situation. There's a variety of choices with some limited edition sets. She claimed that the best part of this set is definitely her, a noble Starlight Fairy and the owner of the perfect body that can pull off any outfit. Louis was speechless, knowing that this thing in front of him was the perfect dollhouse set. I mean, should I use you as a living toy? He asked awkwardly. Finn laughed and said that Louis is the holy, great, and wise baby dragon and that he got it correctly. But then, she suddenly flew the moment Louis hit the dollhouse, as he doesn't like to play with these kinds of girly toys. After that happened, he questioned his father as to why he would give him such a gift. But it turns out, it was the #1 gift that the hatchlings wanted. Of course, it doesn't matter to him whether they play dolls with fairies in a fantasy world or play wars. Still, the idea of playing with a living creature like a doll is kind of creepy, so he wanted to send it back. The moment he prepared to give back the dollhouse, Finn cried and begged him not to do it. She even promised to do anything like cleaning or doing the laundry. She was holding Louis' tail while continuously begging him not to kick her out. As it turns out, being a dragon's little friend is of great honor and a guaranteed path to greatness. The first fairy king that unified the fairy clans was the first dragon king's childhood toy. After days of crying and begging, she was accepted as a subordinate. Finn's 800 years old. She knows more than Louis does, and she's surprisingly helpful with the little things. And she's a natural spatialist and has a talent for storing things in subspaces. It's like his personal set of drawers. Finn even grabbed a book for him to read. She said that Louis is going to study the separation and the manifestation of mana advanced course. She then started summoning the meals of Louis, and Louis was glad to see her comfortable doing it. He smiled a little and told himself that he had to get used to being accompanied by Finn. He started reading the book, but he got disturbed when he heard a rumble of thunder. He then sighed and closed the book, then said, "It's been a few days, and here we go again." He then stood and stared at the lightning strikes. The lightning becomes strong, which worries Finn and warns him to be careful. Still, Louis confidently expanded his hand and clenched his fist. There was a bracelet on his wrist that had a stone on it, and it surprisingly absorbed the lightning. Louis grits his teeth and proudly says that he has been struck by lightning hundreds of times now. Finn at the same time was shocked, knowing that this stone Louis had is the Thunder Elemental Stone. It utilizes the phenomenon that the more pure and stronger the power, the weaker it flows. It's a low-grade attribute stone that's relatively unstable. As it absorbs more lightning, it starts to fill up. As per Louis, the stone is already full of thunder, so he needs to change it. Finn panicked the moment he saw a strong lightning strike headed his way. She screamed, "No, master," and Louis then turned around and also saw how the lightning got so strong. Luckily, he was able to activate a shield, and Finn was surprised once again since she knows it's a spatial distortion field. Seeing such an advanced spatial distortion field so quickly makes her conclude that it's almost tier 1 magic. Even for a mana-blessed dragon, she could say that it's really too fast. She was staring at Louis with excitement, thinking that she could write a great epic history because of Louis and tell it to everyone in their fairy clan for them to listen. While her eyes sparkle, Louis predicts that Finn is planning on something. Louis was glad that he had been studying spatial shields. Those death-threatening incidents can now be avoided easily. His spatial attributes are about to reach tier 1, and space and time are tier 3, but his mind is still tier 5. He has been focusing on space to survive. But while doing that, he has forgotten his other attributes. He guesses it's going to take some time, but he could see hope now, and he was sure that he'd definitely survive. He then decided to start studying again. He then ordered to get a new book for him to read just in front of the mountain. When he got home to their castle, he went directly to their dining room to eat. He then noticed that his father would go somewhere, so he asked his father. Elixir then said that he needed to go to the Silver Flower Castle to attend the retiring program of one of the dragon elders. Louis then asked if it was one of the grandpas who would retire. Elixir answered yes, and also stated that calling the elders as grandpa is a bit too much. But for Louis, his grandpa's friends are also his grandpa. He also asked his father why he still needed to go to the castle. Elixir then replied that he was assigned to the elder Kurdesher's position, the one who would retire. Because of what he said, Louis was so proud of him and believed that his father was indeed powerful. Elixir didn't deny it and even added that what Louis said was true. Louis is not the one who's grown over the years. His father, Elixir, who had been top tier for a long time, finally achieved tier 0 in dark attributes, a rare one. Even the average dragon can't do that. Elixir reached it at the age of 4,000, a young age for a dragon. That's enough to make him a final boss. In the original story, Elixir, the berserker who ravaged the continent, had two main attributes, dark and magic. With those two attributes, Elixir's entire body was dyed black. He was known to be the second coming of the devil, but Louis believes it won't happen this time. Louis has been training his ass off for the last 150 years to not let that happen. At this time, Elixir felt nervous while calling his son's name. Louis then asked him what it was, and then he answered that he didn't think he's going to be home for a while. Upon knowing it, Louis was shocked. Elixir stood and explained that parents of hatchlings normally aren't chosen for this. But this time, there's no one capable enough for the position. Nevertheless, the succession process is normally very long, and this time, it would only take 10 years. Louis felt upset upon hearing it. Elixir was about to approach and comfort him, But then, Luci suddenly smiled and uttered, "Dear God, that'll pass fast." Elixir was so confused as to why his son changed the mood in an instant. Luci then said that he thought it was going to take another couple hundred years, and for him, 10 years is just a decade and is not too long for him to wait. He then informed his father that he had recently started studying lawlessness theory, but then, his father suddenly felt sad and sat on the corner. Luci then concludes that his father expected him to cry and beg him not to go. Elixir laughed and said that he didn't know what to expect now. He then asked Luci if there was anything he wanted to eat. He stood and told Luci to wait as he was just going to get some snacks. Luci wanted to stop his father since he believed he was not a child anymore that needed to be taken care of. Meanwhile, Elixir is in his dragon form. His son was below him standing and he reminded him not to skip meals just to practice and always take his nutritional pills in their freezer. He also informed Luci that the emergency first aid kit was in the third drawer inside Luci's room. He was about to say some more reminders, but Luci got irritated and angrily told him to just leave already since he had been saying the same thing for an hour. "I'm not a kid anymore, and I'll only be alone for 10 years, he added. Elixir then handed him a pouch while informing Luci that inside was a natural object called a communication stone. This item comes in pairs and when energized, they can communicate even if they're far apart. Luci then believes that it is very expensive, and he concludes that he and his father can still communicate even though they'll be at Silverflower Castle. But Elixir was silent. He realizes that this item can't reach too far away. Luci then concludes that his father gave wrong information, which he believes normally happens with the smartest people. "I always said no news is good news. Don't worry about me and work on your projects," he said while putting the communication stone in his pocket. "I guess I should get going. If you need anything, look for it in my room," Elixir replied. He then flies while giving permission to Luci to read his books in his room if he feels bored. Aside from that, he warned Luci not to leave outside of the city since it's very dangerous. "Really, you're a tough cookie," Luci uttered. He said these words knowing that Elixir protected him from so many threats for the past 100 or so years. So for him, it is not unreasonable for his father to be worried about him. He then smiled while he uttered that he'd be on his own for a while now. Instead of being afraid, he screamed in excitement and claimed that this castle would be his own castle from now on. That was what he really thought, not until the night came and he heard Finn screaming for help. Finn looked so scared since there were two people trying to catch her. She looked so scared, begging not to come get closer to her. But still, she was caught, so she screamed in fear. She was calling Luci while the two people just laughed at her like evils. Someone then pulled her. It was Luci. "What are you doing here?" he asked. And these two visitors of Luci stare at him. It turned out that these were twins and they were very excited to see Luci. They said that they were invited by Elixir to come over. They were talking so loud which annoyed Luci and told them to speak one at a time. As per Canny, the older of the twins, Elixir went to the Silverflower Castle. Khan, the younger, then added that they know that Elixir will be back in 10 years, so they thought Luci must be as worried as them. They were speaking lots of words, but Luci doesn't like them to be around. He calmly asked them to get out, but the two told him that he should not be so mean to them. These twins are troublemakers for Luci. They lived in the neighboring peak and they were fraternal twins, dragons born 10,000 years apart. Luci was depressed because he wasn't growing taller, so for some reason, his father introduced these twins to him. He thought the twins were cute with their silver hair and chubby cheeks. They played a few times, but then they started coming without even asking and were harassing the place. He really thought he would finally be able to practice by herself. But now, because of his father letting the twins come over, he was so devastated. "Anyways, we only came to play with Luci because we thought he'd be bored, but he's being a meanie," the twins stated. Khan was holding a sword while saying that he even brought some toys this time so they could enjoy themselves with Luci. Luci was surprised to see the sword Khan was holding. He suddenly grabbed it from Khan and stared at it. He then asked the twins where they got this sword, but the two were clueless. "This sword has something shimmering in its pommel." Khan then answered that he got this sword from his papa's storage room. His sister Canny also gets a sword and shouts with excitement that they really took all of these swords from their papa's storage. "Did you get permission from Uncle Carlos?" Luci asked, but the two whistled to avoid answering Luci. This time, Luci believes that these twins sneaked into their father's storage room. He knows that this sword he got from Khan is a magic sword with a spatial attribute stone that contains much more power than he does. He stared at the pommel and he believed this shimmering thing was a magic circle. He asked Finn's opinion about why the magic circle continuously shines, and Finn then answered that she thinks it's broken and lost its function. But she wasn't sure exactly and she could only feel that it was a very high-level spell. According to her, she has seen many subspace swords and staffs like this, but this one is very complex, so the size of the subspace must be very large. Luci suddenly chuckled upon knowing it and he confidently said that he would test the sword out by himself. Knowing that this sword came from a dragon's treasure trove, he believes the owner must have hidden something great in the subspace and his plan now is to claim all of it. A few hours later, Louis was still trying to fix the sword. The twins were also bored waiting for him, but after they complained, they then heard Louis say that he had finally fixed it. The three were so glad, and Canny then asked him to test it immediately. Louis then told her to wait as he needed to push the elemental power first. While pushing it out, the energy comes out. It becomes strong, which shocked Louis since he didn't expect it. He was very determined to check what was really inside, and after a moment, the elemental power finally came out and it suddenly spun around, creating a powerful blow of wind. Louis feels nervous and concludes that it isn't the subspace. The power comes from the sword becoming stronger and even Louis struggling with it. The energy suddenly creates a silhouette that covers the three kids, including Finn. They suddenly disappeared and teleported somewhere else. They closed their eyes and they were spinning around inside the magic circle. When Louis opened his eyes, he was shocked the moment he saw himself in a place unfamiliar to him. The magic circle disappeared and they fell down and screamed. They slammed on the ground, and lucky for them that they didn't get any wounds. They only felt a little pain since the ground was too hard. Louis was looking around, asking where they were. It turned out that they were in a cave. He stood and he was still holding the sword. He looked at the sword and saw the attribute stone blinking. Unfortunately, it got broken, but the good thing was that Louis was unharmed. He, Finn, and the twins were shocked to see the pommel's sword break down. Upon realization, Khan cried and complained that Louis had broken his sword. Louis then told him that the one that got broken was only the attribute stone. But then, Khan still cried so much while saying that Louis broke his attribute stone. Louis asked Canny if she knew who really owned the sword. Canny then replied that she only heard that this sword belonged to her great-grandmother. Louis then asked her if her grandmother is a spatial mage, but Canny doesn't know much more than that. Louis was just concerned and he needs to at least know what this sword was used for so he can also use it as well. While thinking, he heard Finn calling him, saying that there was something in the deeper part of the cave. It turned out that Finn was searching in the cave to see something useful, but she ended up seeing a sword the same as the one Louis was holding. Louis then went to her and was surprised to see the sword. Finn guesses that these swords are not a subspace treasure trove, but an interdimensional gate that connects two different places. Louis was so disappointed in himself knowing that he was blinded by the treasure. He never denied the fact that he's being complacent, and now he told himself to be more cautious. He dropped the sword on the ground and headed somewhere. Canny then asked him where he was going and he answered that he needed to know where they are so that they can go home as soon as possible. He walked together with Finn to explore the cave and he also told the twins to come with him. The four of them explored the cave, looking around, but then after a few minutes, they stopped since their way was blocked by a substance. Louis then activates his space attribute and confidently says that he'll get everyone out of this cave. He then casts an attack and is able to hit the substance blocking the way. The substance exploded so the kids covered their eyes and ears. After it, snow dropped, which excites the twins. Since Louis managed to open the way, he immediately climbed the substance to check what was behind it. The twins followed him, but he was dumbfounded as he saw something. Finn asked him what it was, and he then said that the mountain in front of them was the Earth's right fang. Khan panicked upon hearing what he said, while Canny said he thinks Louis meant to say that it's the left fang. It is because the mountain near their house is called Left Fang, while the one in front of them is on the opposite end of the world known as Right Fang. According to Finn, the Earth's right fang is a mountain located at the easternmost point of the winter continent. In short, they were now doomed, which Louis also believes. Still, they come out of the cave and explore the mountain. This world is called Evan. It's divided into 4 continents, and each continent has the same climate throughout the year. The spring continent, with its mild weather year-round. The summer continent, with its tropical-like climate and scorching sun. The autumn continent, with its cooler climate and high sunshine, which has been experiencing bountiful harvests for hundreds of years. And finally, the winter continent, with its cold, harsh climate of bitter winds and snow. After all this, the Genelosers' home, the Nokchai mountain range, is located at the westernmost tip of the spring continent. And as per Louis, they were at the exact opposite end of the winter continent, near the Earth's right fang, located at the eastern tip. He smirked and suddenly laughed so loud while his tears dropped from his eyes. Because of his reaction, the twins were confused about what happened to him. Louis then admitted to himself that the reincarnation thing was bearable and wondered if he would overcome his current situation. He was trembling, thinking that he was getting threatened all the time, plus the outside world was full of danger. He didn't mean to get away from their house. And now, he was thinking that someone would find out that he disappeared to their castle and would cause his father to go berserk. He then remembers that he has a communication ball given by his father. He then grabbed it out, but he got disappointed again since he realized that this thing couldn't reach space after all where the Silver Flower Castle is located. He suddenly asked Finn if it was possible to cross the East Sea, but Finn said no. A demonic sea, a trace left behind by the worst of the evil dragons. The sea that separates the winter continent from the spring continent where all sorts of demons lurk. Even adult dragons stay away from the place, and even if Luci is chosen by the 4 elements, Finn still believes that it is impossible to cross the sea since Luci is still too young. Luci sighed, but he already expected what Finn would say. He asked another question Finn how long it would take for them to cross the continent and reach the left fang. And as per Finn, she doesn't know exactly, but she guessed it would take about 10 years. Luci then thinks. He concludes that he might be able to make it back to their castle before his father returns if he would hurry up a bit. He then ordered the twins to listen up to him. He informed them that they were in great trouble and that they were exactly at the right fang located at the end of the winter continent. In addition, he let them know that they could reach back home in probably about 10 years. Canny then suggested that they must fly to go home as early as they can, but then Luci told them that flying is dangerous as they might get kidnapped. The twins were confused why, but Luci didn't dare to explain it. He just told them that they can't fly, so they must walk like humans and arrive in 10 years. Khan raised his hand and asked what would happen if they couldn't go back within 10 years. Luci reminded them that his father would go back to their castle within 10 years and there's something dangerous that might happen if they can't go back before his father. The twins were scared and asked him what exactly dangerous would happen. Luci then answered that his father would set the whole continent on fire looking for them, so they must go home as soon as they can. But then, the twins were still confused and asked him to explain further. Luci then realizes that both won't be scared since they aren't human, so they know they won't get hurt even if their clan would fire the whole continent. He then lied to them that their parents would surely beat them up if they couldn't go home on time and might also not buy them snacks and toys for 100 years. This time, the twins got scared. They both cried in fear, and Luci at the same confirmed that snacks and toys are more precious for these twins than the well-being of the continent. Anyway, we just need to get home before our dads are back. I'm in charge from now on, so listen to me, he said with a clenched fist. But then, the twins won't listen to him since they also want to be the leader. Luci then told them that leadership is for the smartest dragons and he believes he's smarter than the twins. The two then reasoned out that he was younger than them. Luci then angrily reminded them that he was taller than the two of them. He also screamed that he was the one who said he should be the boss, so they must follow them. But the twins still argued with him while Finn was staring at them and was disappointed knowing that they still had a long way to go and they must move without wasting lots of time. In the end, Luci became the leader while Finn was his support. The twins are the burden. Okay, we've got everything we need, let's go, he said, and the twins answered, yes, Captain. Before they could start walking, the sky became dark and Luci heard a thunder. He then prepares his thunder elemental stone and the two become excited upon seeing it. They both then wrapped themselves in Luci as they knew that Luci would get struck by lightning again, and they wished they had been struck too. Luci pushed them away since it would be dangerous for them to get struck. But then, the twins won't listen and still hug him tight, so Luci doesn't have a choice but to allow them and warn them not to let go of him. The thunder becomes strong and Luci could feel that the lightning strike seemed to be bigger this time. Alright, let's see what's coming, he uttered and extended his hand, expecting that his elemental stone would absorb the lightning strike. But then, it was missed. Luci was shocked since it never happened before. He then heard a noise behind him, and upon checking, it turned out that the avalanche slid heading toward them, which rattled him. He then pulls the twins while he concludes that the lightning strikes ended up hitting the mountain. While he was panicking, the twins were enjoying saying that there was so much snow. Hey, burden team, transform quickly, Luci ordered. The pack of avalanches is almost near them and Luci gets nervous just by staring at it. Finn was worried for his sake. This time, Luci doesn't have a choice but to use his space attribute. He managed to make it on time, but he basically disconnected himself from space. The avalanche hit them, but they were unharmed since they were inside the space of Luci. They were spinning around, but instead of panicking, the twins enjoyed it. They landed below the mountain, and when the avalanche was calm, Luci managed to survive. But he was still nervous since he thought he was gonna die. The twins behind him were impressed at him as they were having fun with what just happened. They even begged Luci to do it again, but Luci was mad and poked their heads. He told them to grow instead of acting like a child. They then check where the avalanche brought them, and since it covers all the roads, they cannot see anything either, so Luci accepts the fact that they can't really recognize where they are. The twins were calling his name as they were enjoying the surroundings that seemed to be a pool of snow for them. Khan even dived and his sister Canny also did the same thing. They were sinking themselves while Luci felt upset with the twins' childishness. He just told them to take it easy and get out since they still have a long way to go. But then, none of the twins comes out. Luci was mad as he thought both were just pranking him. He stomped on the area where the twins dived, but he suddenly fell and unintentionally pulled Finn with him. He was panicking, asking Finn to fly him up, but Finn said it's not easy since he's too heavy. Luci continued to fall deeply and he was screaming, hoping that he would land as soon as possible. His ass slipped and there's still more to go. Finn saw something dangerous, so she told Luci to look out. Luci then saw a cliff, but there was no way for him to back off. He was telling himself to transform, but he can't either. Lucky for him, Khan and Connie appeared in their dragon form and saved him. The twins landed him safely and they both then transformed to their human form while saying that they were having fun. While they were jumping in happiness, Louis whispered to Finn to tell her that he thought he was gaining respect for the twins, and Finn then said that she also felt the same. Louis then stood and wondered where they were. They were observing the place, and as per Finn, this place doesn't look like a naturally formed cave but it's more likely a man-made corridor. Louis agreed with her. But then, a part of him feels familiar with the place despite knowing it's his first time here. He was thinking about where he had seen this place but he couldn't think of an answer. Finn then asked him what they would do now and he answered that they must think about it and move slowly as he concluded it might take them further away from the exit. But then, the twins were so hard-headed as they ran and followed their instinct where the exit was located. Louis was mad and told them to slow down. He was about to say something but then he noticed that the twins stopped all of a sudden and stood still. He asked them what was wrong and Canny then asked him what's this thing in front of them. Louis didn't see it at first so he moved closer while Canny pointed to the direction where she saw the thing she was referring to. It turned out that she was pointing to several men in armor in front of them. These men had red eyes and their leader was not wearing head armor and had white hair. His eyes sparkled and this time, Louis saw them. He screamed in fear and the men in armor headed to them. Louis was wondering what it was. Finn behind him was scared and said that there was more than one of these men. These men continued to walk to the kids and they seemed to be mad. Khan asked if these men were humans but Canny told him that humans don't have red lights on their eyes. Louis was staring at the man in front. He then concludes that this man is the Winter General. Before the webtoon story began, the heroic King Valencia saved everyone from a world crisis. After he saved everyone, even in the afterlife, he's said to be overworked. In addition, this is the place where this general was said to appear. It's the ice tomb of the great hero king. Upon realization, Louis discovered that the hero's tomb was too far away from his home. He also flinched when he deduced that the item he saw from the webtoon could also be found in this place. While he was thinking, Finn told him to watch out. The men in armor charged at them and they were so aggressive. Louis then called Canny and Khan, ordering them to get rid of all these men together. The twins immediately dashed to the men with their swords and Khan bravely jumped to one of these men. His sword creates lightning and he confidently says he'll go first. The man in armor was staring at him. He then attacked the man in armor with the sword he was holding and the man was able to block his sword. Fortunately, the man's shield got broken until it was completely destroyed. Khan landed on the ground upon slicing the man in half and the man in armor shined bright and exploded. Canny was upset since she wanted to get the first kill. She was complaining but then she immediately turned her head around as she felt someone approaching. Upon seeing an enemy, she immediately slashed it without any words. The enemy exploded just like what happened to the first kill of Khan. Canny proudly smiled and Louis at the same time confirmed that both really had the talent. The twins continue to battle and because of their bravery, Louis could say that the twins weren't just playing around this time. He also concludes that the twins' strength is comparable to a second-tier samurai. He doesn't mind having the twins by his side anymore. But to speed things up, he uses his time attribute and activates temporal slow time skill to the enemies. The men in armor seemed to be bound by a chain causing them to move slowly and even had a hard time swinging their swords. The twins instantly notice it and conclude that Louis enchanted their weapons with a temporal crystal. Because of it, Khan becomes more motivated to fight. He and his sister Canny then charged at the enemies and they were very eager to finish them all. The men tried to attack using their weapons but they were struggling to control it. Canny attacked one man with a double sword and she was laughing in satisfaction every time he killed one. Khan on the other hand slashes enemies all together and they end up exploding at the same time. Khan was so happy seeing their enemies explode and pop like popcorn. The twins had strong power as they charged together to the last man standing. The man was scared since he could not fight back anymore. The twins then slashed him without any hesitation and they both declared that this was the last enemy. The man shines bright and explodes as usual. The area was too messy after the commotion. Khan still wanted to fight so he got sad that the fight was over. The same thing as Canny. She even said that the battle was too boring. Louis then acknowledged them for doing a good job. Why don't we try something more fun? He asked, and the twins wondered what fun he meant to say. Meanwhile, Louise was enjoying a cup of tea served by Finn. Good thing that Finn had everything inside her storage. Louis acknowledged the tea she made and she was glad and gave thanks to Louis for liking it. She then looked at the front where the twins were destroying traps. The twins were having fun so they were grateful to Louis. Louis at the same time warned Khan about the arrows heading to him. Khan managed to destroy it and Canny also heard Louis telling her to watch out for the blade on the left. Same as Khan, she was able to destroy the blade. Aside from these kinds of traps, there was also a giant boulder. Fortunately, the twins destroyed it together. After it, there's no trap left and they informed Louis about it. Finn at the same time was impressed by how the twins finished everything in one swoop. Louis stood and said that they were pretty much done in this area. Finn immediately cleans all the things including the table while asking Louis where this place is. Finn then informed her that they were at the Hero King's tomb. Finn was surprised and asked to make sure if this Hero King's tomb is where Hero King Valencia resided. Luci then answered yes and also told her that this place is where Hero King Valencia was buried. It's a dungeon of sorts, with monsters and traps, and they're made to ward off intruders who want to disturb the king. Once they overcome all the traps and obstacles and make their way through the many passageways, they'll reach the heart of the tomb where a sweet reward awaits. And more, this tomb is made to be found at the start of the adventure to give some starting equipment to the party. In other words, it's a beginner dungeon as per Luci, and he's pretty sure no one has visited this place yet, so he believes all of these treasures will be his. He chuckled while thinking about his plan, and the twins wondered what happened to him. They then started moving and told the twins to be ready. After a few minutes, they arrived in an area that was too dark ahead. This area seemed to be covered with crystals, which amazed the twins and Finn. The twins then saw a big and ugly monster heading to them, so they immediately told Luci about it. Luci then said he knew as he also saw it. It's 10 giant monsters, and this is the final boss of his dungeon. He was staring at the door nearby and concluded that the treasure should be just behind this door. He then gave a signal to the twins to attack. Both Khan and Canny possessed their powers, and Luci was glad that these twins were a good pair, as they didn't seem to be intimidated at all by giant enemies. Dragons are destined to rise to the top from the moment they fly. At this very moment, these young ones are baring their teeth as they look down upon those far below them. The twins looked at Luci before fighting, and they said Luci was the best for knowing a lot about this kind of place. Luci then asked them to end the final boss immediately. The twins then charge at the monsters, and the monsters then also prepare to attack. The twins aimed one each, and upon hitting the monster, it instantly felt the pain. Luci at the same time used his power burst and attacked it to one of the enemies. One was screaming in pain and suddenly exploded. While the twins were fighting the final boss in a melee attack, Luci was also casting magic to assist the twins. Finn was so amazed at them, since he never expected that these three would be good at fighting together. In just a short period of time, eliminating the final boss is done. The twins were satisfied, and Luci was very excited to check their reward, so he immediately headed to the room nearby. He slowly opened it, and there was smoke coming out. Canny and Connie were so excited, waiting for Luci to open the door widely. Luci then pushed the door, and the silhouette of the golds reflected. All of them were speechless upon seeing lots of treasures inside. Khan immediately runs to the treasures and dives to the gold coins. Canny and Finn were also surprised, and they still could not believe that there were a lot of treasures in front of them. Finn called Luci to check something he found, but it seemed like Luci didn't hear her. Luci headed in front as he saw Hero King Valencia. Hero King Valencia was sitting on his throne, but he was still covered with crystal. Finn approached Luci and asked if the man in front of them was Hero King Valencia. So many years have passed, and yet he's still alive, she added. Luci at the same time noticed something. It was a writing that Luci believes is an ancient winter language. From the origin, creatures of light and darkness were born. They were designed as good and evil. As the remaining light and darkness intertwined, chaos ensued. In the midst of the turmoil, a distinct boundary emerged, separating good from evil. The earth was created, and earthly beings were born from both sources. The good and the evil creations, who called themselves exalted beings, were unaware of the world below. They only dreamed of denominating each other, and the conflict between good and evil caused all other beings to suffer. Eventually, those on earth who couldn't bear it drew their swords against the good and evil. The dragons led the way, followed by the humans and the half-breeds. After a long struggle, the victorious earthly beings scattered to the continents of the four seasons. In the course of time, they forgot about God and evil, and they forgot about the dragons, who took up the task of vigilance. But the Hero King Valencia warned everyone that the dragons who sacrifice themselves for peace will return to the world once again. And so will those good and evil beings. As for the last generations who heard about that war, Hero King Valencia will leave it to them. Since it was Luci who last heard about this war, Hero King Valencia wants them to pass down the story. Luci was wondering if there was such a thing as demonic war in the original universe. At the same time, he was furious at the fact that Hero King Valencia left them a task. But for him, it isn't important right now. He also saw a book in front of him which he believes is the book of the lawlessness of the Hero King Valencia. Valencia is an unorthodox genius who reached the 0 tier in the human body. This theoretical book contains the sum total of everything he has accomplished in his life. It's no exaggeration to say that the original protagonist, Swordsman Kendrick, became the strongest in the human world. Luci lifts up the book since it's more useful than the other treasures. He looked at the golds and realized that it would also be a shame to leave these golds behind, so he decided to take some. He grabbed some while singing, but unfortunately, the crystal covered by Hero King Valencia started to crack. Luci turned his head around, and he was shocked to see the huge crack in the crystal that covered Valencia. The crystal exploded, but lucky for Luci that he was unharmed. Still, he got nervous. This time, Valencia's weapon struck on the ground, and he was now free. In other words, he was now awake. Valencia's eyes opened, and Luci started to rattle, knowing that it wasn't in the original story. Valencia pointed his index finger on the ground and angrily told the kids that they were not in their territory. The twins were nervous since it was also their first time seeing Valencia. Luci then informed them about Valencia's identity and they were shocked to know that this old man in front of them is Hero King Valencia. Luci also let them know that Valencia was a tier 0 warrior, so there's no possibility for them to deal with him now. He suggested that they must transform into a dragon. But before they could do anything, Hero King Valencia moved his huge sword and said that only death awaits those who are greedy. He lifts his sword and casts a powerful magic that scares Luci. He wanted to run, but then his legs were trembling and he couldn't even move. He then concludes that it was the effect of a tier 0. He turned his head around and saw the twins, who were also scared, trembling in fear. This time, Luci becomes brave for the sake of his comrades. He was still holding the book and he told himself he shouldn't die, especially because he already trained his ass off. He activated his magic power and absorbed it. He clenched his fist while Valencia at the same time swung his sword to Luci. Luci punched Valencia's attack while screaming that he wanted to live longer. Luckily, he managed to hit Valencia. He smiled as he thought his attack harmed the Hero King. But unfortunately, Valencia cast another attack on him and he saw it as death. This second attack coming from the old man is so powerful that it even destroys the ground where Luci is standing. When Valencia launched his attack, Luci covered his face with his hands and small particles of rocks flew to him. When Valencia's attack cooled off, Luci slowly opened his eyes and he was surprised to see himself still alive. Fin then immediately hugged him since she really thought Luci died. Luci grabbed her away while thinking about how he remained alive. He looked at the ground and was shocked to see the distraction Valencia made. Canny pointed above and told Luci to look at it. There was already a hole in the ceiling and Luci was dumbfounded knowing that Valencia's blade could split the ceiling of a cave. Because of it, he got annoyed at Valencia and he couldn't believe a single human could do this kind of huge destruction. As he stared at Valencia, he noticed that Valencia was holding his wrist. He then concludes that Valencia changed the direction of his slash at the last moment. At this point, Valencia seemed to be trying to stop himself from attacking. He suddenly dropped his sword, which confused Luci. Valencia communicates with Luci using telepathy. He said that he protected young dragons. Still, Luci was confused. Valencia pointed the way and told Luci that they must leave and be careful along the way. What did you just say? Luci asked. Unfortunately, the tomb started to collapse. Fin then told Luci that they must leave and Luci at first was hesitant because of what Valencia said. But then, Valencia suddenly dissipates and Luci wants to stop him from leaving, but he knows there's no way to do it. The wall behind him collapses and he sees the twins cry in fear. Luci grits his teeth, telling himself that it isn't the time to think about what Valencia said to him. He immediately transformed into a dragon and told the twins to get up. The twins then transform and they leave the tomb together. At the same time, Fin was holding Luci's horn since Luci flew faster than her. A huge ice crystal was heading their way, but Luci immediately cast magic and attacked the ice using his reality split. The huge ice crystal shattered to pieces and the kids successfully avoided it. They then saw an open wall and directly headed to it. Luci was screaming and they all exited the tomb. Outside was still covered with ice. The snow in the middle suddenly moved and burst. It turned out that it was the kids who successfully exited the tomb. Luci was panting since he panicked, thinking that he almost died. This time, he thinks about the situation again. He was sure that Valencia was aiming to kill them, but he suddenly stopped himself, otherwise they were all dead. Luci wondered why Valencia did it if he also said that he would deal with the intruders. Besides, there were words Valencia said before he disappeared, it's just that Luci couldn't understand it clearly. But the most important thing for him now is they all survived. Plus, he got what he really wanted, which is the book. Fin suddenly called him and told him that she thought the twins were having a hard time. The twins are still scared and they are both weak because of what just happened. Luci then tells them to follow to find a place to rest. They just went to the area nearby and transformed into their human form. Luci lay on the snow and he felt relieved that they survived. He was about to close his eyes, but then he heard the twins crying. Khan and Canny cried out loud and Luci understood how they felt and believed that both were just way more shocked since they were too young. He approached them by giving them a pill and told them to take one each to boost up their mana. The twins listened to him and Luci also took one of the pills since he almost ran out of mana, especially since he never pushed himself so hard since he was reincarnated. He then lay down on the snow once again and the twins also went to him together. The twins lay down beside Luci and sleep. Fin was staring at the kids and wished them to sleep better. While the kids were sleeping in the snow, Fin was just guarding them to make sure the kids were safe in the middle of the night. The next day, the twins gained their energy back and even ran in the snow while laughing and playing around, shooting each other with snowballs. Luci at the same noticed that these two didn't feel bored with the snow. Fin also said that the twins still have the energy despite what they have been through. Luci smiled as he agreed with Fin. After a few minutes of walking, Luci realizes that they might have reached a deserted area since he can't even find a house, let alone a village. He was also confused as to why they didn't encounter any monsters the whole way down, even though there are monsters in the winter continent. As per Finn, the winter continent is home to more monsters than any other continent. And because of the cold climate, there's always a shortage of food. There have been tons of stories of monsters hunting humans for food. After explaining, Louis asked the same thing why they didn't encounter monsters, and Finn replied that it may be because Louis was here. Also, there are a total of 3 dragons hanging around, so she believes no monster is big enough to dare approach them. Louis then concludes that there's no need to hide their aura for now. While they were talking, Khan called Louis. Khan pointed nearby as he saw a cloud of smoke. All of them then immediately ran, headed to the smoke, hoping that they could see someone who could help them. But unfortunately, Louis was dumbfounded since they ended up seeing a small village burning. Finn deduces that this village must have been attacked. She asked Louis about what they should do, and Louis decided to go down to the village hoping that they could see survivors. As they went down, they saw corpses of humans and even monsters. Louis continuously walks alone since they split up their way, and he concludes that it must be a monster attack. Finn then came to him and Louis asked her if she found anything. But then, Finn shook her head and said that she didn't think there were any survivors. Khan and Canny also came back to him and reported that they also didn't see anyone alive. The twins looked so tired and they saw they were now hungry. Louis then threw them a pill and told them that they must get out of this village. But then, before they could leave, Louis heard someone approaching. As he checked it, he saw a man riding in a cavalry together with some guards. Louis immediately grabbed the kids despite the fact that they were still eating. He ran as fast as he could and immediately hid. The twins then asked him why they were hiding, and Khan thought that it was because Louis was afraid of humans again. Louis then answered that he was not afraid of humans. It's just that his deadly situations can mix up with random events. But then, the twins didn't understand what he meant to say. Since the men were approaching, Louis told them to remain quiet and hide their aura. He wished that these men would go through since he didn't want them to get caught. Another guard came to give a report to their head. This guard reported that this village must have been attacked by monsters and there don't seem to be survivors. The coachman then replied that he would report it to the Archduke himself. He went down from his horse and went to the carriage behind him. He called the Archduke, but before he could give a report, someone said that she had been informed and would go down to see for herself. The coachman opened the door of the carriage and the Archduke of Canberg then came out. Do you really need to see it for yourself, especially considering the situation? The Archduke said, I am the Archduke's wife, and if people have been harmed in my lands, it's my duty as mistress to comfort their souls. His wife replied. The Archduke then permitted his wife and the lady then get off from the carriage and held hands with her husband. As she looked at the surroundings, she witnessed lots of corpses. There was even a mother and a helpless son. Upon seeing the dead, the lady felt dizzy. Her husband was worried for her and told her to just go inside the carriage and rest. Are you going to make me feel unforgettable? The lady asked. The Archduke sighed and said that he couldn't still win against his wife's stubbornness after 10 years of being together. The lady smiled at him and said that the one who loves more usually loses. She then looked at the coachman and asked once again if there were really no survivors. The coachman said no, and according to him, this time of year, monsters are usually less active, but for some reason, they started going on a rampage yesterday. He also concludes that the monsters were being chased by a superior being. The Archduke felt sorry for what happened. He was trembling and blamed himself, believing that this incident might not have happened if he hadn't mobilized the village. His wife then told him not to be hard on himself since she believed it wasn't his fault. While they were discussing, Louis overheard them and he was shocked as he concluded that the village faced a horrible incident because of them. He feels guilty and his conscience is being pierced. While they were hiding, one of the twins burped and was heard by the humans. Louis panicked and the coachman then ordered them to reveal themselves. Louis was annoyed as it seemed like this story turned out to be a motivational story about parenting. Come now, the coachman said while pointing his weapon in the direction of the kids. He said that he would cut the place down if the intruders didn't reveal themselves. Louis was thinking about what he should do now, knowing that he couldn't just keep hiding. At this time, the coachman possessed a scary aura and he said, I clearly warned you. Whatever happens next is all your responsibility. He then swung his sword and hit the area where the kids were hiding. His attack creates a strong blow, making the house shattered. Louis covered himself with his hands, and even Finn flew away and spun around. The coachman was able to destroy the whole house, making them able to see the intruders. But then, he was shocked to see 3 kids. The Archduchess then concludes that these 3 children are survivors. Louis then smiled since they weren't caught. He then cried too loud to act and persuade the humans to believe that they were really survivors in this village. The twins were dumbfounded to see him suddenly cry, but then, Louis told them to cry just like what he did. The twins then understood him instantly and they both cried too loud while screaming mommy. Because of what they did, the Archduchess felt pity for them. She approached the twins while the twins said they were scared. Louis, on the other hand, was puzzled by the fact that the twins seemed to be smarter than him. The Archduke then approached him and asked if they were the only ones who survived. Louis then answered yes while still crying. The Archduke patted his hair, believing that these kids had gone through a lot. He then turned around as he heard his wife calling him. The lady asked him a favor to take the children with them to their castle. Without any hesitation, Archduke agrees since he also feels pity for the 3 kids. He then told his coachman to take the kids and get ready to go back to their castle. Louis was so dumbfounded as he never thought that the Archduke and Archduchess would think of taking them. The guards then pulled him and let him ride the carriage, leaving the place and also Finn. Finn was puzzled seeing Louis leaving together with humans. Meanwhile, the 3 kids were already in the castle of the humans. Louis immediately took a bath and he was still thinking how they came to this situation. He thought they could get away with it if they pretended to be pitiful, but it seemed like the twins acted too well, which made the nobles feel pity for them. He never expected that the Archduke and Archduchess were such good people. Now, he accepted the fact that everything happened for a reason. He instead decided to observe the situation and find an opportunity. While thinking, the kids came and played with him. They splashed him with water on his face and then laughed so loud because of his funny reactions. Louis was not annoyed at them. In fact, he was glad to see these twins seem so carefree. All of a sudden, 2 castle maids came and acknowledged their cuteness and their fair skins. Louis decided to turn around as he was annoyed with the maids' noisiness. After taking a bath, the maids then guided them to the dining hall where the Archduchess was waiting. The 3 finally changed their clothes and were now presentable that even the Archduchess almost didn't recognize them. "You must be hungry. Come and eat quickly," the lady said. As expected, the twins run to the table too fast upon seeing lots of delicious food. They sat down and grabbed whatever food they wanted. The twins ate like they were not worrying at all, so Louis wondered how they adapted to the situation so quickly. He just eats peacefully, believing that they can leave this place soon enough. But he told himself not to act hastily since he was afraid things might go wrong with Finn. Upon thinking about it, he realizes that Finn is not around him. He wasn't aware that Finn was still trying to catch his direction. She tried to chase the carriage earlier since she didn't want to be away from her master Louis. Unfortunately, while chasing the carriage, she was captured by snow eagles, which is why she missed the direction of the carriage. Now, she was very eager to find the castle and went back to Louis. When the night came, Louis couldn't sleep, so he walked inside the castle, but he accidentally heard the Archduke and Duchess conversation. He heard the Archduke say that they couldn't keep the children with them together. Louis decided to take a peek and confirm that it was really the Archduke and Archduchess. The lady said that she keeps hearing their son Renu's voice when she looks at the kids. The Archduke understood her feelings, but for him, attaching their deceased child to those children wasn't right. He asked his wife to let go of their son since there was no way they could get back Renu's life even if they wanted to. But then, the lady was mad and asked him how he could just easily ask a mother to forget her child. This time, Louis understood that the lady recently lost a child, which is why she's been unusually kind to them. He also witnessed the lady hold the Archduke's hand and beg him to accept the children to be their sons and daughters. As expected, Louis doesn't like the idea. The next day, too early in the morning, Louis was still thinking about the conversation of the Archduke and Archduchess. It hadn't been long, so he couldn't believe that the nobles wanted to consider adopting them as their heirs. The Grand Duke of Canberg is a member of the royal family of the most powerful country that rules the Winter Continent. Being the adopted son of such a Grand Duke means Louis can instantly establish himself as a key figure in the country. He could say that it must have been a difficult proposal even from the Grand Duke's wife, and he believes the pain of losing a child was that great. It would be better for him to leave before things get more complicated, but seeing the 2 kind people feel the pain made him uneasy. He was thinking of Finn, believing that he could discuss it with the fairy. He was startled when he saw something splat on the window. Fortunately, it was Finn. Louis immediately opened the window and let her enter. Finn immediately hugged him and he asked where she had been. Finn apologizes to him and Louis tells her to always stick close to his side, and Finn then promises him. The twins suddenly came and were glad to see Finn again. They then approached Finn and Finn then said that they could now leave again now that they were finally together. Louis agreed with her, but he honestly told her that there's a part of him thinking of staying a bit longer. Finn asks him why, and as per Louis, the nobles have been kind to them and heard that they have recently lost their son, so he thinks it'll be a bit awkward if they all suddenly leave. Finn was speechless, but he was surprised with the decision of Louis. For Louis, they were not in an urgent situation, and they could also gather more information about the Winter Continent. Normally, Louis is very composed, but now Finn can see that he's vulnerable in situations like this. However, looking at him being so affectionate makes her want to save him even more. If Master Louis feels uneasy, how about doing this? She said, and Louis then permitted her to say what she was thinking. According to Finn, dragons have considered first encounters important since ancient times. In a way, the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess are Louis' first acquaintances, so she suggested that Louis can leave a simple gift and go. She gave an example that if the issue is not having children, she believes it'll be solved if the Duke and Duchess would create one. Louis scratches his hair and tells Finn that creating a child isn't something that can be done so easily. He then flinched as he deduced something. He realizes that they don't need to give the Duke and Duchess the baby immediately, and when their child is born, he believes it will be fine for them to suddenly disappear. He acknowledged the idea of Finn, and Finn was so proud of herself knowing that her master liked her suggestion. Louis then invited them to prepare for their next step. After an hour, the Duchess was sitting on the terrace. She was peacefully thinking of something, but she turned her head around the moment she heard the twins calling her. The twins invited her to play, and the Duchess believed that the twins were bored, so she asked them if they wanted cookies. The twins answered it's great, but they both sat down to have a talk with the Duchess. While they were talking, Louis was peeking and was glad that the twins followed his order. He trusted them, so he went directly to the Duke. The Duke was discussing with his two subordinates, but he paused upon seeing Louis blocking their way. Louis was smiling at him, but the Duke was puzzled. "Do you need something?" he asked, but Louis answered no. The Duke then asked where his friends, and Louis answered that the twins were playing together with the Duchess. "Are you not afraid of me?" the Duke asked, and Louis answered not really. Usually, children are scared of the Duke and won't even dare to approach him, so he feels unusual to see Louis approaching him, just like his son. He suddenly smiled a little and carried Louis and asked him if he wanted to play with him. Louis showed excitement as he answered sure. He then walked, heading to his study room with Louis, leaving his two subordinates in confusion since they could not remember when the last time the Duke smiled genuinely. After a while, the kids meet in their room and discuss what happened. Louis then asks the twins if they successfully completed the mission, and the twins salute and answer yes, Captain. As per Canny, they had a great time drinking tea and eating cookies with the Grand Duchess. Louis was glad with their report, and he then asked Finn if she also completed her mission. Finn was holding a paper and then reported that Grand Duke Canberg usually wakes up at 5 a.m. to start his duties. Around noon, after lunch, he continues with his remaining tasks and engages in training after dinner. His average bedtime is around 11 p.m., and he contacts the Grand Duchess about 5 times a day. After her report, Louis acknowledged her for doing great. Canny was about to say something to Louis, but she addressed Louis with his name, so Louis got annoyed and reminded her that it should be Captain. "Captain, we did what you told us to do, but what exactly are we doing right now?" Canny asked, and her brother Con added that what does making a child have to do with playing with the Grand Duchess? Louis was so stressed with them for asking too much, but he decided to give them knowledge. He said that relationships between couples need to be intimate to have a child. In addition, he believes that the Grand Duke and Duchess are emotionally distant due to the recent loss of their child. If they spend time laughing and enjoying themselves with the cute kids, he concludes it would help them lift their spirits. He was also sure that the sadness of losing a child will gradually fade, and then step by step, they'll become more comfortable with each other. Then naturally, a history might be written at night. Why write history at night? Does it write better at night? Canny asked in confusion, and even her brother didn't understand the last statement of Louis. Louis just told them that there's something that kids don't need to know. He then grabbed the book, making the twins feel confused. He put the book on the table. It's the Book of Alchemist Formulas for Elixirs, 1,000 variations. "Shall we get started for real?" Louis uttered. Finn was staring at the book and asked Louis what it was all about. Louis then replied that he found this book in his father's library while researching ways to enhance the effects of elixir. He experimented with various elixirs and got caught by his father, and his father then sealed it after scolding him. He never thought that his research to overcome his limited time would come in handy. He opened the book and found what he really needed, which was an elixir of ecstasy for couples experiencing boredom. It was said in the book that a few drops of this elixir can reignite the dwindling flame of love. There was also a one-shot solution, a 100% success rate elixir designated for couples who want to have a child. Louis suddenly opened the cabinet and instructed the twins not to tell anyone where he was. He then casts his magic and activates his expansion skill. After it, he made the small cabinet into a spacious room which he believes is enough for him to make the elixir. He then smiled as he was ready to start. After a few hours of making the elixir, Louis ordered Finn to go to the kitchen. Finn was hiding in a pail and slowly opened it to make sure no one could see her. She was holding the elixir and followed the instruction of Louis. As per Louis, she should sprinkle these potions on the ingredients the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess will eat tomorrow. He also reminded Finn that the potions should only be sprinkled in the ingredients the Duke and Duchess would consume. But now, Finn doesn't know which ingredients the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess would eat. She was still holding the potion while thinking, and in the end, she sprinkled the potions to all the ingredients she saw. She then went to the storage room and she decided to also sprinkle the grains, knowing that the chef would also make bread for the Grand Duchess and Duke. She put it in the water and used her magic to spread it. The grains absorbed the potion, and Finn is glad that she completed her mission. He then heads back to Louis to give her a report. The next evening, Louis peeked into the room of the Grand Duke and Duchess. If Finn did what he instructed, he believes that the food the Grand Duke and Duchess ate today should have contained the elixir. While he was trying to figure it out, he heard some maids pass by and were talking about their crushes that suddenly confessed to them. They continued to walk away without seeing Louis, so Louis was relieved that no one saw him. He continued to peek into the Duke and Duchess room and saw the lady sitting on the couch while her husband was just standing. The Duke cleared his throat, trying to cut the awkwardness. He glanced at his wife, but the lady didn't dare to look at him. The lady at the same time felt a little strange. It was her heart that kept pounding. The Duke suddenly held her shoulder and both of them suddenly felt a thrilled emotion in their heart. "Honey, you look exceptionally beautiful today," the Duke said, which surprised the lady. They both held hands and made love, but Louis didn't dare to watch anymore. The most important thing for him is that his plan worked. He was startled the moment the twins suddenly came, asking him what he was doing. Louis panicked and immediately grabbed the twins away from the Duke and Duchess room. He then smiled while he looked back at the room of the Duke, and he was happy that they had done what they needed to do. The next day, the weather is sunny, which makes the Duchess happy as it's been a while since they had such sunny weather. While they were walking inside the castle, heading to the children's room, the Duchess noticed the other maids panicking. She then asked them what was going on, but no one dared to answer. She immediately opened the door of the children's room, but the maid inside was startled and the Duchess didn't see anyone aside from the maid. She asked where the children were, and the maid cried and explained that when they came in the morning, the children were nowhere to be found, and they were still looking for the kids among the people. One lady then called the Duchess and told her that there was a letter on the table. The Duchess immediately grabbed it and was shocked the moment she read it. It was written in the letter that the kids assumed the Duke and Duchess would be surprised by their sudden disappearance. However, there is a meeting, there is also a parting. They said they were leaving for their own path, and they sincerely thanked them for their kindness during their time in the castle, and they hoped the Duke and Duchess overcome the sorrow of losing their son quickly. Louis also put a wish below the letter, saying that a new fate will come to the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess. He also hopes that the two would shower as much love on the new life as they showed them. The last part of the letter is Louis' name and the others. After reading the letter, the Grand Duchess cried and blamed herself that it was her fault for letting her desires burden the children. There was also a part of the letter that she couldn't understand. That is the new life Louis mentioned. A few weeks later, the Grand Duke and Duchess received good news. The Archbishop told them that the lady was expecting a new life. The lady was confused and the Duke suddenly grabbed his hand. The lady then remembers the letter she got from the kids. She was shocked and the Duke concluded that those children already knew the lady would conceive a baby. The lady cried in happiness and said that those children might have been fairies sent by God. "We can't just let this rare opportunity pass. Open the warehouses and distribute bread to all the commoners right now," the Duke said. His men then listened to his command and the commoners were glad with the blessing they received from the Duke. That year, the Duchy of Canberg recorded the highest birth rate in history. The unintentional gift created by someone's small mistake would later lead to a huge butterfly effect. But it's still a story from a distant future. As for Louis and his companions who left the duchy, they were still traveling, trying to get back home. The twins were enjoying their trip and Louis reminded them that they needed to travel for at least 10 years. The twins then jumped in happiness and were even willing to travel even 100 years. Because of their childish behavior, Louis felt stressed, so Finn motivated him to stay strong. Louis cannot deny the fact that they wasted too much time in the duchy. If unexpected situations like this keep happening, he believes their journey will only get longer. To minimize travel time, they need information to quickly cross the continent, but there's no immediate solution for them now. While walking, Canny suddenly asked why they never crossed paths with monsters. Khan also joined the conversation by saying that he was confident in catching monsters. Louis then told them that there were 3 dragons around emitting a strong smell, so there wouldn't be any possibility that there was a monster that would dare to approach them. The twins smelled themselves and told Louis that they didn't smell anything to themselves. They also asked if they could cross away to bandits, and Louis replied, "With a clear view in every direction and nothing but snow as far as the eyes can see, even if there were bandits, where would they come from? Unless bandits suddenly sprout from the ground." After saying it, 3 bandits jumped behind him. These bandits then ordered them not to move and hand over everything they had. The twins were glad upon seeing bandits sprung up the ground just like Louis said. Louis saw the bandits and was shocked as he couldn't believe that bandits would really appear in this place. The bandit with an eye patch realizes something. He suddenly smacked the man standing beside him and said that the people in front of them were just kids. "I was stuck in the cold snow all day, just going to catch these brats. What are we going to do now?" he asked. The other man then replied that these kids in front of them might be from a decent household, so he suggested taking them and demanding money. The man with the eye patch thinks about it first, and he agrees, then orders his companions to get the kids and tie them. The 2 men suddenly paused since Louis asked them if they didn't feel something strange. The men asked him what he was talking about. There are just 3 kids in the middle of nowhere without any guardians. Wouldn't be quite uneasy if you were in my shoes, Louis said. The man thought he was implying that there were adults nearby, but Louis said no. The man then asked him why he would say such a thing, but Louis told them to think about it for a moment. Finn then whispered to him, asking him what they should do. These guys surely have looted treasures, right? We should plunder everything without leaving a single thing behind, Louis replied. Khan and Kenny then asked Louis to play again together with the uncles in front of them. Louis sighed as he didn't like the idea, but then he realized that it's more profitable to raid these men's bases. The man with the eye patch then asked his 2 companions why they were just standing blankly. He ordered them once again to seize the kids immediately, but then when he looked at the kids, he was confused seeing the one in the middle raise his arms. We'll surrender. We'll follow you quietly, Louis said, and the 3 men were blank. Louis then asked them not to hurt any of them. The 3 men agreed to Louis and brought the 3 kids with them. Instead of worrying, the twins were calmed and even sang while heading their way. One man noticed something suspicious from them, so he told the man with the eye patch about what he felt. He explains that kidnapped kids shouldn't be relaxed like these 3 now. For him, the kids looked like they were taking a stroll without any danger. The man with the eye patch then said that they just needed to make a profit off these children, either by ransom or by selling them into slavery. After a few minutes of walking, the fat man then declared that they had finally arrived. Louis was shocked upon seeing the sturdy place. The twins at the same time were excited to explore another place. Upon entering, Louis observed the surroundings and noticed that the intricate craftsmanship was at the level he had only seen in his father's estate, so he wondered if this place was really the bandits' hideout. Isn't our hideout cool? This was all made by our boss, the fat man proudly said. Louis then asked who their boss was, and the fat man was about to say it, but the man with the eye patch hit his head. Why are you running your mouth carelessly? What if those kids go somewhere and talk about it? The eye patch man said angrily while grabbing the fat man by his collar. The fat man then apologizes to him and he is ordered by the eye patch man to take the kids and put them in prison. The fat man followed the order and imprisoned the kids. The fat man then leaves the prison and the 3 make sure that no one is around them. Louis then permitted Finn to come out and Finn breathed deeply. Louis then commanded her to go and thoroughly search for anything worth plundering. Finn immediately flew away, and since the kids were in prison, the twins felt bored and asked Louis if they could come out. But then, Louis told them they shouldn't and just waited for Finn to come back and would have fun later on. He was smiling evilly, thinking that he would get lots of treasures from this bandit's base. At the same time, in the other area of this bandit's base, there was a blacksmith forging a weapon, but he was disturbed when one man came to report that they were back. It turned out that this blacksmith was Pablo, the Blood Axe bandits' leader. Pablo then asked the eye patch man if they got a lot of loot, and the eye patch man then replied that it was not too much because of the monsters running rampant and scaring off travelers. He then smiled and told Pablo not to worry since they still bring something useful. He reported that they had kidnapped 3 kids who were walking down the streets, which he believes were from fairly wealthy families. He suggested Pablo make a profit from those kids by asking for ransom or selling them into slavery. Pablo laughed so loud and said, "Good. Well done." He then led the way to meet the kids who were still at their prison. At this time, the kids had already fallen asleep. Louis slowly opened his eyes as he heard someone coming. He then saw the boss of the bandits, which is Pablo, and Pablo then agreed that the 3 kids really looked so decent. One thing Louis noticed was that Pablo seemed to be strong. He concludes that Pablo must be at least tier 3 or higher, and for him, Pablo doesn't seem like the type to be a bandit in a place like this. While Pablo stares at the kids, he feels something strange. He suddenly saw a pair of eyes above Louis which scared him. Louis was confused by Pablo's reaction and he then smiled as he realized something. He called Pablo by addressing him as a chunky uncle. Pablo asks him if he is referring to him and Louis then answers that there's no other chunky uncle besides him inside. Louis then asks Pablo's name, which annoys the eye patch man since he doesn't like how Louis acts disrespectfully to their boss. But then, to his surprise, Pablo said his name. The eye patch man asked Pablo why he was acting differently and Pablo was trembling as he answered that he suddenly felt chills and he might be catching cold. Still, the eye patch man was confused, so he couldn't believe that their boss would act like this. Louis at the same time chuckled, thinking that Pablo took the bait. Pablo suddenly walked away, telling the eye patch man to handle the kids as he would rest for a bit. Pablo was startled the moment Louis said, "Leaving already? All right, take care. See you later." Pablo was so scared and ran away from the prison. The eye patch man also ran, and at the same time, Finn came back to the prison and saw these 2 running away. She then reported herself to Louis and said that the warehouse and everything were empty, and instead of treasures, she believes the bandits might starve to death. Louis was so annoyed as it looked like they stepped on shit, knowing that these bandits were penniless. He then suddenly mentioned that humans were the real wealth from ancient times. Finn asked what he meant to say, but Louis didn't explain it at all. Louis then ordered Finn to take care of the twins while he was out for a moment. Finn didn't agree with him and wanted to accompany, but then he said that the twins might cause trouble once they woke up, so Finn should be with them to avoid it. Finn felt sad, but she didn't have a choice but to follow Louis. Louis then grips to the grills of the prison and easily bends it out. He then comes out and utters, "So now, shall we go catch some suckers?" Pablo, on the other hand, went back to his room and rested on his couch. He felt relieved after he walked away from Louis. He was wondering about Louis' identity since he never felt strange like this before. For him, he feels like he is facing an unbeatable monster right in front of him and his whole body feels paralyzed. He then calmed himself and said that a mere kid couldn't scare him. He suddenly chuckled and said that he must have lost his touch after resting for too long. Louis suddenly came and asked him what was so funny. Pablo shouted and stood. Louis then waved at him and said that they would meet again. Pablo then asked him how he escaped from the prison, and Louis directly answered that he just walked out. Pablo went near Louis but only to grab his weapon and told Louis not to come closer to him. Louis then walked inside Pablo's room and noticed that Pablo had a nice place to rest. "I don't know how you get out, but I'll close my eyes just once, so leave right now," Pablo stated. "What if I don't?" Which annoyed Pablo and said that he didn't have a choice but to beat Louis until he left. "Don't wanna, though. Louis won't leave, you know. Try hitting me, try it," Louis said bravely. Pablo then swung his weapon with all his force, then he realized that he was just angry, so he ended up swinging it hard. He wanted to take it back, but he knew it was too late. But he wasn't guilty at all, knowing that it was Louis who provoked him first. All of a sudden, his weapon paused and his hand suddenly stopped moving on its own. Louis remained standing in front of him while he was so confused about what was going on. Louis smiled teasingly and asked him what was wrong and also reminded him that he was supposed to hit him. "You're just a big softy despite your size, huh?" he added, and this time, Pablo was full of anger and swung his weapon for the second time. Louis stood still and even smiled. Surprisingly, Pablo didn't hit Louis at all, so he tried several times, but the same thing happened until he felt tired. He dropped his weapon on the ground and he lay down and panted heavily. Louis yawned and then asked Pablo if he was already done. Pablo then asked Louis who he really was, and Louis then said that Pablo already knew the answer but just denied it. But then, Pablo was confused. Their discussion got cut off when Louis heard Finn calling him. Finn was panicking as she reported that the twins were causing havoc, saying they were bored. She was also disappointed with herself since she could not stop the kids herself. This time, Pablo was dumbfounded upon seeing a fairy. Finn also stares at him and approaches him. She feels odd and Pablo asks why. As per Finn, Pablo definitely smells like a dwarf, but then his size is more like an orc. Louis then said that Pablo is a half-dwarf and probably born between a human and a dwarf. Finn was puzzled and asked Louis how Pablo was much bigger than a human. "I don't know about that. It's already fascinating as it is." They both then heard Pablo asking them how he could be a half-dwarf. "I told you, didn't I? I bet you already know who I am," Louis answered, and he was ordering Pablo to try remembering it. Pablo was puzzled for a moment, not until he remembered something. Back then, his father was forging a weapon while he was standing behind. His father told him that there's something they, as dwarves, must keep in mind. If they ever meet someone in the future and his legs tremble or his body shivers, and he feels an uncomfortable urge to obey them, he has to run away without looking back. That time, Pablo was confused. His father then informed him that he isn't a pure dwarf, perhaps he can break free from the bonds of blood. But as long as Pablo inherits a part of his blood, Pablo can never be completely free from the bonds of blood. And if such a situation arises, Pablo must run away. Pablo then asked what would happen if he couldn't run away, and his father then said that if he's in a situation where he can't run away, then he must do as they say. His father grabbed his shoulder and reminded him once again to run away if he encountered such a being. He said that Pablo was born with half-human blood and he believes his son is not a complete fool. Pablo asked what those beings exactly were doing. His father covered his mouth and said that those beings' ears are always open, so he should never use his mouth carelessly anywhere. His father also said that day what beings he was referring to. At the present time, Pablo realizes that this kid right in front of him is a dragon. Louis smiled at him and said that he was correct. Louis really had a feeling of Pablo's real identity because of his size, and it turned out that his gut feeling was right. Ever since he first saw him, he felt a sense of deja vu, like when he saw the dwarves doing the lair repair work with his father. Dwarves are an intelligent race, so he asked his father if it was okay to exploit them for free. His father told him not to worry since it was the dwarves' comeuppance for what they had done to them for generations. That's what they called the bonds of blood. Even after researching further, there was only one record mentioning how the entire dragon race was almost wiped out because of the dwarves. He couldn't find any more information than that. It's unfortunate. But if they made a mistake that almost caused the mighty dragon race to be wiped out, he guesses he doesn't need to sympathize. Pablo is now afraid of Louis and asks him not to come closer. Louis then said the dwarves have instilled fear of their kind through the dragon's blood. He then claimed that Pablo would now be his lackey. Pablo doesn't like his idea at all and even says no. Master Louis is really blatantly calling him a lackey, Finn uttered. Pablo kneeled in front of Louis and he unfortunately cried. Louis then told him that it's okay as it is how life goes. He asked Pablo's age and Pablo replied that he just turned 50 this year. Louis then winked and stated that Pablo was still too young since he was already 250 years old this year. Pablo was shocked and said that Louis was still a hatchling since he was still 250 years old. Louis was annoyed and said that he wasn't a hatchling but a mighty and dignified dragon. Pablo then believes him and Louis confidently says that he isn't lying. He then tapped Pablo's back and told him that he should work under him for about 10 years. Pablo was shocked since 10 years for him is too much. Louis then stated that it could be even less than 10 years and he'll be free again once he's done. Pablo asked what work he had to do, and Louis pointed at him and said that his job was none other than to bring them home for world peace. Pablo was puzzled and asked Louis what world peace had to do with bringing them home. Louis then asked if he knew what he meant by them, and Pablo answered the dragons. Louis asked what else and Pablo answered a hatchling. That's right, a hatchling. But have you ever heard of this story? Louis asked. According to him, it is about a naive knight who kills a young hatchling and calls himself a dragon slayer. The father dragon who lost his child and was blinded by anger furiously destroyed the entire kingdom. Pablo asked if this story was real and Louis said, even monsters get angry when their babies are hurt. Do you think dragons will just stay still? Especially if those parents were 2 zero-class dragons who have reached ascension. Pablo was scared the moment Louis proclaimed that the world would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Pablo finally gets what Louis was saying but he questions why Louis entrusted such an important task to someone like him. But even Louis doesn't know the answer. He thinks for a moment and he just realizes that Pablo is the first one who caught his eye and seemed easy to handle. Louis just lied that Pablo was the chosen one, plus he had a strong shoulder and a robust physique. He can see that it's very sturdy and wouldn't break even if he rolled around. He also said that Pablo had a fearless spirit and an action to match. Anyone who would dare to challenge him will surely disappear on their own. And even at a glance, he can see the loyalty that overflows from his whole body. Also with the dwarf's blood, there's no need to worry about betrayal. He then proclaimed that Pablo is worthy of being chosen by the dragons. Pablo was thrilled and Louis at the same time lied that it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Think about it. It's not just 1 hatchling, but 3, Louis said. He also stated that if Pablo can safely bring them, young deer-like hatchlings home, their parents would surely not let his efforts go unnoticed. Finn at the same time was dumbfounded at how Louis said they were a young deer. Pablo's eyes sparkled the moment he heard Louis say that incredible rewards beyond his imagination awaited him. How is it? Does that give you some confidence that you're chosen? Louis asked, and Pablo answered yes with excitement. Finn was amazed at how Louis managed to persuade Pablo. Louis then asked Pablo if he would come with them and Pablo answered yes without any hesitations and he confidently said he won't regret it. Louis smiled and suddenly used his magic on Pablo. Pablo was shocked and asked Louis what was going on. What do you mean what? It means you're putting on the leash yourself, Louis answered. But Pablo was still confused. Louis then said that it's the blood so-called bonds of blood imposed on Pablo's kind. Any promise made in front of a dragon must be kept unconditionally. Pablo then asked what would happen if he broke the promise. Louis then says that it's nothing much. He explains what would happen and upon hearing it, Pablo feels so down and says that he cannot believe he can't carry on the lineage. Louis then told him not to feel down since nothing would happen if he kept his promise. Still, Pablo was hesitant to believe so Louis told him to find another dwarf to ask if he couldn't trust him. They then went to the prison to fetch the twins, and Louis introduced Pablo to the twins and informed them that Pablo would be their temporary guardian. The twins were amazed upon seeing Pablo and they believe Pablo is a giant dwarf. Come to think of it, how did you become that tall? Since you're mixed blood, you shouldn't be that tall, right? Louis said. According to Pablo, when he was young, he was smaller than his peers. He thinks it was around when he was 20 and he happened to eat some fruit and fell ill for 10 days. And when he woke up, he was stronger and taller. Louis was surprised upon hearing it. He then asked how the fruit looked, and Pablo answered that it was a strange-looking fruit with a shape like a bone. Louis was more shocked this time. He suddenly opened his book to search for some information. From the book, he found a fruit called growfruit that has water attributes, high rarity, and promotes growth without side effects. It's a water-based elixir that grows by absorbing cold as nutrients. It produces an average of 3-4 fruits without blooming, and it shows the best effect after 200-300 years of growth. He showed the image of the fruit to Pablo and asked if it was this fruit he was referring to. Pablo answered yes since the image looked exactly like the fruit he mentioned. Louis gets excited and believes that he can defeat the twins after eating this fruit. Pablo then informed Louis that he needed to inform his subordinates that he'll be leaving, but then Louis told him to stop. Pablo asked him why, and Louis then told him would have to wait and their top priority now is to get a grow fruit. The twins get intrigued and ask him what this grow fruit is. Luci was annoyed at them and he didn't have any intention to tell them about it. Pablo then said that there was a little problem and Luci angrily asked what it was. According to Pablo, the place where the fruit was located has been occupied by a group of snow orcs and it's not easy for him to approach those creatures. What are you talking about? Stop the nonsense and just go guide us to the tree, Luci said. His aura came out as he turned around and added that he would take care of the rest. Pablo is scared at this moment, but in the end, he gives what Luci wants. They went above a cliff and below was the orcs' campsite. As per Pablo, the place wasn't this big when the orcs first settled here, but now he can say that the place looks like it has grown 100 times. So, where exactly is it? Luci asked, but Pablo didn't understand what he meant. Luci then said that he was looking for the grow fruit, and Pablo then said that he remembered it was probably in the middle of the orc camp. Luci became mad and pointed at Pablo, believing that the orcs already destroyed the tree. Pablo then told him not to worry since the place where the tree was under the cave. He said that it's a place that isn't visible. Also, he already mentioned that he only found the fruit by chance, so he believes those orcs won't ever find it. Luci felt relieved. He then called the kids and immediately slid down to the orcs' campsite. Pablo panicked knowing that snow orcs are several times stronger than regular orcs, so they should make a plan first before doing a hasty move. Finn suddenly told him not to worry, but still Pablo is doubting the kids. Finn then believes that Pablo thinks of these 3 kids as mere children since they look so young. She then told Pablo to look at the kids and she said that they, fairies, praise dragons as the strongest beings on earth and also fear them. While the 3 kids slid down to the campsite of orcs, some orcs noticed them. But then in their eyes, these kids seemed to be scary. The 2 orcs saw the kids were rattled and the twins jumped toward the orcs and slashed them instantly. More orcs noticed the kids' existence. Canny then charged at the orcs bravely to kill them. They fought more orcs and seeing their abilities makes Pablo speechless. Still, he worries knowing that snow orcs aren't the type to flee so easily even if dragons have unmatched power. There's a saying that a rat before a snake, right? Those orcs are exactly that, Finn said. As per Finn, even if the snow orcs were violent, just by having the top predator in front of them, they'll itch to submit. With their minds driven by their soul instinct, it's still not sure that they can withstand the noble aura of a dragon. This time, Pablo understood Finn. He understood that the dragon's fear makes them lose all their willpower and fall into fear just by facing it. Finn then said he was right and she added that the 3 kids were still young, but if they go through the second molting and grow up, just by facing the aura alone might overwhelm those snow orcs to the point of being massacred by the swarm. While Pablo was looking at the kids fighting against orcs, his subordinate came, which annoyed Finn since she needed to hide again. "Boss, are you alright? The entire canyon is shaking," the eye patch man asked, and he got dumbfounded the moment he saw the orcs' campsite below them being wiped out. He asked Pablo what was happening, and Pablo pointed at the kids fighting and told his subordinates that these 3 kids were the ones they kidnapped. Luci bravely fought against the snow orcs. He used his magic and exploded 2 orcs. The twins also used lightning whirl skill and killed numerous orcs. The eye patch man was surprised to see the abilities of the kids. He smiled and asked Pablo if he already knew about the kid's ability the first time he saw him. But then, Pablo didn't answer. The eye patch man really believes that their boss Pablo immediately realizes it as soon as he sees the kids. They might look young but they had tremendous power, he added. Pablo was stuttering as he didn't know what to see. Finn then whispered to him to follow what she said. She ordered him to answer of course to his subordinate and Pablo followed her, and his subordinate was impressed by him believing that Pablo was a talented person who could indeed recognize people. Pablo then said that he asked the kids to deal with the snow orcs since this is what Finn whispered to him. His subordinate then asked him what kind of monsters these kids were and Pablo pointed at him, scolding him for calling the kids monsters. It is also what Finn whispered, but then Finn was startled that Pablo also copied these words. She hits Pablo and asks him why he copied everything. Pablo was about to say it to his subordinate, but then Pablo realized that he got it wrong. He cleared his throat and ordered his subordinate to take good care of the kids since they're not people they can treat carelessly. His subordinate was confused but he didn't get any explanation from Pablo since they heard one orc roaring so loud. This orc seemed to be the boss of orcs and he was facing Luci. He swung his sword strongly which even made the sand blow. But then, he was dumbfounded upon seeing Luci catch his weapon and asked him if he was done. Luci then uttered that it was now his turn. He strongly punched the weapon to the orc and the ore flew away and slammed into the tunnel. He sunk on the ground as he was knocked out. Luci was disappointed that this orc was knocked out instantly. He said it was so boring, and on the other hand, Pablo and his subordinate were speechless. Blood splattered around since the kids mercilessly killed the orcs. When the orcs were wiped out, the twins sat down and said that this fight they had was a little bit tough. Luci then threw them a pill and told them to take a rest for a moment as he needed to go somewhere. When he looked above, he saw Pablo's subordinate, but he didn't care. He was just annoyed that Pablo didn't go down. He gave a signal to Pablo to come down, and Pablo then told his subordinate to stay still as he needed to go check the kids. His subordinate offered to accompany him, and Pablo was touched and asked him if he was sure, but then his subordinate suddenly changed his decision and told him to just go alone. Pablo then went directly to Luci and asked him what he needed. Luci then asked him where it was, but since he didn't complete his sentence, Pablo got confused. Luci became furious while asking him where he could find the grown fruit. Pablo then told him the directions. It was a cave with a small entrance. According to Pablo, if they pass through this entrance and go a bit further into the cave, they should find the fruit. He started to enter at the small entrance, but he flinched when he couldn't move. He was so confused as to why he could not enter, since he clearly remembered that it was easy to enter this cave back then. Luci at the same time smelled something strange coming from the butt of Pablo. He ordered Pablo not to push himself. He instructed him to just stay outside until he came back. Luci then entered the cave alone and looked around. After a minute of walking, he saw a silhouette that he thought was grow fruits. He came closer to the silhouette and he was speechless upon seeing the tree of the fruit. The tree was shining and luckily, it had fruits hanging. Luci then runs to the fruit with excitement, thinking that he will now finally grow. But as he got so close to the fruit, he noticed that it was too small, not even half of the size shown in the book. He was disappointed as he concluded that the fruit's growth must still be incomplete and would probably take 200 years to fully grow. He also believes that the effect of the fruit would diminish if it's still immature. He was wondering what he should do, but in the end, he decided to get out of the cave with just nothing. Pablo then asked him if he found what he was looking for, and he answered with a disappointed tone that the fruit was really in the cave, but the fruit hadn't fully ripened yet. Pablo asked what he would do now, and he answered that he needed to wait until it was fully ripe before eating it. He was about to walk away, but Pablo said that someone might steal the fruit if he would just leave the fruit on its tree. Pablo was scared the moment Luci's mad aura appeared. "Let them try if they can," Luci uttered. It turned out that he put a barrier to the tree so no one could get it. He also put out a no-entry note, and he said on the note that touching his stuff would make them unlucky for a generation. There's also a word: if you're not afraid of the consequences, go ahead and touch it. You have subordinates under you, right? Let's use them, Luci said. Pablo asked why it should be his underlings, but Luci was mad again at Pablo for questioning so much. Since Pablo was scared of him, Pablo allowed him to do what he wanted. Even if Luci set up traps using all sorts of tricks, he was still uneasy, so he needed someone to watch over the grow fruit until it was fully ripe. They went back to Pablo's place, and Luis gathered all the men of Pablo. He was standing right in front of the men with crossed arms, and the men waited for him to speak. But then, Luci was disappointed after observing the men of Pablo, since he didn't see anyone who was decent enough for the job. He smiled as he knew that the fruit was worth investing his time for his future weight growth. The men of Pablo wondered why all of them were gathered in one place. They even thought that there would be an upcoming battle to happen. Even the eye patch man wondered why Luci came back and now standing in front of them like a superior. They were startled the moment Luci started to speak. He greeted everyone and said that he was the one who gathered them to deliver important news. He declared that the Blood Axe bandits were now disbanded as of today. As expected, the people were shocked, and even Pablo. Pablo uttered words beside Luci, but Luci acted like he didn't hear anyone. The eye patch man then approached Pablo and asked him if he really agreed with the kids, but Pablo was also confused. At this moment, the twins were holding a stick, and Luci then called them. "Let's begin," Luci uttered, and the kids then answered okay with excitement. Both twins then headed to the men of Pablo, and the men were scared of them. The twins then started hitting them with the wood, not just the 3 of the men but all of them. Pablo felt sorry for his people, knowing that he could not do anything either. After a few minutes, the kids were done hitting the men. The men of Pablo were in pain, and Luci at the same time acknowledged the twins for doing what he said. "See, this is your reality. All of you can't even handle 2 kids," Luci said, despite that he knows the twins aren't just kids. The men of Pablo rise to forcibly listen to Luci. Luci then told them not to worry, as he would make sure to thoroughly reshape these men. A few days passed. Luci still trained the men of Pablo and even scolded them for not doing the right thing. Pablo's men feel weak since they trained without resting. Lucky for them this time, Luci allowed them to have a 10-minute break. The 2 men he handled are the fat man and the eye patch man. The fat man lay down on the snow and wished that he fainted. The eye patch man agreed, knowing that those who fainted are at least won't get beaten. The fat man suggested running away, but the eye patch man disagreed, since there were guys from the next room who got caught running away and had to do self-training at night for 2 days. "But we're not even soldiers to begin with, why should we undergo this training?" The fat man asked. "Do you think it's still worth living for? Maybe you're still thinking like that, but I've given up on thinking," the eye patch man replied. He also told the fat man that he must empty his mind and endure the beatings, as he believed the day would pass. The fat man cried, and he wondered why their bodies weren't breaking down but were perfectly fine the next day, even though they get beaten every day. Luci overheard what the fat man said, since he knew the reason. thanks to his father's finest potions that he mixes with the men's dinner meals for them to quickly recover their strength after sleeping. He also injects them with willpower through mental training during exercises to prevent them from becoming lazy. Plus, teaches them martial law, the books he brought from his father's study room, to ensure they grow each day. Although it's basic, it's knowledge from a martial law book from the Dragon's Library. It's a bit of a waste to teach these guys, but it's inevitable for Louis if he wants to quickly develop these men as he desires. For him, these men were so lucky enough. Pablo suddenly approached him and Louis then asked him how his task was going. Pablo then replied that he managed to finish the task. Before he could complete his statement, Louis said he did a great job and told him to go ahead and prepare. The lion throws its cubs off the cliff to make them stronger, Louis uttered. He was smiling evilly while Pablo was behind him and wondered what he was planning to do this time. Meanwhile, Louis let the men of Pablo have a trip. They were so clueless about where they were going, and there was also a bag behind them. They all got startled the moment they heard Pablo scream to move aside. As they turned their head around, they saw a catapult. Pablo was the one pushing it. The eye patch man then asked what would be the purpose of this catapult in their trip, and he even thought they were going to siege somewhere. Before Pablo could answer, they heard Louis call their attention. Louis believes that these men were curious as to why they were gathered in this area. But instead of explaining everything that would happen, it's better for him that these men would see it for themselves. He then called Canny, his experienced assistant for now, and Canny then ran to the catapult and sat down on the bucket. Upon seeing what she did, Pablo's men panicked. Louis then asked Canny if she was prepared and Canny confidently answered yes. Louis then screamed fire and Canny flew far away. She was so happy that even Pablo's men said she was crazy. Pablo at the same time realizes that this is what Louis means by throwing the lion cub off the cliff. His men were scared while staring at Canny flying away. They then noticed something happening to the bag Canny was wearing, which was the same bag they had. It turned out to be a parachute, and seeing how Canny safely landed made the men speechless. All right. The catapult and parachute both worked very well. Did you all see? That's how you do it, Louis said. But no one responded at all, so Louis thought the men didn't see it properly and wanted him to demonstrate it once more. He then called Khan and the same thing happened to Khan. Louis then noticed that the twins flew a bit further than where the grow fruit was, and he believed it was because the kids were light. But it's still fine for him since the distance is within the acceptable range. With this, he believes he can mobilize the men quickly before his potion is stolen. How was that? It's very easy, right? All you have to do is fly, whoosh, and then pop, you arrived, he said, but Pablo's men are still scared. The fat man suddenly ran away, calling for him, and said that he didn't want to die in a place like this. Louis then snapped his finger and a barrier appeared in front of the fat man, blocking his way. The fat man bumped into the barrier and fell to the ground. I know, it must be scary, but with a little courage, you can do it too, Louis said. Shouldn't we hear from the ones who are thrown? Who in the world would do such a crazy thing? The eye patch man said, and his companions agreed. Louis looked at Pablo and told the men again that they could do it. Perhaps if someone else demonstrates, you'll understand, Louis uttered while staring at Pablo and smiling. Pablo got terrified and asked Louis why he was staring at him so scared. Previously, Louis used a catapult to throw Pablo's men to the other part of the mountain. He first tried it on Canny and Khan and both of them enjoyed it. Louis was confident that it would be safe since there's a backpack for all men, and this bag can turn into a parachute. Pablo's men were scared, but they didn't have a choice to escape since Louis wouldn't let it happen. He was capable enough to block their way using his magic. He understood that Pablo's men were scared, and to give them an assurance, he decided to let Pablo himself demonstrate it. Pablo was scared the moment Louis looked at him. He was pressured, and Louis then asked him if he could do it to show it to his people. Pablo fakely laughed and honestly said that he didn't have the courage to do it. Guys, your boss said he doesn't have the courage. Let's use the catapult to train him, Louis said, and Pablo's men then walked toward Pablo since they blamed him for what happened to them now. They believe that Pablo lives his life comfortably while they suffer a lot to follow his command and steal from people. In addition, it was Pablo who brought the catapult after all. They all pushed Pablo to the catapult and they never listened to Pablo at all, even if how much Pablo ordered them to let go of him. They pointed at Pablo and continuously blamed him. They carried Pablo while Pablo screamed, asking them to let him go. Still, nobody dared to listen to him and they immediately fired the catapult. Pablo screamed in fear and flew far away while Louis stared in Pablo's direction. At first, he was worried for Pablo because of his size, but now he can see that Pablo flew better than he thought. He then looked back to Pablo's men and asked them who was ready to follow. All of the men were still scared, but they knew they also needed to do it even if they didn't want to be just like Pablo. Louis then started firing them and all he heard was a scream. 4 weeks later, Louis was inside his room in the place of Pablo. He was sitting in a chair while staring at the book, wondering if this thing could really help him. Even though this basic technique book is excellent, he still believes it is just a step to the foundation. If skilled guys show up, he concludes that people would easily steal his grow fruit. If he wants to be prepared, he thinks he needs to teach the men some advanced techniques, and the only advanced martial book he has is the Hero King's Book of Martial Arts, exactly the one he was holding. But then, he still has a problem. He believes that this technique theory in his opinion is so complex. He doesn't have time, so he needs to find a suitable advanced martial technique book. He doesn't know what to do anymore. While thinking, he was startled when Khan and Canny came, questioning him what he was doing and thinking. Khan noticed the martial book technique on Luci's table, so he asked if Luci was learning it. For him, martial books are no fun. Luci then asked if they had ever seen a martial book, and they proudly said yes, as they had seen so plenty inside their father's room. Luci smiled as he was thinking of a nice idea. Then, do you happen to be memorizing any martial books? He asked. Canny replied that she memorized a total of 5, while Khan said he memorized a total of 10 martial books. Canny doesn't want to be outnumbered, so she said she memorized 20, but his brother then said he memorized 100. They argued in front of Luci, but Luci still smiled, thinking that there must be some useful advanced martial books among the ones these kids memorized. Instead of arguing like this, why don't we just write them down and compare? He said, but Khan said that writing is a hassle. At the same time, Canny asked why they should write it. Luci gets some pen and paper while telling them to write down themselves and bet on who writes the best ones to see who really memorized the most. After explaining, both kids were so excited and accepted the challenge. They were so confident to win, and they immediately sat down and wrote the martial books they memorized. Luci then smiled, knowing that his plan was plotted successfully. The candle slowly melted and time passed by. In an instant, Luci heard the kids declaring that they were done. He turned around and never expected that the twins would finish it so easily. The twins finished together and carried the pile of papers while saying they were done. Luci was surprised upon seeing hundreds of papers carried by the kids. They handed it to Luci with excitement. Luci expected that the kids would only write a few martial books, but it turned out that they both wrote too much. He was thinking that the twins wrote it sloppily. He started reading it, and he was surprised upon reading the first piece, which is really a martial technique. He checked more papers until he finished everything. He confirmed that everything was right, and both twins wrote down the contents of more than 11 martial books perfectly. Khan then asked who's the winner, while Canny expected that it was her. They both argued again, fighting about who was the real victor. Luci, on the other hand, stared at them and declared that in this round, they were tie. The twins were confused and asked him what he meant to say. And according to Luci, although Canny wrote more than 6 books, the martial technique Khan wrote is more superior, which is why it's a tie. Canny and Khan were disappointed since both of them wanted to be the only victor. At this time, Finn came to report something to Luci. She said that she had completed all the tasks Luci assigned to her. She also informed Luci that Pablo is almost due to his task too. Luci then said that Finn finished her task on time. He has found the advanced martial technique book, so he guessed it's time for them to leave and start preparing for the grand finale. Another 2 weeks later, the eye patch man called everyone's attention. They were gathered in a place, and at this point, lots of changes to their aura and body. Everyone, salute. The eye patch man ordered, since Luci came to send them a message. He was standing in a huge rock in front of the men, and they then roar as a sigh of their greetings to their little master, Luci. Luci smiled and crossed his arms while staring at the men. I'm very satisfied with this instructor. I commend you all for following through without any dropouts for 6 weeks. You've really worked hard, Luci stated, and the man said roar once again. He also believes that these men are still curious about why all of them had to undergo such hellish training. He then declares to show him the reason, and a blinding light then emerges, but none of the men has any idea. They then saw something that surprised them. It seemed to be a god wearing a white with a little bit of gold cloth. The eye patch man was scared and asked what it was. This unknown creature was shimmering. There's also lightning possessed in his body, and he was holding a sword. His size was also unbelievable, since he was much taller than any of Pablo's men. Listen, humans, you have been chosen by me, god of war, Kalos, the god stated. The men were clueless, and a guy wearing a hoodie asked the same question just to confirm. The god of war Kalos is a being from ancient legends, the ancient god of war who confronted the chaos-creating demons with his sword and built mountains from the corpses of demons. When such a great being appeared before their eyes and chose them, the blood axe bandits began to be greatly shaken. Meanwhile, at that moment, Luci was inside the god of war to control him, just to make everyone believe his reason why they were forced to be trained. The illusion of God of War Kalos was created using light refraction and reflection with spatial technique. So far, it's working well. But all of a sudden, there is a side that is unfortunately pierced. Good thing that Khan and Canny are ready to assist him. They both covered the pierced part using their lightning skill and it slowly went back to normal. While they were busy, Luci acknowledged them for doing a good job. He then decided to expand the space and touch the atmosphere with the power attribute. And the one who spoke earlier that Pablo's men have been chosen is none other than Luci. He told the men to prepare for the disaster that would strike this land in the distant future. He lied that these men would become the light that illuminates the impending darkness and become the sword that condemns evil. The men are amazed upon hearing it, while Luci at the same time believes that this trick of him is enough to fool Pablo's men. Now, all he has to do is engrave it in their minds with mental technique and it's done. He extended the arm of Carlos and cast an engrave skill. All the men were possessed by the power and they were all speechless. After it, they all lifted their hands and screamed that they believed in the god of Carlos. Luci then called Finn and told her to do her task now. Finn then answered yes and headed to the small tree plant and poured a growth accelerator into it. This accelerator is personally made by Luci and after pouring the last drop, the tree slowly grew taller until leaves started coming out from it. In just a few seconds, the small tree plant became a huge tree in an instant. The men were shocked and saw it as a miracle. Luci then told everyone using Carlos that this tree is proof of their promise to them and this will be a trial to prove themselves. Pablo's men then looked on the other side as they sensed something. Luci then called Pablo's name and Pablo understood this signal Luci did. Pablo is currently at the back of the rock where Luci and the other kids are standing. He swung his arm and strongly pushed the metal on the huge rock. Because of it, the rock on the other side got broken until it became an entrance. Above it is its name, which is a cave of trial. Luci then said that those who pass the cave of trial will be bestowed by the blessings and rewards from Carlos. The men then screamed God of War, the great Carlos. Luci was happy with the result. He was smiling while thinking about the things that can be found in the cave of trial, which are the martial technique books written by the twins and also selected spiritual books he has chosen. Although it won't be easy to take them with Pablo's various traps set up, he won't give them away for free. Chosen warriors, as long as the tree of promise thrives, I will return. Believe and wait, he said, and the fake god of war Carlos then disappeared. After a few seconds, it sank into their mind and the eye patch man then uttered that they were the chosen beings and he really believed that all those hardships were just a test for this selection. They all screamed in happiness believing that they were the chosen ones by the god of war Carlos. Luci just stares at them with satisfaction knowing that he successfully made Pablo's men believe everything. The twins approached him right after and they both were having fun with their tasks. Luci bowed down and thanked them. Pablo on the other hand was staring at his men and he was so disappointed at them thinking that these men firmly believed they were really chosen by the god of war. The tree in this entire area will become a holy ground and his people are willingly risking their lives to protect it. He was upset on behalf of his people knowing that from now on, his men will end up as guard dogs. He flinched as he thought that he was now a dog being dragged on a leash since the people under his command were the guard dogs. Because of his disappointment, he cried on the ground while saying that his fate had now crashed. Pablo, what are you doing? We're leaving now, Luci said with annoyance. Pablo then gets up and walks toward Luci. They then started walking while the twins asked where they were heading now. At this point in the Silver Flower Castle, Elixir was staring at the window for too long. He was sad thinking if his son Luci was eating properly. He sighed and he regretted leaving Luci alone by himself just because of the succession. He is also mad since he realizes that he doesn't see his father and he also believes that it should be his father who handles this matter instead of him. He was thinking for a moment and after a few minutes, he decided to leave the Silver Flower Castle and went back to his son. He then wore his jacket believing that there shouldn't be any problem if he sneaked away for just one day even though there was a mountain of tasks to handle. As he was about to leave, another man came and asked him why he was in a hurry. He was startled upon hearing the voice and the man said, "Don't tell me you aren't planning on running away from your sacred duty, are you?" Elixir slowly turned around and saw the guy smiling behind him while crossing his arms. Elixir denied that he wanted to run away and he asked the guy what his intention of coming to him. This guy's name is Carlos, a 3-hero level dragon with lightning attributes, Khan and Canny's father. He then answered Elixir that he was just watching him. "Don't you have anything better to do? Stop bothering me and go," Elixir said with annoyance. But then, Carlos is teasing him by humming, acting like he didn't hear Elixir. He stands still and Elixir is asking him why he doesn't want to leave. Carlos stared into something inside Elixir's room. It was a crystal ball. He grabbed it and kiddingly said that he was expecting to entertain Elixir since Elixir looked bored. Elixir then said that he wasn't the one who was bored and he believed it was Carlos. Carlos stares at the crystal ball and sees Luci's face. He then asked Elixir if he was worried about his son again. Elixir felt sad and he didn't give any response. Carlos then accuses him of planning to sneak off just to see his son Luci. Despite that the answer is very clear, Elixir still denied it, which caused Carlos to laugh. Carlos reminded him that leaving the castle without permission during the succession is prohibited. He asked Elixir what he would do once he got caught. Elixir then replied that he was aware that elders would surely notice once he left the castle. And for him, there is nothing he can do once he gets caught. Oh my, you're so hopeless. Are you really worried about Luci? Carlos asked, and Elixir then asked him the same question if he wasn't worried about his twin kids. Carlos then confidently said that he wasn't worried about his kids, Con and Canny. Elixir was confused as to why, and Carlos then informed him that his kids loved Luci so much and he permitted them to go anytime to Luci once they felt bored. He knows that Luci isn't just an ordinary dragon and he can see that Luci is better at taking care of his kids than him. Elixir was annoyed to hear Carlos bragging about it. Carlos then told him that he tends to be overprotective of his son Luci. The fact that Luci is not just an ordinary hatchling. He is confident that Luci can take good care of his own. He heard that Luci was a remarkable kid born with 4 attributes. For him, Luci is almost like a holy dragon based on the way he thinks and the way he acts. In addition, there's no dragon in the world who raises a child as easily as Elixir does. It was a blessing in disguise and he wants Elixir to see it clearly. Elixir finally agreed to him. Carlos then touches Elixir's shoulder and tells him to stop worrying about Luci and just focus on the elder's succession instead, since he believes that Luci might just enjoying his freedom without his father. He also told Elixir not to worry about his twins bothering Luci too much, since he already told his twins to listen very well to Luci. He tapped Elixir's back and Elixir then said that the twins' personalities were just like Carlos, who was going to be a quiet handful. Carlos then laughed so loud and agreed to Elixir. For him, it was very obvious that his twins would cause an accident, and if something happened, he already told them not to handle it themselves but to leave it to Luci. My kids might be able to handle things, but if it's Luci, he'll handle everything smoothly, right? He added, and laughed so loud once more without knowing that Elixir beside him was full of anger. He said that doing such things is perfect for the training of Luci. His words were cut off when he noticed that Elixir disappeared beside him. Elixir suddenly beats him up the room and Elixir screams, warning him that he will definitely open the head of Carlos and find out what's inside. Carlos was screaming, asking about what was wrong with him, and also reminded him that he must save his attribute power. Meanwhile, on the surface with Luci's party, they continue to explore and the kids keep on calling Luci's name, which annoys him, and angrily orders them to stop calling him. The twins felt down and said that if they would stop it, Luci would completely ignore them both. Luci then told him that he would not ignore them again as long as they would not call his name again and again. The twins were so happy and suddenly hugged him tight. Luci was still annoyed because of the clinginess of the twins and he begged them to at least give him a space. Still, the twins don't want to listen and say that they like Luci very much. Luci is so hopeless, questioning what he did in his past life to deserve treatment like this. He then looked on the other side as he heard someone call his name. He then saw a horse and a carriage. The one who drove it was Pablo. I have prepared the carriage as you requested, Pablo said with a smile on his face. Luci acknowledged what Pablo did and he touched the horse's face while saying that they can now finally travel more comfortably. He then asked Pablo about where was the closest port to the west of this place, and Pablo answered that it would be Lufthagen. According to Pablo, Lufthagen is quite active with trade between the autumn continent, so it should be easy to find a ship there. Luci then asked him how long it would take to get to that place. As per Pablo, it would take about half a year if they were going to use the carriage. But considering frequent snowstorms, he believes that might slow them down and should be estimated about a year. Luci was thinking for a moment, since a year was too long for him, and if any unforeseen circumstances arise, he concludes that the journey could take even longer. He asked Pablo if there was any other way to go to Lufthagen faster, and Pablo then said that in the winter continent where snow falls heavily, carriages pulled by horses are the fastest, so there is no way to shorten the time other than that. Luci then wondered if being stuck in the winter continent with no chance to move for a whole year is their only option, which is troublesome for him. Pablo suddenly called him and he asked Pablo what it was. Pablo then responded that he was just wondering if it was possible for Luci to contact the other dragons. Luci stared at him with a blank face. Pablo panicked and explained that he only thought Luci considered it as an option. He then fakely laughed and added that he really wondered if Luci could ask those available dragons on this continent to take him home instead. Louis turned around and agreed with Pablo's suggestion. He concludes that Pablo is right, that there must be dragons hiding on the winter continent, and he might get a ride going back home once he finds at least one. He was just silent while thinking of a plan. After a minute, he then said that there might be no dragons on this continent. Pablo was confused and asked him to repeat what he said. He then stated that there are no dragons he knows of in this continent, so there's no possibility for him to ask a dragon to give them a ride back home. He then called out Finn and asked the little fairy if she happened to know someone on this continent. Unfortunately, Finn said that she also doesn't know much about other dragons, the same as the twins. At this moment, Louis believes that they could definitely significantly shorten their return schedule if they could find another dragon. The problem is, he doesn't know where on this continent they could possibly find another dragon. Pablo, do you know any legends about dragons? He asked, and luckily, Pablo answered that there were a few legends he knew, but they should stop by a city on their way west to gather more information. Great, any longer and leave right away, Louis said with excitement, and the twins then screamed yeah. They then continue their exploration, riding in the carriage, with a plan of searching for another dragon that could help them. Many hours had passed, the sky was getting darker, but they were still on their way to the city on the west. Pablo still driving the carriage, and he said that they still had a long way to the next city, and since it was getting darker, he suggested that they should camp in this area for the night. Louis didn't argue with it since he also agreed with Pablo. The twins at the same time were also peacefully sleeping, so he knows that resting for now is the best for them all. They then stopped by and set a fire. They also roast chicken for them to eat for the night. Half an hour had passed and the chicken was almost cooked. The twins were drooling since they already wanted to eat. They asked Pablo when the chicken be fully cooked, and Pablo told them to wait a little longer. Pablo then got the chicken after a few minutes and sprinkled salt on it. He then handed two to the twins, and both kids were so happy and excited to eat. Pablo then gave the remaining one to Louis, and Louis accepted it without any hesitation. Louis then ate it and he was surprised with its taste. He said that the meat was seasoned perfectly and the taste was so good. Pablo was shy and gave thanks to Louis for liking the roasted chicken he cooked. While eating, Louis recalled that Pablo mentioned earlier that he heard that there was a dragon appear at the cash tower, so he told Pablo to finish what he said about it. As per Pablo, he heard about it from a hunter in the city they passed earlier. It was about 20 years ago. A monster believed to be a dragon appeared in their village. But then, Louis suddenly throws a bone to Pablo's face, causing Pablo to stop telling the story. He was so confused as to why Louis was mad, and Louis pointed his finger at Pablo and angrily said, "A dragon." Dragon? Anyone hearing that would think you're friends with the dragon, don't you think? Pablo then said that he misinterpreted it. Louis was insulted by the way Pablo said that a dragon is a monster. He suddenly stomped Pablo's foot while saying that he would now show what a real monster is. Pablo kept on apologizing to him for using the word monster, but Louis was still mad. I praised you once and now you think but you're almost at my level. Say it again properly. Louis angrily screamed while still pointing his index finger at Pablo. Pablo was in pain. He then repeats his story from the very beginning. He removed the word monster to avoid angering Louis. As per Pablo, a noble creature resembling the mighty dragon was sighted in the hunter's village 20 years ago. Although the dragon was on the side of a house, its roar was so loud, and that entire village was terrified. With that level of information, its credibility is a bit weak, isn't it? It's not much different from the rumors that have been going around for the past few weeks, right? Louis said. Pablo then said that Louis was right. He added that the nearby lord dispatched a large force to investigate about it. The village lord even hired mercenaries who specialize in large-scale magical beasts. Louis asked what happened after hiring mercenaries, and Pablo replied that since there was no news of the troops that were out returning, it was presumed that those mercenaries were all wiped out. And after that, there have been continued reports of missing people in the Cast Tower Mountain, and now it was said that hardly anyone goes there. Louis contemplates the important things of that incident. He suddenly smiled, thinking that this rumor was quite interesting, especially since they were heading to the west. He concluded that there wouldn't be any issues with the schedule extension. Considering the information Pablo gathered, he believes that there must be something in that place. However, he believes it's not a dragon that is there, but it should be another powerful monster capable of confronting a large force. For him, it might be like throwing oneself into a lion's den, and he wondered if it was worth taking such a risk. He suddenly turned his head around as he heard some suspicious sound. Pablo didn't hear anything, so he asked Louis what was wrong. Louis then told him that there was someone coming their way. Pablo carried his weapon, asking Louis if it was a monster, and as per Louis, it was just a normal person who was traveling alone. "Leave it to me, I'll handle it," Pablo confidently said. Pablo then screamed, asking that unknown person to show himself immediately. No one comes out for a few seconds, but then someone tells them that there's no need for them to be so guarded. A man wearing a cloak then showed up and walked toward Pablo and Louis. He then removed his hoodie and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. My name is Jacob Truegun. I was passing by and saw the light, so I came to check it," he said politely. Louis flinched upon hearing the name since it seemed like it was very familiar to him. He was thinking about where he heard Jack and Truegun, but he didn't remember anything. At this time, Jacob asked Pablo if he could at least get some warmth with the fire Pablo made. But then, Pablo didn't allow him since there were children who needed it the most. Jack stares at the twins and he concludes that Pablo might feel uneasy having outsiders around because of the kids. He apologizes for the disturbance he made and he then informs Pablo that he should now leave and find a safe place to stay. After Jacob leaves, Pablo is very proud of himself for chasing away Jacob. He thought he could get a positive word from Louis, but then Louis was busy thinking about where he heard the name Jacob Truegun. His eyes rounded as he was shocked when he finally remembered it. "Bring him back here right now," he said while pointing his finger at Jacob. Pablo was confused as to why, but Louis refused to explain it and ordered him to hurry up. Pablo immediately chased Jacob while Louis was hoping that Pablo get Jacob back to them, and he wished that he was right about Jacob's identity. Ravana, a genius druid who commands the phantom beast, the blazing tiger, as her summon. The warrior who will defeat Elixir in the future has Truegun as her last name. And if Jack and Truegun is really the ancestor of Ravana, then he doesn't want to let go of Jacob just like this. After 2 minutes, Pablo and Jacob came back. Pablo apologizes to Jacob and he says that he realizes Jacob seems like isn't a bad person, so he can stay for a while to rest. Jacob then gave thanks to Pablo, and when they arrived at Louis, he was confused as to why Louis was staring at him with a smile on his face. He thought that there might be something on his face, and Louis then told him that seeing him traveling alone in such a remote place seemed to be a sign that he had a great skill. Jacob was thrilled. He laughed and said that he was really alone at this moment, but he wasn't literally alone. Louis and the twins were confused. Louis then asked Jacob what he meant to say, and Jacob smiled, knowing that the 3 kids were curious about what he said. Jacob suddenly activates his power. Seeing this aura of his power, Louis instantly knew that the attribute power Jacob has is surely a mind attribute. The color is faint, but he was sure that there's definitely mana of the mind attribute. Pablo heard a sound, so he looked up above, following the noise's direction. He was shocked the moment he saw a 6-winged blood bird. This huge bird landed on the snow in front of them and it was staring at them blankly. The bird suddenly shrieks. Pablo was startled, but Jacob held his shoulder and told him everything was fine. As per Jacob, the bird was summoned under his control and its name is Minky. Pablo then said that he heard this 6-winged bird was a fearsome creature that would rival even the wyverns when fully grown, so he cannot think of how Jacob tamed it. Jacob patted the bird and explained that this little bird had been under his care since it was a hatchling, so he was sure it was safe since it obeyed him well. Are you a druid?" Pablo asked, and Jacob replied, "Yes, that's correct. Though I am still inexperienced." Louis was listening to them. He was staring at Jacob and wondered if Jacob was really Ravana's ancestor. "Mr. Jacob, by any chance, are you married?" he asked. However, Jacob flinched and replied that he hadn't tied himself to a knot yet. Louis then asked if he had any siblings, sisters, brothers, or maybe cousins with Truegun's surname. Jacken then responded that he's just an only child and his father and he are the only ones with Truegun's surnames. Upon hearing it, Louis clenched his fist. His eyes shimmered and he smirked as he confirmed that Jacob would be his father's enemy in the future. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" Jacob asked, and Louis casually replied that he was just curious. He turned around, leaving Jacob in confusion. At this time, he was thinking of making sure that Jacob never had descendants instead of killing him. Jacob suddenly felt cold without knowing that Louis had a bad intention towards him. Since Pablo noticed that he was shivering, Pablo offered him to sit near the fire. Jacob was grateful and immediately sat. But then, he noticed the twins heading to his bird. Both were amazed since it was their first time seeing a bird this huge. Jacob panicked. He was sweating and nervous. He screamed, telling the kids not to get close to the bird since danger might happen if someone other than the owner approaches recklessly. Surprisingly, the twins were hugging and riding the bird safely. They were enjoying it and even said that the bird was so fluffy like a duck feather blanket. Jacob was puzzled. He never thought that his bird wouldn't attack unfamiliar people. At the same time, Louis pulled away the twins and warned them not to touch other people's pets without permission. At this time, Louis noticed that the bird seemed to be scared just by staring at him. He never knew that the bird saw him as a dangerous kid with a scary aura. The bird jumped in fear. Jacob panicked once more. He rushed toward Louis and told him to watch out. But then, his bird lay down, and Luci patted the bird's head while telling it a good boy. Jacob was out of words. He was dumbfounded since Minky had never shown such affection to him. The twins also lay down on the bed and were enjoying its fluffiness. What in the world are these kids actually? Jacob asked in confusion. Pablo was flustered and immediately lied that the 3 kids were his nephews. The night passed. Another day came and Pablo and the others immediately cleaned up to leave and continue their travel. While Pablo is putting their things back on their carriage, Jacob approaches him to give thanks for his hospitality for the night, and for offering him to travel together. He doesn't have any idea that it was an order from Luci to Pablo to let him join them. Pablo awkwardly laughed and said that it was a good idea after all, knowing that they were heading in the same direction. By the way, what about that summoned? He asked, and Pablo then told him not to worry about Minky since Minky would follow on its own. At this moment, Luci calls Pablo by addressing him as uncle and tells him that it's time for them to depart. Minky then flies following the carriage of Pablo. They were peacefully traveling without facing any danger. Inside the carriage were the kids and Jacob. They were very silent not until Luci spoke, asking Jacob where he was going. Jacob then replied that he was heading to a mountain called Cash Tower in the west. Luci was curious upon hearing it. He then asked Jacob why he was heading to Cash Tower Mountain. Jacob laughed a little and replied that it was because he believed there might exist something that would fulfill his dream in Cash Tower Mountain. Luci was disappointed with his answer, believing that he knew what the dream of Jacob was. Jacob clenched his fists and proudly said that his dream was to tame a dragon. Pablo was shocked upon hearing it. Luci at the same time was annoyed at Luci. As per Jacob, dragons are the strongest creatures on earth, legendary beings, a dream and goal of every druid. And he concludes that there will be nothing to fear in the world once he can tame one of the dragons. Dragon mage, it fills my heart with grandeur, he uttered with excitement. He doesn't know that Luci was furious at him for dreaming such a thing. Pablo awkwardly laughed and told Jacob that his dream of taming a dragon was something impossible and dangerous, so he might really end up dead. That's why it's a dream, isn't it? Just wait and see, Jacob replied. He confidently said that he would definitely tame a dragon with his own hands one day. While dreaming, Luci wanted to kill him immediately. However, despite not knowing what creature was on Cash Tower Mountain right now, he was sure it was not a dragon. If the creature on that mountain is a dragon, then he believes there is no way he would see Jacob, who was trying to tame a dragon, alive. And if that is the case, then he deduces that Ravana would not have been born in the first place. He was thinking for a moment until he realized that the creature in the Cash Tower was probably a thunder tiger. If happened that Jacob can really tame a thunder tiger on Cash Tower Mountain, he believes it will eventually evolve through the generations of the family and become the blazing tiger that Ravana commands. Knowing it would probably happen, Luci was thinking of a way to stop it, so he planned to take the lead. He then fakely laughed and told Jacob he was an amazing guy. Jacob then gave thanks to him. Luci then said that he was hoping Jacob's dream would come true. Pablo was listening to their conversation. He took a deep breath and thought that Jacob was a poor guy because he did not know that the kids right in front of him were dragons. Right at this moment, he wanted to offer his condolences in advance. The next day, they finally reached the Cash Tower Mountain. What a wonderful morning to meet a dragon, Jacob uttered. He turned his head around since Luci agreed with him. Luci was yawning and said that it was such a lovely morning that even dragons would wake up feeling refreshed. Jacob then laughed and asked him if he slept well. He then replied yes and asked Jacob if he had seen the twins. Jacob then said no, and he thought that the twins were also sleeping with them in the carriage. Pablo also got off the carriage and was yawning. Luci then asked him if he had seen the twins. Pablo also replied no. Where could those two have gone off to at the crack of dawn? What kind of trouble are they getting into now? Luci stated. Finn appeared and informed him that she had seen the twins. He then asked Finn where they were. Finn awkwardly laughed and Luci turned his head around the moment he heard the twins calling his name. He was shocked when he saw the kids carrying the thunder tiger and proclaimed that they found a big cat that could make them their puppy. They were pulling the thunder tiger to bring it to Luci. Luci was dumbfounded. He wanted to tell the kids that it wasn't a cat or a puppy. At the same time, Jacob was surprised. He was in disbelief knowing that thunder tiger is so hard to catch. The twins dropped the tiger on the snow and it seemed to be dizzy. It fainted beside Luci and Luci was so scared and immediately jumped away. For the twins, the thunder tiger is so cute to be their pet, so they begged Luci to allow them to take it with them. They even promised to take good care of the tiger. Wait, before anything else, where did you guys find this? Luci asked. Kani and Khan then proudly said that they found it on the mountain, and it came to play with them, which is why they play with it. It gave him a headache since it was the reason why he came here and never expected that the twins would easily tame it. Good heavens, a living thunder tiger cub. Jacob uttered. He was kneeling in front of the tiger and he was still in disbelief. He was about to touch the tiger, but the twins told him not to touch their pet Nabai. Louis was dumbfounded once more upon knowing that the twins named the Thunder Tiger. He then looked back at the tiger and noticed that its one eye was open. The tiger opened both of its eyes and saw Louis staring. He panicked while Louis remained standing. Louis approached it and said, "Hey, are you awake? Your eyelids are shaking." The Thunder Tiger was shaking. Louis moved closer to the tiger and felt that the tiger's breathing is getting rougher. "Are you really fainted?" he asked. The Thunder Tiger suddenly rose and growled angrily. Louis was startled and got furious. He then smacked it and the tiger saw more instantly. It was rolling over in front of Louis, and seeing it easily subdued by Louis with a single punch made Jacob speechless. Pablo then laughed and told him that his nephews are a bit fearless. At the same time, the twins were worried for their pet and wanted to heal him. "A bit fearless, you say? But it looks like that Thunder Tiger cub is scared of them though," Jacob stated. That made Pablo out of words. At this moment, Louis felt something strange, that the Thunder Tiger was still a young cub but its mother was not by its side. While thinking, he suddenly felt a strong energy. He turned around and gritted his teeth. He concludes that the energy he just felt might have belonged to the mother of the Thunder Tiger that the twins found. Both Pablo and Jacob panicked as they heard a roaring noise nearby. A monster then showed up. It turned out it was a drake. Jacob was terrified upon seeing it. He almost screamed, but Louis covered his mouth and told him to be quiet. Louis was aware that they would only attack the drake's attention if they would move. The way he was thinking was to hide their presence for now. He then activates his spatial concealment invisibility, and the moment it was activated, the drake wasn't able to see them. At the same time, Jacob was surprised as he was aware that Louis used spatial concealment, and now he confirmed that this magic technique is large enough to cover much space in an instant. He was staring at Louis, wondering how a child was able to use this kind of magic. He glanced at the drake in disbelief. The magic of Louis was really effective since the drake never saw them. The drake was looking around, but it only sensed something strange. Jacob at this time was contemplating things. He cannot think how it was possible for children to get a Thunder Tiger, which is a rare sight in a lifetime, plus a drake that hasn't been discovered for hundreds of years. He is flustered as he concludes that the dragon rumored to exist on Cash Tower Mountain was the drake all along. Because of his conclusion, he started to believe that there was no other dragon existing in this mountain. He looked back to Louis, wondering what's his real identity to possess such a genius ability, and detected the appearance of a drake faster than anyone else. For him, Louis is a genius child. Someone comes up to his mind that made him shocked. However, something happened that startled him and everyone. It turned out that the drake was roaring and thumping the ground. Louis was annoyed, wondering why there was a drake in this mountain. He then asked Finn if there was any other way to deal with the drake, and according to Finn, a drake is a creature that the demon dragon Rotvarrior cultivates using its own blood. Because it carries a small portion of dragon blood, it is immune to dragon fear. And to fight it, Louis needs at least 3 or 4 tier 1 fighters. Louis then concludes that if they would fight now, it means immediate annihilation to them. He never thought that something that was supposed to be deep in the mountains would come down to a place like this Cash Tower. He then concludes that this drake might be looking for something. He looked at the Thunder Tiger. He saw it was shaking in fear. He then realizes that there is a possibility that the drake is after the Thunder Tiger cub. Luckily, the drake turned around and walked away. Louis feels relieved, believing that the drake is giving up and will go back to where it belongs. However, a thunder noise happened. Louis stared at the sky. Then he saw a lightning strike heading toward them. The drake was also affected by the lightning and also their shield. Louis then pointed his thunder elemental stone. He forgets that he deactivated the spatial concealment. He managed to absorb the thunder. He feels relieved again, not until he realizes that the dragon is now exactly standing in front of him. He awkwardly laughed despite knowing that he was now screwed. He and the others immediately run while screaming. The drake was following them. The twins were crying in fear. Louis told them to shut up and run as fast as they could. The slow runner between them was Jacob. Pablo then told him to run faster before the drake caught him. Jacob understood what Pablo was trying to say. It's just that he was confused about how the kids managed to run faster than him. He was staring at the 3 kids and believed that these 3 kids weren't just ordinary kids. While thinking, he heard Pablo warn him. As he checked behind, he found out that the drake was about to swallow him alive. Jacob then whistles. The drake heard a noise from behind. It was the 6-winged bird. The bird hits the drake's head. Louis was glad that the bird interfered, and he believed this would be enough to buy him some time. Darks have stiff joined strictures, move and zigzag to slow him down. Run towards the area with lots of trees over there, Finn stated. Louis then instructed everyone to run in a zigzag towards the mountain. Right now, they were finally away from the drake. The bird continued annoying the drake until the drake reached its limit. The drake was furious and screamed in anger. His screams made the bird push away. The bird was severely harmed and fell. Jacob saw it. He was worried for his bird and he wanted to go back. He screamed his bird's name and ran back in the direction where his bird fell. Pablo tries to call him but he never dared to look back. Louis was annoyed at him but Louis never stopped running. He knew that they could survive as long as they would just run into the mountain. However, a part of him was worried for Jacob. Shockingly, he turned around and chased Jacob. "If we survive this, I'll really make sure you can't have kids," he said angrily while running. The twins and Pablo are worried for him so they end up following him. The thunder tiger was shaking in fear. He was looking around back and forth but also ended up following the kids. Jacob then calls his bird and commands it to get back. The bird was shaking in pain. He tried to get up but then he was bitten by the drake. Jacob was furious upon seeing it. He activates his magic power while calling the drake a bastard lizard. He attacked the drake without any hesitation. But then, the drake wasn't harmed at all. The drake directly stares at him in anger. It screamed furiously and swung its tail. Jacob panicked knowing that he would probably be hit by its tail. Lucky for him, Louis pulled him away. "Get out of the way, idiot," Louis angrily said. They both then saw nearly the tail of the drake. Louis then immediately activates his spatial crystal and rotates it. He then fired it toward the drake and the drake roared in agony the moment he got hit. At the same time, Jacob wakes up his bird. Shockingly, the drake casually chews the crystal of Louis. Louis was shocked upon seeing it. He was annoyed and decided to cast another magic power. This time, he attacked the drake with his mental spell Fall Over. The drake was moving uncomfortably so Louis thought that the current magic he used was working. However, the drake screamed loudly once more so Louis' magic became useless again. Louis was out of words. He doesn't know what else he could do. According to Finn, the drake only has basic instincts like hunger, mating, and fighting. Plus, mental spells won't work because it lack intelligence. Damn, how dumb can it be? Louis uttered. The drake was roaring continuously while charging at Louis. Louis was surprised when he saw the twins charging together towards the drake. They slashed the drake bravely but then both were unhappy since the drake was tough, and they gained pain for daring to attack the drake. They didn't notice that their lightning attack was working. Louis saw it first. He then told the twins about it and the twins immediately turned their heads around. Louis then told them that the drake is vulnerable to lightning attributes so he wants them to increase their lightning power and keep attacking. The twins charged back toward the drake to follow the command of Louis. They then slashed their swords at the drake and the drake was howling in agony. Louis smiled and concluded that the drake's magic resistance doesn't protect its internal organs. He then realizes he has underestimated their strength even though they are young but they're still dragons. He activates his magic power and charges toward the drake thinking of turning it into a lightning grilled snack. Jacob was shocked to see the braveness of the three kids. He was curious to know the real identity of the three as he never thought that these three would bravely fight against a drake. At this time, Pablo was nervous. He was afraid that Jacob would get an idea about the real identity of the three kids. He awkwardly laughed and said that his nephews are a bit strong. "Are they really your nephews?" Jacob asked, and Pablo told him not to delve too deeply to avoid getting hurt. Louis summoned crystals once more, but this time, it had lightning. He attacked it toward the drake and the drake wasn't able to fight back anymore. After the attack of Louis, the drake was finally knocked down. "We got it. Almost there," Louis uttered. However, the kids said they were tired and their arms and hands were in so much pain. Louis then told them to hang on believing that they would surely finish the drake after pushing one more time. Unfortunately, they heard a noise coming their way. Upon checking, they were dumbfounded to see another drake. Louis was annoyed again as he never expected that there would be another drake would appear. The green drake was passed out but then Khan didn't know anymore what they could do this time since their hands were in pain to handle a sword and strike a blow. Louis also believes that it cannot be helped anymore. He doesn't want to show his true form in front of Jacob but then he doesn't have a choice but to transform and carry Pablo and Jacob away. He then gave a signal to the twins to transform but before they could do it, something came up. They were staring above as they saw two thunder tigers charging toward the brown drake. The drake's attention shifted to the tigers. The tigers attacked the drake by biting it. At this time, Navi was so happy since both tigers fighting the Draco were his parents. Good heaven, two adult thunder tigers, Jacob said in disbelief. Louis was smiling at the same time as he realized that the parents have to show up when the cub is in danger. The twins were also cheering for the tigers. At this moment, the green drake rises and is planning to escape quietly. Of course, Louis won't let it happen. He summoned his chain and tied the green drake. Luci and the twins then run towards the drake, and Luci intends to end this battle for good. Luci then calls Pablo to give him a signal to do his thing. Pablo then ran towards the drake while saying, "Yes, I'm going, master," and they all attacked the drake together. While they were fighting, Jacob was staring at them and he was confused as to why Pablo called Luci as his master. He was contemplating things as he really thought Luci was really Pablo's nephew. He was startled when he heard the thunder tiger roar madly while charging at the drake. The male tiger bites the drake, but then the drake is able to reach him and also bites him. He growled in pain and the drake flew him above. He slammed on the ground and his wife got mad. The lady tiger was about to charge toward the drake, but then the drake roared loudly. His roar as usual creates a strong blow of vibration. The lady tiger was harmed and vomited blood. The drake swung its tail. The lady tiger bent down, but she knew she couldn't escape. The male tiger then rushed toward her and blocked the tail. Since the drake's tail was very tough, the male tiger flew away and bumped into the tree. He vomited blood and he was really in pain. Due to that, he passed out. The lady tiger was staring at her husband. She went berserk. This time, her lightning power appeared and she charged toward the drake bravely. She bites the drake and she never lets go despite the drake becoming hysterical. She continuously bites the drake, and due to her lightning power, the drake turns around and walks away while screaming in agony. Nabai was so proud of his parents. He then turned around to check everyone. The green drake was finally completely defeated and the three kids were so tired but happy at the same time. After a minute, Pablo suddenly informed Luci that the thunder tiger was coming to them. Upon seeing the male tiger, Nabai immediately jumped toward him. They rubbed each other. The father tiger looked straight at Luci. Luci was a little bit nervous, thinking that this male tiger might have noticed who they really were. However, the male tiger casually walked away. Nabai was crying while calling his father. He wanted to chase his father, but Luci stopped him, knowing that his father would intend to fight against the drake till death. Luci was staring at the male tiger, the same as the tiger to him. Seemed like the tiger was asking him to take good care of his son. The tiger even smiled at him and jumped away. Nabai was sad, knowing that his parents sacrificed their lives for them. Finn, on the other hand, stated that those thunder tigers must be prepared to die, risking their life to protect their child. For her, the parents of Nabai are truly the king of the beast. At this time, a silhouette appeared. Finn was shocked since she had an idea what this light means. Luci suddenly grabbed her and he walked away while asking Finn to take care of the kids for a moment. Finn asked him where he was going and he replied that he was going to the mountain. Finn was worried, telling him it was dangerous. However, Luci was determined. He told Finn not to worry as he would be back. Finn cannot do anything but ask him to be careful. Luci was shocked when he saw Nabai bend down his back in front of him. Luci concludes that Nabai wanted him to hop on and Nabai then nodded. Luci was hesitant a bit to bring Nabai with him, but then he agreed. He then hopped at Nabai's back and Nabai immediately headed to the light. Luci felt how fast Nabai was and he was wondering how the twins were able to catch Nabai. After just a minute, they found the area where the light was coming. But then, the scene only made Nabai cry. Fortunately, the brown drake died. However, the parents of Nabai also died. Luci then deduces that both tigers fight against the drake until death. Nabai was so sad and immediately ran towards his parents. He was rubbing his mother's head while crying continuously. While staring at him in sadness, Luci sees himself to Nabai, a kid who also lost his parents just like him in the past life. He patted Nabai's head to comfort him. This time, he decided to bring Nabai with them. After a few minutes, Nabai's parents were buried in the stones. Nabai was still crying in sorrow. Right now, Luci realizes how the Trugan family formed a bond with the Thunder Tigers. With drakes and Thunder Tigers nesting on the same mountain, he concludes they were bound to clash someday. Even without his intervention, he knew they were bound to destroy each other. He deduces that Jacob must have taken in the surviving Thunder Tiger cub in the end. But since he was here now, he didn't want to let it happen. He activates his magic power. He wrapped it toward Nabai, and he told Nabai to look at him. Nabai then turned around clueless. Then he saw the dragonic aura of Luci. He was scared. He was shaking in fear and wanted to run. Luci used telepathy to tell him not to be afraid. He also told him that he would take him in if he believed in him. Luci extended his hand and asked, "Will you follow me?" Nabai replied using its own language. He accepted Luci's hand as a sign that he would follow Luci from now on. Luci then kneeled in front of him and laughed. Luci then heard Pablo call him. The kids asked what he was doing, while Jacob at the same time was dumbfounded, knowing that the magic Luci used was definitely the spell that only high-level druids can cast, the Obey. Although Nabai was young, he knew that this Thunder Tiger was still a supreme beast among supreme beasts, and it completely responded to Luci's Obey spell. "I get it now," As I thought, you are, Jacob said, and suddenly stopped. Louis thought that Jacob figured out he was a dragon, but it turned out that Jacob only thought of him as a high-rank elf. Louis was puzzled. Jacob was smiling while shaking hands with him and stated that it was an immense honor for him to meet the guardian of the forest, and he was expecting that Louis was using a spell to hide his ears. Louis was stuttering. He was telling Jacob that there was a misunderstanding between them. He was confused if what Jacob was thinking right now was a good idea or not. He believes that his real identity will remain hidden if he lets Jacob misunderstand his identity. He cleared his throat and lied that Jacob was right, that he was the guardian of the forest, the high elf. Pablo was scratching his head knowing the fact that Louis was scamming Jacob. I apologize for not recognizing you sooner. Please forgive my past rudeness, Jacob said, and Louis replied, it's all right. It happens sometimes. Do elves usually talk weirdly like that? Canny asked, and Con said she didn't know, and she concluded that Louis probably never met an elf either. Jacob then looked at them and asked if they were also elves. And of course, Louis lied again and said both kids are his elf bodyguards. The twins were annoyed at him, and Pablo just sighed and thought that he didn't need to pay attention to this as it was not the first time Louis pulled something like this. Human, I have a request for you, Louis said. He wants Pablo to take good care of Nabai in the meantime. Jacob was shocked. The twins at the same time were mad at Louis stating that Nabai belonged to them. Louis then looked at Pablo, and Pablo was startled, but he knew what Louis wanted him to do. He then grabbed the kids and carried them away while telling them that they could not take Nabai with them. Louis then asked Jacob what was his decision. Jacob then said that Nabai formed a contract with Louis, which is why he was confused. Louis then said that he took Nabai in out of pity because he had no choice, but their journey would be perilous, so he was worried about whether Nabai could endure it. If even a high elf considers it a perilous journey, Jacob uttered, but before he could complete his sentence, Louis said that he believed Jacob was capable of taking good care of Nabai. He instructed him to take good care of Nabai until the day he returned to pick it up. This time, Jacob agreed and promised to take care of Nabai as if it was his own child. Louis then told him that he would trust him from now on. Louis then commanded Nabai to follow Jacob for now. Jacob was making a sad face, and Louis knew what he felt, so he patted Nabai's head and told him, I can't take you with me right now. If you listen to him well, I will come back for you one day. Nabai then smiled and walked toward Jacob. Jacob kneeled down and said, your name is Nabai, right? I'll take good care of you, Nabai. Louis crossed his arms while smiling. He was glad that his idea had turned out well. He was sure that Nabai wouldn't become an enemy in the future since it was already bound by contract with him. Before Jacob and Nabai leave, Louis reminds Jacob to feed Nabai light attribute stones from now on. Jacob asked him why, and he explained that Nabai would definitely become big someday if he would be fed with the light attribute stones. The sunset appeared. Jacob and Nabai bid goodbye to Louis. Louis was smiling at them. He was satisfied that despite the face trouble, his plan still worked. There was no dragon, but he secured a future asset by bringing the Thunder Tiger to their side. In the end, it favors him. He was sitting at the carriage and saw the twins having a tantrum with him. He just ignored them, knowing that these twins won't understand for now even if he would explain to them. He then told Pablo to head to the west again. Con and Canny were annoyed, saying that they hated Louis for sending their Nabai away. Because of what Louis did, they promised to never play with him anymore. However, Louis gets 2 elixirs and asks him if they want to eat. The twins were drooling, and in the end, they were asking Louis to give them more. After a long time of traveling, they finally reached their destination, a place where there are a lot of citizens. The twins were riding at Pablo's back while Pablo was riding the carriage, and both of them were so excited upon seeing the place. They were currently at the porty city Lufthagen. Canny was surprised and thrilled while telling Louis that there were a lot of people in the city. Con pointed to someone and proclaimed that it was her first time seeing a beast folk since she had never seen one even before. This place is on a different level from the villages we've passed so far, right? Fiona asked. She observed that Lufthagen is full of all kinds of people. This port city is constantly bustling with people all year round because it's a hub for trade between the autumn continent and the winter continent. Louis was still inside the carriage while looking at the place. He cannot believe that it took them half a year to get from Kashmir Mountain to Lufthagen. He concludes that they were only about halfway, and the only thing he was thinking was to go home as soon as possible. While observing the place, the twins disturbed him by excitedly saying that there are so many interesting things in the city. Louis was so annoyed, but he chose to be quiet. However, the twins were clinging to him, so he burst out and reminded the twins to give him some space. The twins were not scared of him, but instead enjoyed seeing his mad reaction. Master Louis, we're here, Pablo said. Louis then paused and stopped the twins playing with him. He then got off the carriage and crossed his arms. He went straight to the Siren's shelter and stood outside for a moment. "Is this the favorite spot you mentioned? This shabby inn?" he asked to Pablo. Pablo scratched his hair and replied, "Well, it has been 10 years since my last visit. Let's go in first." They then opened the door, and as they entered, a lady carrying a mug made of wood welcomed them to the Siren's shelter. She was smiling widely and asked Pablo if they came to stay or eat. Pablo wasn't looking straight at the lady. He answered that they planned to stay, however, he was hesitant. The lady then realizes something. "Are you perhaps Uncle Pablo?" she asked. Pablo was puzzled and asked her if they had known each other before. The lady then said she was Mona, and she concluded Pablo had forgotten her. "Mona? You mean that tiny Mona?" Pablo asked. Mona then proudly replied that she's not tiny anymore and she's also now 24 years old. She then called someone named Lucia and told her to come out since someone they knew came. "Who is that? Why are you causing such a commotion?" Lucia said. The lady with long brown hair wearing a long dress with a corset. In just one glance, she then remembered Pablo. She was standing in front of Pablo, and Pablo laughed and told her that she had grown so pretty, who seemed like getting ready to get married anytime. While Pablo is talking with the ladies, Louis deduces that Pablo must be a regular customer in this inn. "By the way, where are Hammond and Julia? Did they go to the market?" Pablo asked. Both ladies felt down and informed Pablo that their parents passed away 3 years ago in a runaway carriage. Pablo was shocked upon hearing it, as he never expected to hear this kind of news. He feels guilty. He apologizes to the ladies for coming so late. Lucia then said it was fine, and Mona informed him that she and Lucia had inherited the inn and were managing it just fine. Pablo then tapped their shoulders since they started crying. He knew that the ladies were having a hard time after their parents passed away. "But who are those children behind you? They're not your kids, are they?" Lucia asked. Pablo scratched his hair and replied, "Wait, aren't you being too much? They could be my children." But then, the ladies cut off his words and asked him where was his conscience. Pablo cleared his throat and told them that the 3 kids with him were just his nephews. Lucia then said it was a bit weird. Mona was showing an annoyed face while asking Pablo if he was saying that the 3 kids were from his bloodline. Pablo was nervous, as he was afraid that the ladies would catch him that he was lying. He then said that the kids are his very distant relatives. Mona then kneeled down with a smile on her face while looking at the kids. The twins then also smiled back at her, which caused her to be in love with them. She hugged the twins and proclaimed that the kids were so cute. Louis was looking at them and believed that Mona might change her insight about the kids once she tried raising them herself. Lucia then approached him by asking if he was hungry. Louis avoided to have eye contact with her, but he replied that he was a little bit hungry. Lucia and Mona then immediately rushed to the kitchen to prepare food for their visitors. Pablo then looked at Louis since he heard him sighing. He was annoyed when Louis said that being cute was too exhausting. Meanwhile, the room where they would stay has been prepared perfectly. Louis then lay down and he was satisfied that he was full after a long time. He sat on the bed and asked Pablo about his relationship with Lucia and Mona, since he felt that Pablo seemed pretty close to them. And as per Pablo, the parents of Lucia and Mona are his comrades in arms. Comrades in arms, as in mercenary? Louis asked. Pablo said yes, and he was smiling, claiming that those comrades of him were also his funny friends who always bickering but fell in love with each other one day and had Mona. He never forgot that Hammond and Julia gave up mercenary work to open the inn to raise their child. And because of Hammond and Julia, he became a regular in the inn. "I see, that's how it is. Now, get out of here," Louis said while cleaning his ear with his finger. "Huh? Where to?" all of a sudden, Pablo asked. Louis then commands him to find a ship to take them to the autumn continent and get some elixir while he's at it. Pablo was disappointed, asking Louis if he needed to do it now, despite that they just arrived and needed to rest. However, he suddenly runs away in fear to follow the command of Louis, since Louis is showing his scary aura. Louis then summoned Finn and ordered her to go with Pablo. Finn then replied she understood, and when she left, Louis turned his head to the twins and saw them peacefully sleeping. He believes that the twins really fell asleep, and he smiles, thinking that the twins look like angels when they're sleeping. He then stretched his arms and yawned. He decided to get some sleep, and after a few minutes, Mona entered with a snack for the kids, but she didn't continue to enter, which caused Lucia to wonder why. Lucia then checked it herself and saw the kids sleeping. The sisters were thrilled watching the cuteness of the kids while sleeping together. "Sleep well, kids. Sweet dreams," they said, and closed the door, leaving the 3 sleeping peacefully. The next day, early in the morning, there are already customers in the inn. Louis woke up and went downstairs, and Lucia then asked him if he slept well. Lucia then instructed him to sit with the kids together with Pablo, since she would serve the breakfast in a moment. "Lucia, come on, let's eat," the twins said with excitement. Louis then sat down beside Pablo and asked him if he got the ticket for the ship to the autumn continent. Pablo then said yes and informed Louis that the ship would depart in 2 weeks. Well done. What about the elixir? Louis asked. However, Pablo stated that the elixir isn't something easy to get and he doesn't think it will be easy to find either. Louis then figured out that only a dragon could stockpile such things, and he knew that even ordinary humans can't even see an elixir in their lifetime. He agreed that human food might taste good, but it doesn't help hatchlings like them. The sea route to the autumn continent takes about 2 months, so they needed to stock up elixirs before they set sail. Don't worry too much. We'll definitely be able to get it, Pablo told him since he was thinking too much about it. Pablo reminded him that they were still at Lufthagen where all the supplies of the Winder continent gather. Louis then smiled and proclaimed that they should look around together by tomorrow. Louis and Pablo were startled when a whole chicken was served on their table. Here, breakfast is served. Take your time and enjoy, Lucia and Mona said. No way. Who can eat all this food in the morning? Pablo asked out of shock. Mona crossed her arms and told him that the food wasn't just for him. Lucia then told the kids to try the food immediately. Pablo then grabbed the meat with a fork and told Mona that he never said he wouldn't eat. He then swallowed the meat and he was surprised with its delicious taste. He smiled and told Mona that the food tasted just right, just like the way Julia used to cook. Mona then smiled and proudly said she was the daughter of Julia, so she also inherited the ability of her mother. She then hung her arm on her sister's shoulder and said that Lucia also helped her in cooking, and Lucia then said that she only assisted her sister. Now that I think about it, Lucia was really good at singing, right? Pablo asked, but then the sister never responded. As per Pablo, no one could beat Lucia's singing in Lufthagen. He remembered that when Lucia sang, the inn was always packed with people, that's why they named it Siren's Shelter. Pablo was talking more about Lucia's talent, but then Louis noticed that the sisters were very silent and seemed to be sad. Louis then hit Pablo. Pablo shivered in pain and asked Louis why. Louis was showing a mad face and gave a signal to Pablo to look at the sisters. Pablo then noticed that the sisters were sad, but he was clueless as to why. Lucia doesn't sing anymore. No, she can't sing, Mona said with a sad face. Pablo was dumbfounded and said, what? Why? Why waste such a great talent? Mona was still down. She was about to say the truth, but someone made a noise that caught their attentions. 4 men came who seemed to be bad guys. What's this? Who are those rough-looking guys? Louis asked. The guy behind him then said that these men never get tired of coming, and the other man stated that these guys are the inn's attraction. Louis was confused as to why these unknown men were called attractions. The men were tall and they all stared at Mona and Lucia. What are you guys? Do you even know where you are? Pablo said. The men then made a way in the middle as they heard someone commanding them to set aside. Another man came inside the inn. He was wearing a white cape and he had a yellow short hair. He smiled and put his hand on his chest, then said, "Good morning, Lady Mona." He then stares at Lucia with a smile on his face and hands him a bouquet of red roses. He kneeled in front of Lucia and appreciated her beauty. Louis was annoyed as it was too cheesy for him, which only gave him goosebumps. Lucia calls the guy in the name Carrie and reminds him what she told him before. But then, Carrie shushed her and winked at her, then said that there was no need for many words. He also proclaimed that just seeing Lucia's face today had already calmed his heart. He bowed down to the lady and bid goodbye. He then also wished her to have a peaceful rest of the day. He was about to walk away, but Louis caught his attention. He glanced at Louis and Louis did the same thing. Carrie suddenly smiled without any reason, which annoyed Louis, believing that Carrie laughed at his height. "Lucia Nuna, I'm sleepy, hold me," he suddenly said. Lucia then smiled and said, "Oh, our little Louis is sleepy. Shall Nuna hold you and put you to sleep?" Louis then said yes, and Pablo was so confused about what was he's trying to do. Lucia then carried Louis in her arms and said that she would take Louis to his room. Louis then said yes with excitement, and he was satisfied knowing that he annoyed Carrie at this time because of jealousy. Carrie was trembling in anger and even gritted his teeth. He then told his men they should, and the huge men followed him. Louis then stuck his tongue out knowing that he was able to annoy Carrie. Who the hell is that guy? Pablo asked. According to Mona, Carrie is the eldest son of the Bunt family. Pablo then asked if she was referring to Tyrius Bunt the fighter. Mona then replied yes and informed Pablo that Tyrius Bunt is now a baron rather than a fighter. Pablo was shocked upon hearing it, and he was in disbelief that Tyrius Bunt became a baron. Baron Bunt started with a back alley organization, recognized by unifying the underworld of Lufthagen and stabilizing the port. He learned a tile from the local lord. Pablo recalled that Tyrius Bunt always went around bragging that he'd become a noble, and now he actually did. From what Pablo saw earlier, Carrie seemed like he was really into Lucia, so he suggested Mona to encourage her sister. However, seems like it only gave Mona a headache and she told Pablo not to mention it. Why? He's from a noble family now and quite handsome, Pablo said. Mona then informed him that Carrie is only 14 while Lucia is already 22. As usual, Pablo was shocked. He suddenly laughed and proclaimed that Carrie was such a manly man for a young age, and he believed that with the kind of spirit Carrie had, he could have married Lucia right away. Because of what he said, Mona was annoyed, but he suddenly ran away and said that he had things to do so he should get going. After an hour, the twins and Louis are still inside their room. Louis was busy reading a book, but Pablo suddenly came with excitement and informed him that he had found all the shops that might sell elixirs. Louis then closed the book he was holding and decided to head out immediately. As he was about to leave, the twins asked him where he was going and they begged him to let them go with him. But then, Louis told them to stay in the room and rest quietly since he would just go out with Pablo. However, the twins were having tantrums and said they really wanted to go, then looked to the door as he heard someone asking where they were going. As expected, it was Lucia and Mona, and surprisingly, they brought clothes for the three kids and they asked them to change before going out. After a few minutes, the kids changed their clothes. The twins were so happy except for Louis. The sisters were also satisfied and said that the clothes suits well to the kids. I was worried your clothes looked too thin, so I prepared these quickly. And glad they fit well, Mona said while patting Khan's hair. The twins then gave thanks for their kindness. Mona then looked at Pablo and said that there is no worse uncle than one who dresses his nieces and nephews in such thin clothes in cold weather. Pablo denied it and wanted to tell the truth that the twins and Louis are dragons so they don't have any problems with the cold weather. But of course, he wasn't allowed to say it. Louis then widely smiled and promised to Mona to wear the clothes very well. Mona then replied, "It's nothing, little prince." Pablo then opened the door and led the way together with Louis. The sisters then reminded Pablo to take good care of the twins and Louis while they were out, and Lucia told them to have a good time roaming outside. They left the inn in the early afternoon and wasted their time until late afternoon. In the end, Louis was exhausted since not a single place sells elixirs. "You said we could absolutely find them here in Luftwagen," he said to Pablo. Pablo was emotional and apologized to Louis as he also didn't expect them not to find any either. Louis was annoyed knowing that it would be so bad if they could not find any. And at this rate, he believes he's going to be recorded as the first hatchling to die of malnutrition. While thinking of a way, he and Pablo heard someone nearby who seemed to be fighting. A few of these men were Carrie and his people. Pablo then instantly saw Carrie and Louis then wondered what Carrie was doing in this place. "Didn't I tell you? Give up on Lucia already. Why would someone like her pay attention to a brat like you, huh?" The leader from the other team said, which angered Carrie. He was shaking and clenching his fist. "Well, maybe if you were a manly man like me, right guys?" The guy added. "That's right. It's too much for a kitty like you." His companion replied, "Insolent fool. Do you realize who you're insulting with such reckless words?" The guy from Carrie said while pointing a sword at the other team. The leader of the other team smiled ironically. He suddenly becomes serious and proclaims that he should take the sword pointed at him as a declaration of war against their gang, which is the Damon gang. The guy who was holding the sword was nervous and he didn't know how to respond. This time, Carrie shouts at the Damon gang's leader by calling him a lunatic and warns him that he won't get away once his father finds out. The leader of the Damon gang then said, "Who knows?" He then added that he didn't know as he was just a lowly man, and he asked Carrie if he, a noble, wanted to teach him directly. Right now, Louis and Pablo interfered by commanding them to stop arguing. "I don't know what's going on, but swinging a sword around in broad daylight on the streets is a bit much," Pablo said. Carrie then looked at him and remembered he was the gentleman from the Siren's shelter he saw early in the morning. "You look like you're just passing by. Why don't you mind your business and go on your way?" The leader of Damon gang said, oh my, I know it's been 10 years since I left, but is there no one left who recognizes Pablo around here?" Pablo replied. The men of Carrie were shocked upon hearing the name Pablo. They then asked him if he was the Blood Axe, Pablo. Pablo then confidently said that someone still remembers him. Carrie was clueless about Blood Axe, so he asked one of his men what it was. "My lord, you've heard of him from the Baron. He's the one who saved the Baron's life," the guy replied. Back when the Baron was still unifying the underworld before receiving his title, he fell into a trap set by the opposing factions. At that very moment when the Baron's life was in peril, Pablo charged into enemy lines with just an axe. Although he was stabbed 8 times, he still managed to save the Baron. Carrie was shocked upon knowing that Pablo was the very savior of his father. He smiled and said that he never thought to meet the savior of his father in a place like where they are right now, and he had heard a lot about Pablo from his father, so it was an honor for him to finally meet Pablo. Pablo then told Carrie that it was all just stories from his youth. He then proclaimed that it wasn't a big deal at all and then awkwardly laughed. Louis behind him was annoyed knowing that Pablo was just trying to show off. "Oh my, to think I'd meet a legendary figure. I only heard of the rumors. Pleased to meet you, I'm Damon," the leader of the Damon gang said. And he proudly added that he was running a modest organization in Logen. Louis was staring at Damon as he sensed a strange aura from him and it somehow bothered him. Damon bowed down to Pablo and bid goodbye. They then started leaving while wishing Pablo to have a good day. "Huh? Just leaving like that? What an anticlimactic fellow," Pablo uttered. Right at this moment, Louis is not certain, but he believes his intuition is right that Damon is going to cause some serious trouble soon. Meanwhile, Pablo and Louis went to the Bunt family residence since Carrie invited them. Carrie immediately informed his father, and upon seeing Pablo, Tirius was so happy. He then hugged Pablo and said it had been so many years since the last time they saw each other. Pablo hugged him back and laughed, then replied that it had been 10 years now. "You heartless man. You should have kept in touch more often," Tirius said. Pablo apologized to him and explained that his life has been tough, which is why he couldn't keep in touch. Who would have thought the fighter Tirius would be so successful? "The world is truly full of surprises," Pablo said. Tirius then told him it was all thanks to his help. He believes that he wouldn't be standing in his position now if Pablo hadn't saved him back then. Pablo was flattered not until he remembered Louis was with him. He was about to tell the reason for his visit, but then Tirius cut his word and informed him that Carrie said he was looking for the elixir. Luckily, Tirius sent out his men, so he told Pablo not to worry as he could have as much as he needed in a few days. "From what I saw earlier, it looks like you guys have some problem with another organization. Will there be any problems getting the elixir?" Louis suddenly said. Tirius then caught his attention and immediately asked about his identity. Pablo then lied that Louis was his nephew, and he asked Tirius to be understanding since Louis was too spoiled. He awkwardly laughed and fakely caught to silent Louis. Tirius then chose to believe Pablo and then mentioned that the Damon faction has been causing some trouble lately. Even underground thugs wouldn't dare mess with a noble. "Did something happen?" Pablo asked. According to Tirius, there have been frequent unexplained accidents recently causing the ships of the trading company protected by the Bunt family to run aground. As per Tirius, some might call it bad luck, but rumors have spread that the grounded ships were attacked by monsters. This has led some to question the Bunt family's protection. Louis was shocked upon hearing it. Tirius added that given the situation, Damon has taken this opportunity to openly rebel against him. Pablo then suggested him to ask for help from the Lord, since the Lord is the one who granted him the barony after all. Tirius then said that the Lord seems indifferent and just lets the Damon faction do what they want as long as Logen is running smoothly. He then reminded Pablo that he came from the underground himself, and that is the reason why the Lord won't care much even if Damon takes his place. Pablo then understood the case and he knew it was really a headache. "Come on now. It's been a while since we met. We shouldn't just talk about gloomy things. Let me treat you properly. Let's have a good time," Tirius suddenly said. Pablo agreed with him and even said that they must stay up all night. Pablo was sweating upon seeing Louis stare with annoyance at him. Fortunately, Louis gave him a gesture of allowing him to enjoy his time with Tirius. He wants Pablo to have fun with Tirius since Tirius will gonna give them the elixir for free, so he should at least let Pablo spend time with Tirius. Pablo was so happy that Louis permitted him and he then said, "All right, let's go quickly. We're drinking till we drop tonight." Tirius then replied, "That's the spirit, Hyung-nim." All right. They then left Louis together with Carrie and they heard Tirius telling Carrie to take good care of Louis. Louis and Carrie stare at each other and suddenly feel down, thinking that they were years apart to play along. After a minute, Carrie suddenly told Louis to follow him. Louis then asked where they were going and Carrie replied, "Where else? Father told me to entertain you, so we're going to my room." "All right, show me the way then. Show me how well a noble can entertain me," Louis said, which annoyed Carrie. They went straight to the room of Carrie, a spacious and very neat bedroom. Carrie sat on the couch and permitted Louis to sit down quietly anywhere he wanted, but he warned him not to touch his stuff. But the moment he finished saying it, Louis touched one of his night toy. Carrie was annoyed and pulled it away from him while saying not to touch it as it might break. Acting all grown up. "But you still like toys, huh? Still that fond of them?" Louis asked, and Carrie then told him it's none of his business. Carrie put back the toy while explaining that the knight figure is a limited edition that might break when handled roughly. At this time, Louis saw a letter on the table. A letter Carrie made for Luci. He read the letter out loud and Carrie was so mad at him and tried to pull the letter and the box beside it away from Louis. However, Louis got the box, believing that it was the necklace that was mentioned on the ground. He pushed away Carrie's face using his foot while Carrie was asking him not to read someone else's letter. He then opened the box and inside gave a glowing light. Upon seeing the necklace inside, Louis was speechless. The necklace was made of crystal and it was perfect for Lucia. Carrie then pulled it away from him and Louis then smiled while honestly telling Carrie that he picked a nice necklace despite that his letter writing skills are terrible. Carrie becomes thrilled when Louis says that the necklace will suit Lucia perfectly. That's a relief, it was really hard to find this, he uttered. Although it looks expensive, isn't it easy to find a necklace like that? Louis said. Carrie then said that the necklace he was holding was a different one. He then mentioned that it was the famous Siren's tear. At first, it didn't sink into Louis. He suddenly became quiet, and when it sank into his mind, he was shocked and asked Carrie if the necklace was really Siren's tear, the real one. Carrie then confidently said that it wasn't a fake but a real Siren's tear, and he even had it verified by an official appraiser. Louis was still in shock, wondering why the Siren's tear was in this place. According to the original legend, the ruler of the sea, who cherished his daughter more than anyone, collected his daughter's last tears and put them into a jewel, and that became the Siren's tear. Most importantly, the Siren's tear is the key to the Sea Emperor's underwater labyrinth. Louis was aware that the Sea Emperor's underwater labyrinth was a crucial place for the protagonist in the original story to level up. Because of that, Louis wanted to get the Siren's tear before anyone did. At this moment, Louis suddenly politely called Carrie as Hyung. Carrie was shocked and thought that he just heard is wrong. "Can you jib it to me, Hyung?" Louis said with a cute face. But instead of admiring his cuteness, Carrie got annoyed and asked him if he was hurt somewhere to suddenly act differently. The eyes of Louis were shimmering while begging Carrie to give the Siren's tear to him. "What's wrong with this brat? It's creepy, hey away from me," Carrie said with annoyance. Louis didn't surrender and continued to beg Carrie despite that Carrie was screaming. "Don't even dream about it. I told you, this is a gift for Lady Lucia," Carrie said. Louis was annoyed by the fact that he didn't have any chance of forcing Carrie to give the necklace to him. "But tell me, what if Lucia Nuna doesn't accept the gift? What will you do?" Louis asked. Carrie then confidently said that Lucia won't refuse to accept the necklace, knowing that it has been said from ancient times that women fall for expensive gifts. Some might, but Lucia Nuna doesn't seem like someone who would accept a gift just because it's expensive, though, Louis said. Carrie was worried upon hearing Louis' statement. Louis then sat on the chair and invited Carrie to sit down so he could teach him what real romance is. Carrie listened to his words and even noted everything he said. The first thing Louis taught him was to establish a sense of closeness with the other person, as it was very important so he could gradually express his feelings. Louis was eating a cookie, and he told Carrie to avoid sudden confessions or extravagant gifts. He recalled the time when Carrie gave a bouquet of flowers to Lucia and stated that overbearing approaches would have the opposite effect. Carrie suddenly felt annoyed to himself. He was biting the pen and suddenly spit it out and screamed everything Louis mentioned was the exact opposite of everything he had been doing so far. Louis remained calm and told him that he should have chosen the right person to get relationship advice from in the first place. He then asked Carrie if there was something that triggered his feelings for Lucia. And according to Carrie, the first time he met Lucia was 5 years ago. His eyes were shimmering while looking things back. The moment he first saw Lucia singing at the Siren Inn, it felt like his dark future suddenly became as bright as day. He was instantly captivated by Lucia's gestures, beauty, and voice. That's a pretty long-winded explanation for falling in love with someone singing, Louis said. However, Carrie said it wasn't just any singing. For him, Lucia's voice is like a heavenly harmony. Louis then asked why Lucia doesn't sing anymore despite that she is a good singer. Carrie became sad and replied that there was a tragic accident happened. 4 years ago, Lucia's favorite singer was having a performance. Of course, Lucia begged her parents to let her go see it. Couldn't resist Lucia's excitement. Her parents finally agreed, leaving Mona behind to take her to watch the performance. And then it happened on the way to the venue. A carriage was accidentally going the wrong way where Lucia was standing together with her parents. Lucia that time cannot move despite her parents telling him to watch out. In the end, Lucia was crashed by the carriage with a strong force. She passed out but she woke up after a few minutes. She called her parents but she was dumbfounded upon seeing her parents lying on the ground bathing in their own blood. She was crying in fear and she didn't know what to do. A carriage crashed into them, including her parents, and that is the reason why both of her parents passed away. After that, Lucia was so traumatized by the accident that she couldn't sing anymore. Louis then understood that Lucia thought her parents died because of her love for singing, and now her voice won't come out. He suddenly smiled as he thought that he could do something good and also get Siren's tears if he handled this situation very well. Wait, you are going to give Siren's tear as a gift to Lucia Nuna who has such a backstory. Are you out of your mind? He said. But then, Carrie was confused. Louis then told him that if he would give the necklace to the lady, it's like giving Siren's tear to a siren who can't sing. He concludes that it rather brings back the past nightmares Lucia has forgotten if she received such a gift. Carrie was dumbfounded and admitted that he hadn't thought of it. Louis then smiled and said that there was no end to what he had to teach Carrie, from start to finish. Louis then offered a proposal to Carrie. He then asked Carrie if he wanted to hear about it right now. Meanwhile, Louis went back to the Siren Inn. He entered and saw Mona cleaning the tables. Mona then asked him where was Pablo as he wondered why Louis was alone. Louis then said that his uncle Pablo wanted to have a drunk with Tirius. What? That old man really is something. Sending a kid home alone at this late hour, Mona said with annoyance. Louis then said he was fine and he asked about Lucia. Mona smiled and believed that Louis wanted to see Lucia as soon as possible, so she told him that Lucia was inside her room upstairs. Louis then headed upstairs while giving thanks to Mona, and Mona then told him to tell her if he felt hungry so she could bring him a snack. Louis smiled thinking that he should now start his plan. The offer he makes to Carrie is that he will make Lucia sing again in exchange for the Siren Tear necklace. At first, Carrie was hesitant to believe it would happen. Louis then asked him if he still wanted to see Lucia sing again. Carrie said yes, but seems like he was hesitant. What's this then? Are you saying the necklace is more valuable to you than Lucia Nuna? Louis said, that's not it. If Lady Lucia can sing again, I'd give this stupid necklace to anyone. Carrie replied. Louis then widely smiled and said, great. It's a deal then. If I succeed, you'll give me the necklace, right? Carrie was sweating while thinking. Is that all your feelings for Lucia Nuna amount to? You talked like you'd give up the world for her, but it turns out to be nothing more than an immature kid talk. Louis stated. Fine. If you succeed, I'll give you Siren's tear. Carrie replied. Louis then bumped his hand and proclaimed that the deal had been sealed. Carrie then told him he should keep his word and never take it back. At the present time, Louis knocked on the room of the Luci. Lucia opened the door and smiled upon seeing that it was him. The lady then asked him when he got back without knowing that Louis had an operation he had begun. Lucia Nuna, I'm bored. Play with me, Louis said. Lucia gave what he requested, believing that he was really bored. She invited him to get inside her room, but before entering, Louis looked around. Upon confirming that no one was looking at them, he immediately entered Lucia's room, following the lady. Inside was too spacious with lots of different stuff. Louis acknowledged the pretty room of the lady, and the lady then chuckled and thanked him. She then told Louis that she hadn't done much decorating, but she's still glad Louis likes it. Louis suddenly saw an instrument on the corner. He pointed his index finger to it and asked Lucia what it was. As per Lucia, it was an instrument called bomb and it is used to play music. Louis then showed excitement while telling the lady to play it as he wanted to hear it from her. Lucia seemed to panic as it had been long since he played music. However, Louis held her skirt, showing a pitiful look, and begged her to play the bomb. Lucia was hesitant, but she said, all right, shall I play a little then? She held the bomb and sat on her bed. Louis was sitting in front of her while she started strumming the bomb. She breathed deeply and played music using the bomb as what Louis requested her to do. While playing the bomb, Louis seemed to be mesmerized. He was speechless and impressed. He saw how beautiful the lady was while playing the instrument with a smile on her face. He appreciated how Lucia played the bomb and the pure sound of the instrument she was playing. Now, he smiled as he understood why Carrie was so smitten with the lady. Lucia stopped strumming the bomb and inhaled. Louis then clapped and showed his proud face to the lady while saying, bravo, bravo. Lucia felt a little bit shy, saying that it didn't go as well as she'd hoped since it's been a while. What are you talking about? It was such an amazing performance, Louis said with shimmering eyes and reddish cheeks. Lucia was stuttering while saying that she felt relief Louis liked it. Louis then suddenly said that he also wanted to try playing the instrument too. Lucia was puzzled at first. To confirm, she asked Louis if he meant he wanted to play the bomb. Louis clenched his fists and showed excitement, stating that he wanted to learn how to make beautiful sounds like what Lucia did. Really? In that case, wait just a moment, Lucia replied. Of course, Louis was clueless. He just stared at the lady while the lady was searching for something and said that she thought she put it somewhere around her room. Luckily, she found it in her cabinet. It was a small bomb. She handed it to Louis and Louis accepted it with real happiness in his eyes. Lucia then said it would be a gift to Louis from her. She also let Louis know that this small bomb is the bomb she used when she was little and she thinks it's just the right size for Louis now. Louis thanked her and she then rubbed Louis's hair while telling him they should rest for now and just start practicing tomorrow since the time is already late. Louis then replied yes and rushed back to his room while waving goodbye to the lady. Lucia also waved at him while saying, good night, sleep well. Louis was inside his room and Finn was currently flying above him. He was holding the bamp while sitting on the bed. Finn understood that Louis was planning to help Lucia forget her trauma by giving her positive experiences with music. But with that, Finn was confused, knowing that it would be faster to just use some mental magic to alter Lucia's memories. However, Louis doesn't like the idea, believing that such shortcuts might offer a temporary fix to the lady, but the wounds will resurface eventually. He raised the bomb while proclaiming that the rule he lived by was that kindness should be met with kindness and malice with malice. Since she's been good to us, we should return the favor, right? He said. Still, Finn was dismayed by the fact that they wouldn't be sticking to their original plan this time again. No, that won't happen. Trust me, Louis replied. 3 days later, Louis was still practicing the bomb inside Lucia's room. Of course, he was together with the lady since she was his mentor. The lady was speechless, staring at him playing the bomb. How is it? Do you think I get better at this? He asked. Lucia was startled by his question. She got back to her senses and told Louis that he did so well. Louis played the bomb again and said, "Let's see, should I play it like this?" Right now, he doesn't know that Lucia sees him as a prodigy. In just 1 day, he mastered the grip technique, memorized all the chords by the 2nd day, and right now, on their 3rd day, he's effortlessly playing a piece that even adults struggle with. Lucia was wondering where Louis learned to perform like a professional. He was speechless, thinking where Louis came from. Louis asked her to teach him the next song and she just agreed. The next day, there were posters glued on the wall. It was about a full catch festival. It was a calling for participants for the Night of Cane festival, and anyone can apply. Someone pulled the poster. It was Damon, and he proclaimed that the Night of Cane is a singing event. According to the guy behind him, Night of Cane is one of the events at the Full Catch Festival that is held every year around this time. Contestants who apply compete in a singing contest for a prize. It is one of the most popular festival events, and this guy heard people are already practicing hard to win the prize this year too. Is that so? That's perfect, Damon said. What do you mean by that? The guy behind him asked. He then crumpled the poster and proclaimed that the more people gathered, the louder the screams would be. Right now, Pablo was walking on the street as he headed back to Lucia and Mona's place. While walking, he was dizzy. He proclaimed he was dying. He then concludes he's getting old, and he admitted himself he didn't think a few days of drinking would be so tough. While heading back to his quarter, he heard a familiar sound. He knows it was a bomb being played. He immediately rushed as he thought it was Lucia who had finally decided to sing again. However, it turned out it was Louis. Oh boy, just getting home now? Louis asked, but Pablo only replied, it's not Lucia. Louis covered his nose as he felt disgusted with the reeking smell of Pablo. He then concludes that Pablo was drinking with Tyrius all night again. Pablo sat down and laughed. He then told Louis that Tyrius wouldn't let him leave. But what's with the bomb? I've never seen you play an instrument before, Pablo said. Louis strummed the bomb and informed Pablo that Lucia was the one who gave it to him. Pablo then said he seemed to be not an ordinary bomb player because of how he perfectly played it earlier, and now he was curious to know when Louis started playing it. Louis then replied that he started it when he got to this place. Pablo was surprised as he couldn't believe Louis had easily mastered it in less than a week. Louis then proudly told Pablo that he tried the bomb and it worked out well. He doesn't know that Pablo was annoyed upon hearing it. Aside from the bomb, Louis then also said it was fine for him if Pablo was drinking, but he was wondering about the task he gave to him. Pablo then told him not to worry since he was clearing out every elixir left in Logen. He was thankful to Tyrius for spreading the word, which is why he has already secured about 20 lower-grade elixirs. He was so proud of himself, proclaiming that Louis could call him capable Pablo. But then, Louis was disappointed since Pablo only managed to get 20 of the elixirs despite that it was only a lower grade. Pablo felt down, saying that it was really tough to gather those elixirs. Besides, finding elixirs around this place recently is as difficult as picking stars in the sky. Louis still believes that in a port city with this much trade, elixirs should be more available no matter how rare they are. He then asked Pablo if there was someone else in the city who was raising or researching magical beasts. Pablo replied no, and as far as he knew, there was no one, and he wondered why Louis asked. Louis then said that it seemed like someone else was buying up large quantities of elixirs before he could. He was aware that elixirs are usually used to enhance attribute power in humans or to feed magical beasts. If it's a human, there's no need to buy a large amount since there's a limit to how much they can consume at once. But if someone is raising magical beasts, they would need a steady supply of elixirs in large quantities. As per Pablo, if someone in this city were raising magic beasts, just as Louis guessed, he believes there's no way Tyrius wouldn't know about it. Louis agreed, and right at this moment, he felt something suspicious. He was curious why someone would go to such lengths to raise magical beasts without Baron knowing. He flinched as he realized something. Pablo, do you think you can find out who's been buying elixirs recently? He asked. Pablo answered that he could, but he believed it would take some time. Nevertheless, he concludes it shouldn't be hard if he would ask Tyrius directly. Louis then commanded him to track down the final destination where all those elixirs were ending up from those people. He looked at Finn, who was hiding inside a drum, and told Pablo to take Finn with him once he found it and search the place thoroughly. I'll do as you say, but why are you doing this? Do you plan to steal the elixirs? Pablo asked. Do I look like a thief? Louis replied with crossed arms. He added that he's not sure yet, but he's starting to think that Damon might be far crazier than he originally thought. Pablo then said he understood, and he informed Louis that he needed to head up and get some sleep. He was about to stand, however, Louis asked him where he was planning to go. Pablo was confused not until Louis told him he should go out right now. Pablo was annoyed since he just got back with a hangover, so he needed to rest first before doing his job. I cut you some slack, and now Pablo thinks he can slack off. How about we relive some old memories? Louis said with annoyance, but still dared to smile at Pablo. As usual, Pablo got scared of him and decided to leave immediately with anger. He opened the door and saw lots of people celebrating outside. Louis was intrigued with the people and he wondered who they were. Pablo then remembered that the Full Catch Festival is starting soon, which is why people were outside. Louis was clueless about Full Catch Festival, but Pablo informed him that nowadays, the city is famous for trade. But it used to be a small fishing village. Back then, they held the Full Catch Festival every year to pray for the safety of the departing fishermen and a bountiful catch. The tradition has continued, turning into the festival they have now. And the highlight of this festival is none other than the Night of Cain, as per Pablo. Louis asked what a Night of Cain is, and according to Pablo, it is a singing contest where the best singers in the city compete for a prize. Quite a sight to behold. He recalled that Luci used to win first place every time she participated. Louis was glad upon hearing it. He then said, well, since you're heading out anyway, there's one more thing I want you to do. Pablo was clueless and a part of him was scared. He crossed his arms. He smiled and commanded Pablo to sign him up for the Night of Cain. At the same time, Lucia was inside her room staring at her bomb. A part of her was sad while thinking about her past. She was disturbed when she heard Louis knocking on her door and calling her name. She immediately opened the door and said, yes, Louis. Have you been practicing the song I taught you? Louis then replied, of course. Then, he told the lady he had a favor to ask. The lady was smiling while asking him what it was. I heard there's a festival going on. Could you take me there? Louis said. Khan and Canny heard it, and they were also excited about the festival. They were begging Louis to take them both. Louis got irritated at them as he never thought the twins would hear them. So you wanted to go to the festival, huh? Well, with all the noise everywhere lately, it's only natural to be curious, right? But the problem is, since it's the festival season, the inn is already full of tourists, so it's hard to just leave, Lucia said. But then, someone came and told them they should. Surprisingly, it was Mona. Mona said they should go to the festival together. Our little princes and princess want to go, so of course we have to, right? Mona added while rubbing Louis's hair. Lucia then asked her if she was serious with her decision, knowing that they should take care of the inn. Mona then told her it was just for one day, and she was sure that their inn wouldn't go bankrupt because they closed it for a day. Besides, the real crowds haven't even arrived yet, so she wants them to enjoy themselves today and work hard starting tomorrow. Alright, then let's get ready and head out, Lucia said, and Louis was glad that the lady agreed. Mona was also excited and said, kids, let's go. The twins were so happy following her. After preparing, they immediately head out. The twins were wondering if there would be lots of yummy food at the festival. Lucia then said yes and promised to buy them a lot of delicious treats. Behind them was Louis smiling, thinking that everything was going according to plan. He stares directly at Lucia, planning to execute his next plan. The night came. Finn was wearing her cute coat with a hat and sunglasses as she was doing a mission given to her. She was looking around to make sure no one could see her. She then went inside a drum and peeked. She was staring exactly at the warehouse Pablo mentioned to her. Right now, she recalled Pablo stating that the merchants usually traded elixirs at the warehouse on the western end of the port. He doesn't know what Louis is looking for, but he wants Finn to investigate this building. She then got out from the drum with a gun sign hand and said, all right, whatever's hidden there, I, the loyal servant of Master Louis, will uncover it all. She then headed to the warehouse, and from the roof, he saw two guys playing cards. She saw a spider and used its web to slide down. She just hid for a moment and heard one of the guys complaining he was bored already and wondered how much longer they had to stay in this damp warehouse. You sure complain a lot. Just shut up and play your cards. The boss said he'd contact us before the festival ends. His companion replied. He was startled when he heard a noise. Finn also heard it and she concluded that the noise was coming from a beast. "There it goes again," one of the guys said. The other guy then commanded him to fetch the beast since he was the one who fetched it the last time. The guy then gets something in a crate while saying, "Damn it. How much does that thing have to eat before it's satisfied?" Finn fed mice with cheese inside the warehouse and commanded one to distract the guy. The mouse ran as fast as it could and bumped the guy's foot. The guy slipped and all the elixirs from the crate fell on the ground. "You useless bastard. You couldn't even move that properly," the white hair guy said with annoyance. The other guy got annoyed by his bossy attitude. Finn at the same time was surprised knowing that the things in the crate that dropped on the ground were elixirs. She then concludes that all the crates inside the warehouse are full of elixirs. She clenched her fists as she decided to figure out what these guys planned to do with the elixirs. The two guys were fighting with each other, blaming each other for why there were mice inside the warehouse. They don't know that Finn went to the elixirs and hid inside the crate. The guy carried the crate where Finn was hiding. He was annoyed with the white-haired guy for blaming him for not cleaning the warehouse. He went downstairs while complaining that the white-haired guy was acting all high and mighty but was also struck inside the warehouse just like him. Finn was watching their way believing that the stairs were going down to the basement. She was very curious to know where it leads. When they reached the lower ground, it turned out there was a river. The guy kneeled down and slowly put the crate of elixirs down. He then stood to leave while looking behind. He saw a dark aura of the beast. He almost cried. He was sweating, and it was because he was scared. He grits his teeth and runs away in fear. Finn was still hiding, but she came out when she noticed that the guy already left. But then, she was in fear when she saw a shadow. She screamed when she realized that the beast was staring at her and was ready to swallow all the elixirs. At the same time, a cute little beast was roaring in the city. He wants to tell everyone to stop but nobody can hear him. Khan and Canny were enjoying the festival. Lona then said, "Amazing, right? They don't call the Full Catch Festival the best festival on the winter continent for nothing." Right now, Louis confirmed that this festival is really huge, and he have never seen a festival this big in his previous life either. He also concludes that this festival is comparable to a Disneyland parade. While thinking, someone handed him a barbecue. It was Lucia. He asked what food it was and as per Lucia, it is called frozen fruit, something they can only get during this festival. And she said she thinks Louis would like it, which is why she wants him to try it. When Louis bit a little, he was thrilled and agreed that it really tasted so good. Exactly the same as the candied fruit he had in his previous life. "How is it? Tasty? You've never had something like this before, right?" Lucia asked. Louis then told her it was indeed delicious. He turned around as he heard a bomb being played. He then told the lady that someone might be playing a bomb at this moment. Lucia then told him that it might probably be because this festival was holding the preliminaries for the Night of Cain. Louis suddenly pulled the lady while her that they should check it out. Lucia was hesitant but she couldn't do anything but follow Louis, believing that he was just a kid who wanted to enjoy the festival. As they got near the stage, they confirmed that there was really a guy who was playing a bomb. The participants were playing the instrument with emotion, but then Louis said it sounded bad and made his ears die. Lucia then told him it was because this was just a preliminary, and she knew that the real talent usually shows up in the finals. "Lucia Nuna, I think you play so much better than them," Louis said, but Lucia suddenly felt nervous. However, Louis pulled her again while saying, "I can't take this. Come with her, we're going up there together." Lucia wanted to stop Louis, but Louis wouldn't listen to her and continued to run. Louis went directly to the host to say they wanted to join the contest. The host then told them they needed to sign up in advance to participate in the singing contest. Louis then whispered to the host, informing him that he signed up under the name Louis and Lucia. He then commanded the host to find their names on the list so he could check it. "What? Lucia? You mean Lucia, the Siren?" the host asked with a shocked reaction. The people around were also surprised, but Lucia was nervous. She heard the people murmuring about her that she doesn't sing anymore since the accident happened. Lucia was trembling. She felt like she was being suffocated. She held on the corner with closed eyes, but she opened it in surprise when Louis held her hand. "Don't worry, I'll sing, and Lucia Nuna will just play the instrument," Louis said. He handed the bomb to the lady and the lady was speechless. They were discussing while the people around them were waiting for them to play a music on the stage. The lady was hugging the bomb. Of course, she was nervous and her voice was stuttering. "Are you ready yet? If you need more time, we can move to the next participant," the host said. Lucia was about to say the truth that she couldn't, but then Louis went to the middle of the stage and greeted the citizens of Lufthagen. He introduced himself as Louis from the Siren's shelter and said, "You've all been so patient, enduring the gibber performances so far, right?" It annoyed the recent guy who performed earlier, but Louis wasn't scared at all. He then introduced Lucia as his accompanist. Despite that Lucia was nervous, she still went on the stage with no words. She looked at the crowd and her fear came back again. She was sweating and her body was shaking. She then called Louis and honestly told him that she didn't think she could perform again. Louis was genuinely smiling at her and asked for her hands. He used his magic power while holding Lucia's hand. Lucia suddenly felt something. She was speechless, wondering what feeling she felt. She disappointment at her gibber and realizes that holding Louis's hand makes her feel oddly calm. Louis then winked at her and told her not to worry as he was sure everything would be fine. Lucia exhaled and replied, "Right, okay. Thanks, Louis. Even if it's just words, it means a lot." The host then gave her a sit and she then asked Louis what he wanted to sing so she could match the instrument to it. Louis then called everyone's attention and thanked them for patiently waiting. He declared he would now sing for everyone, but everyone was surprised upon knowing that he would be the one to sing and not Lucia. "The kid is cute, but what kind of song could a child possibly sing?" a lady said. Louis then cleared his throat and started humming. The crowd was thrilled upon hearing his beautiful voice. They were in disbelief as they had never heard such a pure and clear voice in their lives. Louis started to sing the lyrics. He was singing the song 500 Years by Jeong. He was crying while performing it since it was a sad song. The crowd also cried. One guy from the crowd said that the performance of Louis feels both sad and suffocating, yet at the same time like his heart is being cleared. At the same time, Lucia was speechless staring at Louis performing. Louis then gave her a signal to play the bomb. Lucia followed Louis and Louis continued singing. Louis was focusing on singing the song with gibber, making the crowd more emotional. Lucia also played the bomb with closed eyes. Louis managed to reach the highest pitch part of the song, making the host dumbfounded. Everyone was also speechless. Louis then winked at them after singing the song and bowed down. Everyone was asking for one more song and Louis thanked them for appreciating his voice. The lady behind him was sad, but she never mentioned to Louis why. After the celebration, they went back to the inn and Louis immediately sat and said he was so tired. And for him, singing is no easy task. "Louis, you are incredible today. How can you sing so well?" Mona said while rubbing Louis's head. The twins were also proud of Louis, telling him he was the best. "Unni, I'm sorry, but I'm really tired. I think I'll head upstairs and rest a bit," Lucia suddenly said while walking on the stairs. Her sister Mona was looking at her and Mona felt sad knowing that she was also sad. Lucia immediately lay down on her bed, but she heard Mona knocking on her door and asked if she could come in. Mona opened the door despite that Lucia didn't applesauce. Gibber sat down on the bed of Lucia and asked about how she felt about their performance earlier. Still, Lucia never replied. "Great, right," Mona said. And finally, Lucia responded saying that the performance was indeed good. Mona then showed her happiness and stated that it had been a long time since she had seen Lucia on stage, and it made her really happy. Lucia rose and asked Mona if she hated her. Mona was confused by her question and asked her why. Lucia started to cry. She was disappointment and gibber herself again for the accident of their parents. Mona got annoyed and hit her back, telling her not to say such nonsense. Lucia was in pain and screamed a little. "I've told you over and over that it wasn't your fault. They made their choice to protect the person they love the most. And just like them, I care about you more than anything in this world, so don't ever say that again," Mona said with a teary eye. Lucia continued crying. She was out of words. Mona hugged her and told her that she was not saying she needed to sing right away, but if she kept stepping onto the stage, even little by little like today, Mona believed she would be able to sing again just like before. Mona also reminded her that their sirens are the most beautiful when they sing. Lucia was touched. She was crying in happiness and agreed with her sister's last statement. They don't know that Louis is secretly listening to them. Louis was smiling since this was what he expected. He then walked away while proclaiming that the first phase of his operation was a success. He entered his room, but he was shocked when he saw Finn shaking and was in pain. "What happened? Why are you so injured?" Louis asked while letting Finn sit on his palm. Finn was gibber while saying that the warehouse at the west end of the port had something. Finn wasn't able to tell everything since she unfortunately passed out. Louis panicked and was worried for her. He tried to wake her up, but Finn didn't respond at all. Since Finn mentioned the warehouse, Louis then commanded Pablo to check the place. Place immediately went to the warehouse and kicked the door without knocking. Pablo was holding a hammer and he was so mad. The men guarding the warehouse were shocked when they saw Pablo, but of course, he asked who he was since Pablo was not familiar with them. "Popiseu, so this is where all of Lufthagen's elixirs disappeared to, huh? You stashed them here," Jabber said. The long-haired guy then denied it, saying that they had never hidden any. Pablo grabbed the guy's clothes and lifted him up. Pablo's aura was scary, proclaiming that he knew these guys were up to something in this warehouse, so it would be better for them to spill it out while he was talking nicely. Still, the long-haired guy refused to tell the truth. Someone then came and commanded Pablo to release his lackey. Surprisingly, it was Damon. "I don't know why you're doing this, Mr. Pablo, but if we just talk, we can clear up any misunderstandings, right?" Damon said. Gibber then strongly threw the long-haired guy on the wall and said that the ones who usually want to talk are the ones with something to hide. "Fine, let's start by hearing why you've hidden all these elixirs in the warehouse. Or maybe you're plotting something shady," Pablo added. It was seen how mad he was, but then Damon wasn't afraid at all and even said that he was not sure what Pablo meant by plotting. He pointed to the crates of elixirs and confidently said that these elixirs were legally purchased to be exported to the Autumn continent. He added that he didn't know where Pablo got his information, but he thinks Pablo was mistaken. Pablo was determined to confirm everything, so he asked Damon if there would be no problem if he would go and check the warehouse himself. Surprisingly, Damon let him do what he wants. Pablo then walked toward the door and strongly kicked it to open it. He went downstairs, exactly where Finn saw the monster. He was looking around. The three guys were following him. He told them that this place used to be where small fishing boats were built back when Lofthagen was just a fishing village. Damon then told him that they now sometimes use this place to move goods. Still, Pablo won't believe him, knowing that this place is a good area to hide something. He held his hammer tightly while saying, "Like a magical beast." He threw his hammer on the left side of the water, but the moment his hammer dropped, no one came out. Pablo was dumbfounded. He feels awkward, wondering why there's no reaction. "See, there's nothing here, just like I told you," Damon said. Pablo was gibber as he was sure Finn wasn't lying. He grabbed the torch from the guy and proclaimed that he would check the magical beast himself. He moves forward without any fear, and Damon still follows him while telling him that he is more persistent than they thought. Pablo reached the corner and confirmed that there was really no magical beast around. Damon then reminded him that he already said many times that there was nothing like a magical beast in this place. "If you push me any further, I won't be able to just sit back and watch, Mr. Pablo," Damon added. Pablo was annoyed, but he didn't have a choice but to leave the warehouse assisted by the three guys. As he came out, he saw Louis, and Louis then said, "Oh, uncle, what are you doing here?" Pablo was confused at first, and Louis then told him that Jabber was asking him to check if he was off drinking again. Louis was waving his hand while walking toward Pablo. Pablo then understood that Louis was acting so the guys wouldn't think something suspicious toward them. Pablo then whispered to Louis, informing him that he already checked the underground waterway and found nothing. Louis then concludes that Damon and his guys might already move the magical beast somewhere else. He then decided to handle the case himself and permitted Pablo to step aside. Pablo listened to what he said. He then moved toward Damon while saying, "Hello, I remember you from before. You're Mr. Damon, right?" Damon then asked for his identity, and he then replied he was Louis and was staying at the Siren's shelter with his uncle Pablo. The long-haired guy then told Damon that Louis was the kid he mentioned from the Kane's night preliminaries. Damon then moved his face closer to Louis and said, "So you're the one who went on stage with Lucia. I heard you sang quite well." Louis then confirmed to Damon that it was really him. Damon then said he was impressed, knowing that it is very difficult to persuade Lucia to get on stage. "Could you also convince your disappointment for me?" Jabber asked. Louis then replied, "About what?" Damon was smiling ironically and told Louis to persuade his uncle Pablo about how accusing people without evidence can lead to a terrible fate like what happened to Lucia's parents. Pablo felt insulted because of what Damon said. He commanded Damon to repeat what he said, and he was about to start a fight, but Louis stopped him and told Damon that his uncle can be a bit simple-minded, so he tends to act without thinking things through. He also told Damon that he would talk with his uncle Pablo himself. Damon was speechless about how mature Louis was, and after a few seconds, he then told Louis he was glad that he understood. Damon and his guys were about to go back inside the warehouse, but then Louis suddenly saw a horn from Damon. "By the way, Mr. Jabber, something I'm curious about," Louis said. Damon then asked him what it was, and he honestly said that he was referring to the horn flute Damon was carrying. Damon felt annoyed and asked Louis why he was curious about the horn. Louis just casually replied that the horn looks nice and he was thinking of getting one himself. "It's not something you can just find anywhere. It's really hard to get them." "Well, then," Damon said, and went back inside the warehouse. Since the three guys were not around, Pablo then asked Louis about his plan, and he suggested telling Tyrius about it. However, Louis disagreed and stated that if Tyrius got involved, a war could break out in the city and innocent people could die. Besides, they also can't ruin Lucia's return to the stage over something. Pablo was shocked upon hearing Lucia's return. Louis then informed him that he had planned to take more time bringing Lucia back performing on stage. But now, he believes it looks like he'll need to speed things up. This is going to be the most spectacular festival yet, he uttered. Inside the warehouse, Damon punished the long-haired guy. He was furious, saying, "First, that creature that's been quiet suddenly started jabber up, and now Pablo's snooping around. What the hell is going on with the warehouse management?" The long-haired guy he was beating was stuttering, proclaiming that he didn't have any idea about what was happening. However, Damon didn't like his answer and suddenly summoned a jabber and mercilessly stabbed him without any hesitation. Blood splattered. The guy fell on the floor holding his wound. Damon then proclaimed that it looked like they would have to move the plan forward. The other guy left who was standing behind him was scared, saying that they hadn't fully tamed the magical beast yet. Damon was looking at his reflection on the sword while saying that there was no time to waste now that Pablo had caught wind of something, so they needed to act before they got exposed. He then commanded the guy to release the magical beast by tomorrow at the same time as Kane's night finals. The guy was sweating in fear, knowing that his life was in danger. "It's going to be quite the grand festival," Damon said while heading to the door of the warehouse to leave. The next evening, Louis and Pablo were walking around the port. Pablo then told Louis that there was no sign of the sea beast anywhere, no matter how much he searched for it. "Are you sure Damon is going to make a move tonight?" he asked. Louis then replied yes, as he was sure that Damon wouldn't be able to delay any jabber since he had been caught. If his goal is to take down Tyrius, he'll want to stir up chaos during the festival and then present himself as the one to resolve it. "It's the perfect opportunity to make a strong impression on the Lord," Louis stated. Pablo then said that in order to do it, Damon needed to control the beast. "Does that mean Damon is a druid, like Jacob?" Pablo asked. As per Louis, Damon is not a druid, and he also doesn't sense any mental magic from Damon. He smiled with excitement as he said that Damon had a quite rare item. Of course, Louis was referring to the horn, knowing that it was a sea king's horn. According to the legend, it's a flute carved from the horn of a sea dragon. It was said that whoever controls it can tame sea beasts to their will. Louis doesn't know where Damon got such a treasure, but with that, even without being a druid, he believes Damon could gibber control the sea beast. Louis concludes that they could drastically shorten their plans for heading to the autumn continent if he could steal the horn. He was also sure that the horn was pretty valuable. Upon knowing his real plan, Pablo was disappointed again, as he was expecting a nice plan from Louis. "Anyway, he's going to act tonight for sure, so keep an eye on the port," Louis said while pointing his index finger at Pablo. "Pardon, just me. Where are you going, master?" Pablo asked. Louis then replied that he had something else to take care of first. They both parted ways and Louis headed back to the inn. As he arrived outside, he saw someone. It was Carrie peeking at the window. "What are you doing here?" Louis asked, and Carrie was startled and screamed a little. He turned around. He was nervous. His face was so red. He was stuttering as he said he wanted to tell Lucia how happy he was to see her back on stage after so long. "Well, at least you have a bit of sense. It's nice to have such thoughtful ideas sometimes," Gibber replied, which annoys Carrie. Louis smiled at Carrie and told him that he had a task specifically for him. That is to fill the plaza with people for tonight's event. Carrie was confused and asked him why. However, Louis won't give any reason and teases Carrie that the task might be difficult for him. "Difficult? Just so you know, I could fill the whole plaza with just my family," Carrie said confidently with anger. "That's great. See you later then," Louis said. Before he leaves, there is another thing he wants Carrie to do. Carrie wondered what it was, and Louis then told him to bring a flower bouquet. "You'll want to score some points at the right moment, no?" Louis asked. But then Carrie was puzzled. Meanwhile, the festival is about to begin. A lot of people attended than the last day. Louis and Lucia headed to the competition, but Lucia was nervous seeing so many people around. She mentioned that during the last Kane's night, it wasn't so crowded. At the same time, Louis wondered how Carrie managed to really fill the plaza with people. Now, the competition already started, making Lucia more nervous. The contestants received so much appreciation from the crowd. Lucia was standing still without any emotion, thinking that she never thought a day like this would come again. She stares at Louis, knowing that if it gibber for him, she could have never dreamed of this. The host went to the middle of the stage and introduced that the next contestants was everyone has been talking about. "Give a rousing welcome for Louis and Lucia," the host proclaimed. Lucia trembled in fear. Her trauma came back again. She wasn't moving. She was scared, not until Louis held her hands and told her she had done enough. Louis asked her to stop running from her painful memories. Lucia was speechless. She was surprised by what Louis said. "What would your late parents say if they saw you avoiding singing because of guilt like you're doing now?" Louis asked. Lucia was shocked, asking the kid how he knew about it. But then, Louis didn't mention it and just went up the stage. Lucia calls him. He looked back at the lady and told her to think carefully if what her parents truly jabber for her. Lucia was puzzled. Louis stood in the middle of the stage with a bomb. The crowd was shocked, wondering if Louis would perform alone for tonight. Of course, they were waiting for Lucia. Louis started playing the bomb. He started singing the song he was playing. The crowd was surprised with how he played the bomb and how he sang with a beautiful voice. One guy mentioned that the song Louis was singing was a child's dream, and he stated he used to sing this song with his parents all the time when he was a kid. The lady with him then said that Louis sang an unfamiliar song during the preliminaries, but looks like Louis singing something everyone knows gibber. The crowd was enjoying the performance of Louis. Lucia was also watching while thinking about what Louis said. Louis continued to sing with the lyrics, "In the dark forest, I heard a scary sound. A monster with white fur was chasing me. I'm scared, mommy, daddy. Please help me, mommy, daddy." Lucia wasn't moved. She remembered her parents together with her and Mona at the time when they were still kids. They used to bond in singing. At this moment, she was thinking about what her parents wanted for her. She suddenly rushed on the stage and went beside Louis. Louis smiled at her and surprisingly, she started singing without any hesitation. She was crying while uttering the lyrics. She cannot forget that this was the song she usually sang in front of her parents. She remembered how proud their parents were of her. While she was performing with emotions, Mona was so gibber of her and also cried that she now finally sang again. It turned out that the song Louis and Lucia were singing is what Mona said to Louis, as this was the lullaby their parents used to sing when they were kids. That time when Louis asked, he just told Mona that he wanted someone to hear it. She never thought it was for Lucia. Now, Mona realizes why Louis asked back then. She was grateful for Louis knowing that it was him why Lucia sang again. Lucia was enjoying the lullaby. Louis gibbered his arm and continued strumming the bomb. Carrie was crying while watching the performance. Her guards were carrying him so he could watch clearly. He was so proud, clapping his hands. His guards were also emotional. The crowd also cheered for Lucia and screamed that the siren had finally returned. Lucia was so happy. She gave thanks to the guard after their performance without knowing that Louis already gotten off the stage and said, "As expected of me. One part of the plan is done. Now, to make sure nothing ruins the festival mood, is it time to finish the rest?"
Right now, Damon was boating back to the warehouse. As he arrived, he stood and walked on the ground, but he instantly saw Pablo. "Where have you been sneaking around like a rat?" Pablo asked. Since Damon didn't reply, Pablo teased him that he was hiding something pasty on the offshore rock islands. "They say birds of a feather flock together. You're doing exactly what Lucia's parents did." Damon replied and sighed. Pablo's mood changes. He was confused as to why Damon brought up Lucia's parents, who are his friends, all of a sudden. Damon was smiling ironically as he proclaimed that Lucia's parents also used to tail him persistently just like Pablo. That is until the tragic accident that took their lives. Because of what Damon said, Pablo then concludes that the accident of Lucia's parents was Damon's doing. Damon then said that he's afraid he can't confirm it now. What he can say is that he doesn't let those who interfere with his work live in peace. Pablo was so mad. He charged at Damon with his hammer. He attacked his hammer to Damon, but then Damon was able to block it with his double sword. "Did you really think I'd go after Tyrius without the power to back me up?" Damon asked. He pushes Damon away, and his men at the same time come out and surround Pablo. He put his weapons back in his pocket while telling Pablo not to worry about the 2 daughters of the Siren's shelter, as he would be the one to take care of them personally. He chuckled to tease Pablo. Pablo wanted to kill him immediately, but then his men blocked Pablo's way. Pablo was furious, commanding the guy blocking his way to move away. Damon, on the other hand, was staring at the water with the horn in his hand. He then uttered, "Shall we resume the festival?" Someone then came, telling him that it looks he got the wrong place. As expected, it was Lois. Lois informed him that the festival was happening at the plaza and not in this area. Lois even teases him that he has no sense of direction. Damon stares at Lois and states that kids shouldn't be out so late to avoid any trouble. Lois jumped on the ground and thanked Damon for his fake concern. He then replied to Damon that it was fine since his household is pretty laid back. He walked toward Damon and told him that he wasn't planning on going easy on his way, especially after making Lucia cry. "You're going to get punished big time." He added, "Ha, quite a mouth on you. I don't hold back for kids, just you know," Damon said and smirked. Lois also smirked at him and said it was perfect he wouldn't hold back, as he wasn't planning on holding back for adults either. Damon suddenly tried to attack him without any words, but Damon was shocked when a shield appeared and blocked his weapon. He knew it was spatial magic, and he was in disbelief that Luis knew how to use it. Luis then told him that he should make a move instead of talking much. He charged at Damon at a fast speed, while proclaiming he should go first since Damon wasn't responding for a moment. He punched Damon and Damon was able to block his attack. Still, Damon flew away and bumped on the wall. He was shaking in pain while Luis said, "Oh, you blocked that? You're better than Pablo, I see." Pablo was fighting against the men of Damon, but he got annoyed when he heard Luis comparing him to Damon in this situation. Right now, Luis flinched as he saw something. It was the beast from underwater. Luis was sweating while staring at it. The beast widely opened its mouth and tried to bite Luis alive. Luckily, Luis was able to move away on time and uttered, "Whoa." That surprised me, almost ended my life there. He was out of words the moment he saw the beast crawl and surround Damon like Damon was its owner. Damon then chuckled and admitted that Luis was quite skilled for his age. "That's as far as your little act goes. It's a bit earlier than I planned, but it can't be helped. Guess I'll have to deal with you first," Damon stated, which annoys Luis. Damon then used the horn he was holding and made a noise with it to command the beast. Luis felt a little bit of pain because of the loud sound. At the same time, he activated his magic power, but then, the beast wasn't moving at all, which confused Luis. Damon was so mad at the beast, calling it a worthless fish head. Damon kicked the beast and commanded it to immediately attack Luis. Because of what he did, the beast got annoyed at him. At this moment, Luis smiled as he realized that Damon hadn't fully tamed the beast yet. Of course, he instantly decided to take the beast over. He then activates his mental magic domination, and in just a few seconds, the beast sees him as its master. "Catch and eat that bastard," he ordered while pointing his finger at Damon. Damon panicked. He was sweating while staring at the beast heading its head toward him. Damon then used the horn, causing the beast to suffer in pain. The beast moved its tail and was about to attack Luis. Good thing Luis was able to avoid it and jumped on the cape. He then concludes that his mental magic isn't strong enough to overpower the effect of the Sea King's horn. He also knew he couldn't exactly fight the sea beast head-on here in the middle of the city, so he was puzzled about what he should do. He stares at the water while thinking of a way, and after just a few seconds, he gets a good idea that he believes would surely work. He then called the beast's attention and challenged it to have a proper fight. He was smiling while clenching his fist. He then jumped on the river and went underwater. Pablo saw what he did and was worried for his sake. The beast, on the other hand, chased Luis and watched what happened, making Damon laugh, as he thought Luis was a fool for trying to take on a sea serpent in its own domain. For him, Luis has just signed his death warrant. Luis went deep, letting the beast follow him. He wasn't scared at all. He was still smiling while waiting for the beast to come to him. He was holding his breath while the beast widely opened its mouth and swallowed him. The beast's mouth shines as it turns out Luis transformed into his dragon form. He held the beast's fangs and easily opened its mouth. "Well, since it's under the sea, I don't need to hold back. Time to fully unleash my dragon transformation," Luis proclaimed with a smile. He clenched his fist as he activated his magic power and pushed away the beast while teasing it to brush its teeth 3 times a day so it wouldn't stink. The beast flew away and Luis then teased it was having fun a moment ago. His mood changes as he charges toward the beast while claiming that the beast finally found his match today. He strongly punched the beast, causing it to scream in agony. The beast was so mad, groaning, but it turned around as it wanted to escape from Luis. However, Luis pulled him and asked him where he was planning to go. "Things were just getting interesting. No way I'm letting this end so soon. Let's keep playing," Luis added and spun the beast. On the other hand, Pablo wiped out all the men of Damon who dared to fight against him. He was panting while wondering if the fight was really over. He looked at the river as he was thinking if Luis was fine. He was about to conclude something, but then he noticed that the water was moving. A whirlpool then happened, and it became a water tornado. Pablo was shocked as he witnessed how the serpent flew into the sky from underwater. Damon was also dumbfounded. The serpent was heading in his position, so he immediately ran away while screaming. But then, he stumbled and fell to the ground. He was still holding the horn. He looked behind him and screamed no as he saw the serpent falling. The serpent fell on him, and he unintentionally let go of the horn. The serpent passed out. Pablo was speechless. A water then sprinted above him, and he then saw Luis in a dragon form. Luis then transformed to his human form and said, "Ah, that was refreshing. I haven't let off steam like that in ages. Haven't had much chance to transform lately. Pablo then immediately asked him if he caused the whole mess just to blow off some steam. Luis doesn't respond since his attention went to Damon, who was moaning in pain. Damon was wounded. He was trying to crawl to reach the horn. He was claiming he owned it. He almost reaches it, but then of course Luis won't let it happen. Luis grabbed it away from Damon and asked him why he was still holding on to the Sea King's horn. Luis then told Damon not to worry, as he would put the horn to very good use from now on. He played a loud noise using the horn, but then Pablo told him he's good at playing the violin, and seems like playing the flute isn't his strong suit. Luis was annoyed. He denied that he was playing it badly. He was reasoning, but then the horn suddenly cracked. A moment of silence happened. Luis then asked, "This can be fixed, right? Just glue it back together." However, the horn completely broke, and each piece fell to the ground. Luis was screaming non while kneeling on the ground. He slowly stood as he felt something. It turned out that the serpent was already behind him, staring with anger. Luis fakely laughed and claimed he was now screwed. The serpent screamed out of anger, and Luis, together with Pablo, immediately ran away to escape from danger. While running, Pablo asks Luis why the serpent was rampaging all of a sudden. As per Luis, the control from the Sea King's horn is broken, so the serpent is going wild by instinct. He was about to explain further, but as he turned around, they saw the serpent being drawn to the bright light, and he was afraid that it would head straight for the festival. Pablo panicked, knowing that it would be a disaster if the serpent would show up at the festival, as there were tons of people out there right now. Luis then summoned Finn and commanded her to find the twins and bring them to him. Finn then replied, "Got it." Luis then told Pablo that they should both be going to stop the serpent. As the serpent is trying to leave, Pablo and Luis charge at it. At this time, a couple was walking nearby. The lady asked her partner if he didn't think wandering around in dark alleys at night was a little bit dangerous. The guy then replied it wasn't dangerous since he was with her. However, they both suddenly heard a weird noise. The serpent then showed up their way, and the guy was the first one who got scared. He unintentionally sat on the ground while asking what kind of monster had appeared. The lady then told him he should quickly get up so they could run away. But then, the guy wasn't moving at all, so the lady was forced to carry him and run away. At the same time, Pablo throws his hammer at the serpent. The serpent was hit on its face, so it screamed out of anger. "Hey, snakehead, over here, this way," Pablo said despite he was shaking in fear. Pablo caught the serpent's attention. It then charged toward him, and he ran away while screaming, "Master, now's the time," he screamed with teary eyes. He was asking for help from Luis, and Luis immediately enchanted a spatial spell, which was a spatial veil. This magic creates a cubicle and traps the serpent. The serpent tried to get away from it, but it wasn't possible at all. Since Luis managed to lock the serpent, he then decided to calm it down with some mental trick. He enchanted a mental spell, and while in the process, the serpent screamed in pain. It continuously bumped the spatial veil, and Luis was worried as he felt it was shaking. He was disturbed knowing he could not cast a mental spell in this situation. Right now, Pablo was just standing on the ground waiting for him, but then Pablo heard someone calling him. It turned out it was Tirius and some of his men. Tirius was shocked the moment he saw the serpent. There are a lot of questions that come into his mind. Pablo then told him that the serpent was one of Damon's creatures, and he concludes that Damon has planned to create chaos during the festival. Tirius was so mad upon knowing it was Damon's doings. He then asked Pablo about Damon's whereabouts, and Pablo then replied that Damon might probably escaped in the confusion, and he informed Tirius that they needed to deal with the summoned beast quickly before anything else. "Pablo, are you going to keep chit-chatting? Do something with your friend, and hold it down," Luis suddenly said with anger. Pablo was stuttering as he replied to Luis that he understood. He then told Tirius they should make a move. Tirius was puzzled for a moment, but he replied yes to Pablo. The twins also arrived and volunteered to help Luis. Luis then commanded them both to distract the serpent while Pablo was preparing. The twins then summoned their swords and confidently told Luis to leave the beast to them. They charged at the serpent and attacked it with their swords combined with their magic. After a few minutes, Pablo then told Luis that they were ready. The serpent looked at Pablo's direction and charged toward him. But then, the serpent fell to the ground as it turned out that it stumbled because of the rope Pablo and Tirius prepared earlier. Both men pulled the rope which squeezed the serpent's body. The serpent tried to resist, but it couldn't. Tyrion's men also helped pull the rope. Tyrion commanded them to hold on tight and not let go. This time, Lois interfered by activating his multi-spell. A cube appeared in front of him, and he then squeezed it with his hands. He then attacked the beast using his spatial compression. The serpent felt dizzy because of Lois's powerful spell. Lois then held it and said, "Well done. Now I'll ease your mind." He then casts his pacification mental spell while the serpent is unconscious. After a minute, the serpent opened its eyes and caressed Lois. Lois was happy as he successfully tamed the serpent. Tyrion was standing behind Lois. He was furious at the serpent, so he charged at it with killing intent. However, Lois casts a magic that stops Tyrion from moving. Tyrion was clueless as to why he could not release an attack. Lois then told him there was no need for it. According to Lois, the serpent was just controlled by Damon against its will. It's not to blame. The twins were giggling. They were playing with the serpent, while Tyrion insisted that they couldn't just let a monster like the serpent roam at their place freely. Lois then told him not to worry, as he would be the one to take care of it. He then let the serpent go back to the river, and before it went deep down the river, Lois commanded it to stay away from cities where humans live and just go back to where it belongs, then live quietly. The serpent responded using its own word and then left. The twins were waving their hands, asking it to live well and not to follow any bad people. Lois then stood and told the kids to get ready. The twins then asked where they should be ready, and Lois replied that they had done what they came to do, so it was now their time to head out. At the same time, Damon was still at the river riding a boat. He was shaking in anger knowing that his plan failed. "You think Damon's going to go down like this? I'll have my revenge on those who did this to me, even if it means burning Lufthagen to the ground," he uttered. But then, he noticed that his paddle was already in the air. It turned out that the serpent was already in front of him. The serpent pulled him and threw him above, then swallowed him alive. The serpent then sinks back underwater, leaving only the coat of Damon. At this time, Lucia went down from the stage after she performed in front of the crowd. She breathed and said that singing 4 extra songs took all of her energy. She turned her head around and saw the people clapping for her. But then, she wondered where was Lois, as she hadn't seen him since the first song. She then heard someone call her name. It was her sister Moana. Moana hugged her tight while saying, "That's my Siren. You did it. You were amazing." They moved their forehead close to each other. Moana then proclaimed that their parents would surely be so proud of Lucia right now if they saw them performing on stage. Carrie then interfered. He cleared his throat, and Moana then asked him what he was doing. Carrie was stuttering, but it turned out he wanted to give a bouquet to Lucia. Moana was blushing. She grabbed Carrie and told Lucia that there was something Carrie wanted to give her. Carrie was hesitant because he was shy. "Go on. Flowers mean the most when you give them at moments like this, you know," Moana said while pushing Carrie to Lucia. "Ahem. I would like to congratulate you on a successful return to the stage, my lady. No, I mean our Siren, Lucia," Carrie said with a shy face. Lucia was surprised. She was staring at the flower bouquet. She accepted it wholeheartedly and smelled it while giving thanks to Carrie. Carrie was so happy that she finally accepted a flower from him. Louis, on the other hand, was on the corner watching them. He was crossing his arms while leaning, and he was glad that everyone was now happy. He then believes that everyone is fine without him from now on. A few days later, Louis and his companions went to the port to leave the place. The half-sunny bound for the autumn continent is about to set sail. "Passengers, please board promptly," the guy screamed. Moana suddenly came just to tell them not to leave. She hugged the twins while crying and said, "Do you little ones really have to leave? Can't you just stay and be like little brothers and sisters to me?" The twins were so happy knowing that Moana loved them so much. Pablo interfered by reminding Moana that he was also leaving. He also wanted to be hugged despite knowing that he was always just drinking and hanging out with others instead of with them. But then, Moana told him she didn't care if he would go or not. Pablo insisted that he got out when it was only a necessary social gathering. Moana then told him to stop making excuses like he did something right. Louis was just standing and Lucia called his name. Lucia was sad, asking Louis if he still had a plan to come back. Louis cannot look at her straight in her eyes. He was stuttering. He doesn't know how to respond. Moana grabbed his hand and told him they should come back. For them to shut, Louis said he would drop by if he got the chance. Lucia then hugged him. He was speechless. And this time, Lucia cried and told him to promise to come back. Louis then touched her hands, and he said he would. Carrie was also around. He suddenly appeared behind Louis with a dark aura. Louis then teases him that Lucia's hug was really warm. Of course, Carrie was annoyed as he was jealous. Still, he handed a box to Louis, and Louis was shocked when he saw it was the Siren's tear together with a ring. "I'm giving it to you because you kept your promise. You helped Lucia Nuna sing again," Carrie said with crossed arms. Louis grabbed the ring and asked Carrie about it. Carrie then told him to use the ring if he came back to Lufthagen, as it was their family's crest, so he would be able to get help anywhere in this place. Louis then concludes that the ring is like a free pass for Lufthagen. Carrie walked away, and he said that he honestly didn't want Louis to come back. Louis waved goodbye to him while saying, "Carrie Hyung. No doing weird stuff, and just stick to what I taught you." Carrie was still annoyed and told him to shut up, and that he would take care of things himself now, so he wants Louis to stop meddling. Louis was sad, staring at Carrie, clenching his fist. But then, Carrie suddenly thanked him for everything. Louis just uttered that Carrie was a brat, but had a cute side fitting his age. Tirius then also came and approached Pablo. Pablo then asked him how was the port restoration going. According to Tirius, there was a fair amount of damage, but luckily no lives were lost, and all things considered were fortunate. Tirius then looked at Louis and told Pablo that Louis didn't seem like an ordinary child. As what he noticed, the way Louis subdued that sea serpent in an instant was beyond the capabilities of any human. Pablo was nervous for a second. He then accused Tirius of spitting nonsense, and he claimed Louis was just his normal nephew. Tirius then proclaimed Pablo and Louis were a distant relative. He then gives an assurance to Pablo that he will keep everything about Louis a secret. They shook hands and Pablo thanked Tirius. They then rowed to the boat, and everyone was watching them leaving. Lucia and Moana were so sad. Lucia was screaming, telling them they should come back. The kids then waved at them and claimed they had a great time. As they got far, they sat down and the twins then asked Louis where they should go now. Louis was annoyed, telling them they were asking about it just now. According to Louis, they will now head to the Dortmund port on the autumn continent. From there, they will cross the continent by land. He then asked Pablo how long it would take to get to Dortmund. However, Pablo wasn't responding and was just staring at the ocean. Louis then went to him and asked him what he was doing. It turned out Pablo was dizzy, and Louis realized this guy had a seasick. Pablo then said he thinks he's going to die. He then vomits without his will. He tried to cover his mouth, but it still splattered. For such a big guy, you can't even handle a little seasickness. You really are annoying, Louis said. Pablo feels weak. He kneeled and Louis then tapped his back. Louis used his drowsiness mental spell, and Pablo slowly fell asleep. Louis informed the kids that Pablo would stay asleep for a few hours and should feel better when he woke up. He then invited the kids to go and check out their cabin. They headed to their cabin together, leaving Pablo sleeping outside without knowing that there was a guy wearing a cloak, standing in front of Pablo, and concluded Pablo was at least a tier 3 but was put to sleep so easily. The kids just leave without sensing there is someone. It turned out it was an old man, and this old man proclaimed that his long voyage this time wouldn't be as dull as he thought. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe for more content like this. Till next time.